minute over time, I'm going to go live. I don't want to, like, start the audience in the middle of a sentence. Sorry about the slight delay. We were making some last-minute additions, everybody, to the squad. Hey, believe it or not, there's a lot of Monarchs. But okay, I'm going to switch the switches over. We're going now.
I do think we should... Okay.
Go ahead, Des?
Oh, no.
I do think we should do the first couple of Monarchs in release order for at least the first 6.
Sure.
I've got them. The release order if you need
I looked it up. I didn't write them down, but I remember them. I've got them listed in alphabetical order. So here we are. It's failed Portrayal. All right, Martha.
Spoiler: the one that came out first is the one in last in alphabetical order.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Curse you. Alphabeticals, because technically hey, M comes before T.
Yeah, it's ZMT.
Oh, hold
on. Let me see. ZMTGC. No, GRC. That's right.
Yeah, and then there's a couple other
bonus. Refreshed my YouTube tab. Since last week.
Okay.
Well, so I'm just saying for the original 6, it's ZMTRCGK.
Actually, is it?
Or GC. Yeah.
No, I think we can say unspoilers. I think Thestalos technically comes out for. Oh no, okay, North America, Ancient Sanctuary, right? I forgot that TCG was fucking weird for a while. Yes, so Zaborg is first. I was like, okay, I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry. It's just on Wikipedia they tried to. They split it up so that we had the North American release in Ancient Sanctuary first, but then worldwide it was different.
To not beat around the bush too much, the only one I'm not sure about is Grandmarg because.
Grandmarg is earlier than some people think. I think he's
I can't remember if he's after Thesti or
Ryza. He is after Thest. Well, okay. After Ryza, I don't know. I will double check when we get there.
Fairly early. I thought he was the second Monarch.
No. Mobius is second, by far.
Yeah, no. Zaborg is the first. I believe Mobius is the second, and then Thestalos is the third, I believe.
And then it's either Grandmarg or Ryza.
And I don't remember which one it is off the top, and we've got a few to go through to get there. But okay, so in case you couldn't tell from the name of the episode and all the stuff, we're talking about Monarchs today. So if you guys missed the end of last week's stream, though very funnily enough, I do think that Machina actually flows into Monarch very well.
It's Grandmarg then Ryza.
Yeah. So what we're doing is we decided not to go on a big super deep lore binge and immediately jump into the World Legacy stuff. And instead, I thought of this last time, what would be a fun sequence to do would be to go through what decks have solo modes in Master Duel. Because one, this means I know for a fact there are high quality versions of their artworks of all the cards. Because they were in a Master Duel solo mode.
The ones we haven't done because
also
we've actually done
slowly work our way.
We've done a few of them, though. Dallas, once again, we had to put this challenge to you because.
Okay, I found it. I'm pretty sure I found it.
Oh, you did.
I'm fairly certain it is in the back half of the original Destiny Hero episode.
Is it? Well, we'll check.
I know of the second Destiny Hero.
Martha's been digging through them to figure it out, so we'll check on that before we do the Glad Beast one.
I remember us talking about some of those cards.
I know for a fact we did it. I just can't remember when.
Yeah, and that was the point where last time after you left, we had to challenge. Like, we tried to figure out what episode it was because even chat couldn't remember. If we can figure it the fuck out, I'm okay with us having missed it and done it. But like, it's the main thing is like I literally do not remember. And, like, I have a hard time believing that I talked about something.
I just know that because we made gizzerous jokes for, like, 20 minutes.
I mean, we did that in Prague, so...
Because we're all creatively bankrupt sometimes.
Whinging about you guys making gizzerous jokes for 20 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we weren't over it. It's okay. That's all right. You don't need to worry about me repeating MBT's current line of jokes.
MBT also didn't like that joke either.
Destiny Hero was the kaiju episode.
He needed a lot.
Right. That's right.
Destiny Hero was kaiju. Okay, we'll figure it out if we did it. We'll figure it out if we did it. We had some very long early episodes, but anyway, Monarchs. So, like I said, the solo mode, we decided to work through them, starting at Monarchs, which is the first one, and also, like I said, no, I'm not. I am no longer acknowledging the Glad Beast conversation.
No, it's not that. I was trying to say, Dallas talked over when I said this, but if we do all the solo modes, eventually we'll work ourselves towards World Legacy.
Okay. That I kind of implied that earlier, but sure. Anyway, we're working through the solo modes. That point you have clearly established, audience. Hello. And as I was saying earlier, though, I think Monarch works as a good first one, not only because it is the first one. All right, Loth is leaving us. He was here kind of technically, but lucky has actually showed up to do 14 stuff. But what I was saying was that, obviously, this is the first solo mode one, at least according to a list I found. I didn't actually boot up Master Duel because they haven't started whatever the new event is. Maybe when they start a new festival, I'll get in. I don't give a fuck about ranked seasons. Anyway. Monarchs is a good one to go off of Machina because it's a deck with a similarly, or at least monsters with a similarly long legacy. I don't think actual pure Monarch turbo builds were as popular as Machina engine monstrosities, but there have been Monarch decks that have been popular over the years, and certainly, well,
100% incorrect with that.
No, Dallas. I'm just saying, because there were two versions of the structure deck. I am sure that when the structure deck came out, pure Monarch was a thing. The main thing is, Monarchs are actually, the initial wave of Monarchs are stretched out over several years, so you may remember seeing motherfuckers like Mobius and like Zaborg. You couldn't run a Monarch deck during those years where those guys were out because they were two Monarchs, is what I'm saying.
I mean, you could.
No, you couldn't, Dallas. You can't run a pure deck with 3 fucking monsters. That's not how it works. Anybody who says it's how it works, I punch you, I delete you from existence.
It's the Yu-Gi-Oh thing of saying that your deck is only defined by its powers.
Your deck is not a Monarch deck if you have literally 3 cards which are called Zaborg the Thunder Monarch.
Okay. Once again, I guess this is just a difference in philosophy, because what if your entire point of your deck is to facilitate the Monarchs?
Okay, sure,
that's what they were.
But Dallas, there were... One, I don't think those decks were that existent in 04, but also...
Oh, in 04? No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Dallas. You forget. We just had this conversation about how long these guys fucking came out.
A year later. It was 2005.
There were still only like 3 Monarchs then. I mean, I guess if you've got 3 of the big boys, you got like a payoff.
Well,
but
the Treeborn Frog came out in the next set.
Right, Frog. Yeah, the Frognarch lines. That's a different engine. That at least you have a tribute engine bolted in.
It was literally Witch, Soul Exchange, Treeborn Frog, and the Monarchs enabled the Monarch decks.
But I'm pretty sure, despite the fact that Monarch was coming out, like there were still some new Monarchs and the Mega Monarchs coming out in like late 5Ds, early Zexal period, even into early Arc V times. I don't like. There was obviously a peak of Monarch popularity when Caius came out. He was not only popular in dark decks, but also in some Monarch decks. But the Monarch spell trap support kind of started to filter out in mid-Arc V around the structure deck time. That's when you remember no extra deck Monarch type stuff.
Well, yeah, no, the Monarch era, there are basically 2 Monarch eras where they were literally a majority of the tournament scene.
That's kind of what I was getting at, was like...
Yeah, from 2006 to 2008, there was a Monarch deck in every tournament, or at least like 4 or 5.
Yeah.
And then later from 2016 to 2018. Basically Master Rule 4.
Yes. Because obviously no extra deck Monarchs is very viable in Master Rule 4.
Maybe we should talk
is literally nothing but Monarchs.
At least with that initial run of Monarchs, maybe we should talk about what made them so popular.
Well, we're going to talk about the Monarch structure, because like Monarchs do have a name check, obviously, but most of their archetype type cards don't really call out their name.
No.
Instead, it is their very iconic. No. Their very iconic stat line.
Yeah.
Right.
2400.
Yes. 2400 attack, 1k defense.
All right. Run get it right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is. That's a decent stat line for a 1 tribute monster. I mean, the only 1 tribute monster that that from before is
Summon
Skull.
Yeah.
Which is really hard to get in.
All of these guys did something on Summon too. Which was...
and also we should point out that that attack stat anyway ties with Jinzo, who often is called an honorary monarch, because he has also has a very spicy effect.
Like
Jinzo, the Fiends, or the Vanities, I mean, and who's the other honorary monarch?
The Vanities came out a little bit later.
There's a lot of honorary monarch cards I would call out.
Yeah.
Because they basically facilitated Monarchs. Like, I would consider, because this is despite the card changing Yu-Gi-Oh, Monarch was the way it changed Yu-Gi-Oh, because that's where it found its home. Sidra is an honorary Monarch card, because it's a one-card Monarch. Because you special Sidra tribute for Monarch.
True. That and
Witch
Treeborn
is
Frog were the
yeah.
big like.
That Witch, Treeborn Frog, Chaos Sork is another one.
Because like
Often it was Chaos Sork, Banish, tribute for Monarch.
Yeah, because you would skip.
There's a lot of things that
But
facilitated
the thing is that like, and that's the thing that made Monarchs good. Like I said, the original Zeborg. Let me go ahead and pull him up on. Let me actually put his.
Zeborg was good since he came out.
Zeborg is slightly unique, by the way, in that he is the only of the original ones that is level 5. All the rest were level 6. They actually kind of figured it out there.
Yeah.
But here's Zeborg, the Thunder Monarch. And the thing I was gonna say, he came out in the TCG originally in Ancient Sanctuary. This is the set after IOC, so immediately like, you can obviously understand why he would both be popular but wouldn't be enough to base a deck around, because this is still Chaos format. So being light, he's obviously important because he is a target for banishment of Chaos monsters.
And arguably one of the better light monsters you have access to.
Oh yeah, he's pretty good.
The bane of early Chaos isn't your darks, it's your lights.
Yeah.
That's Magical Merchant and that stuff.
Hard to get. Kind of a premium.
God, I'm just looking at it. This is a really good Ancient Sanctuary. It's obviously not IOC good, but it's a really important set because that's Agents. So Agent of Creation, Venus, and Mystic Shineball. Sanctuary in the Sky, obviously. Enemy Controller was first printed in that set. Solar Flare Dragon was in there.
To put it in perspective, people were running Skellingle at a competitive level.
Yeah, because he says he's a light and he says flip draw 1.
Yeah. It was not pretty.
Yeah. But yeah, so the Zeborg on his own showed up. He was indexed because he was a light target.
Yeah.
He's searchable by Witch because his defense is 1k.
Yeah.
And he's a single tribute.
Monarch becoming a deck actually only took 2 Monarchs and also the ban list.
True.
Appear.
And I would still say, though, that I don't think Frognarch really took off until... Well, first of all, when did Treeborn Frog actually come out? But second of all...
Cybernetic Revolution.
Okay.
That set is insane.
Right. That's why everybody said it changed Yu-Gi-Oh! Because that was... We talked about already how Sidra was a tribute engine, Treeborn is a tribute engine, you know.
Well, like, Frognarch as a pure build isn't Treeborn Frog. Frognarch is, like, Swap Frog and Substitute and Rumen Totem.
But
Treeborn was in all of the Monarchs.
Treeborn Frog starts the drive. And in fact, if you remember from our own Prog series, that was when I believe Dallas actually started taking off with some Monarch attempts that were doing good.
The core of Monarch decks are I would say 4 cards. Witch of the Black Forest, because it searches every Monarch.
Yeah.
By the way, for clarity, Treeborn Frog was Shadow of Infinity, not Cybernetic Revolution, but I think that was the next set.
No,
it's like 2 sets after,
set,
but it's still pretty close. It was early 06 is when it came out.
Yeah, it's like the early GX, but
yeah.
Regardless, the core of early Monarch is Card Trooper, Treeborn Frog, Witch of the Black Forest, and Spirit Reaper.
Yeah.
And also Sidra Soul Exchange is a variant that was good, but not in every variant.
And
was Last Will banned at this point?
Oh hell yeah. Last Will I believe was banned in the first ban list.
Yeah, it was a pretty big one. It was a bad boy card. But yeah, so and you may notice some of those cards we talked about, Sidra, Spirit Reaper. I think several of the Monarchs are represented in Reaper format, which is the legacy format people attribute to
one of the top decks in Reaper format.
Post GOAT. Because obviously, I do believe Zeborg would be would be available in GOAT. But
Monarch is a top deck in. Fun fact: Monarch is a top build deck in GOAT, Reaper, and Edison.
Okay, so you do have enough Monarchs to play in GOAT. I'm trying to remember the cutoff dates.
Yeah, it's Mobius, Thestalos, Grand Marg, and Zeborg are all technically in GOAT.
Three out of those 4 guys are pretty good. So, I will say that once you have 3 functional Monarchs, that's 9 cards, and they're tributes anyway, so you need an engine to tribute them. That's enough you can say that Monarchs are a real deck.
Honestly, generally, it was played, Thestalos was a side deck card, because Thestalos is, like, kind of mid if you're going, like,
Yeah.
second.
It depends
Yeah,
on the decks
I
you're
can
lined up
understand.
against.
So I had things I want to say about Zaborg here.
Well, we were still discussing kind of Monarchs as a typing.
That's
We
fair,
should
that's why I
probably
was-
leave out of that,
that's why
but I
was
do want to
thinking, yeah.
I do want to say, obviously, we're going to talk about the original Monarchs as
Okay.
they came out for that 06-08
Yeah.
time period, right? But the reason why Monarchs have a lot of staying power is they did have a structure deck at the end of that. That was... I don't remember the name, but it was the one that Caius
Well,
was on the cover.
No, it wasn't a Monarch structure deck. It was a Dark structure deck. But Caius is the standout card from that deck.
True, but I do believe they reprinted quite a few Monarchs. Actually, no,
No,
okay, I'm
it's
thinking of
just
Emperor
I
of Darkness,
think it
right?
was it like
There's-
Emperor of Darkness? Is that what it was?
there-
Emperor of
yeah,
Darkness was the
there's
remix
two-
in 16.
There's
Oh,
two
yeah.
structure. There's two structure decks. There's the Dark structure deck and the Light structure deck, both headlined by a Monarch. Spoiler: that Light Monarch would not actually be good until the 2016 variant of Monarch.
Yeah,
because of silly reasons.
Kuriaz is a weird boy. He's really strong. You may remember that he showed up for
He's very
Junior
strong in modern Yu-Gi-Oh.
Junior Journey.
He's very
Because he has some weird lines with his effect text that we'll get into when we get in there. But yes,
Yeah.
he was in Light of Destruction. No, not Light of Destruction. Where is it? What the fuck you? Is
Yeah,
it?
it's the Dark and Light structure decks, but which
Yeah.
I believe were released around Light of Destruction time because
Yeah.
the sets are Phantom Darkness, Light of Destruction.
All right. Is the Yu-Gi-Oh wiki incomplete?
Hold on.
So,
I'll just look up.
Well, so I just want to say, with Kuraz, we're not at him yet, but what I'm seeing him is
Yeah.
listed as Light of Destruction Special Edition as a promo card, Duelist League 16, and then like
The
later
Dark-
reprints, and I'm like, was he
the
just...
Dark Emperor is the structure deck.
Okay. Yeah.
So I was close. I had the words in the wrong order.
Yeah.
Which is
Well, no.
a,
You said the name of the remix structure deck from 2016 is what you did.
Okay, they all sound the same.
Well, yeah, they have very similar names for reasons. But yes, the Dark Emperor structure deck was Caius's deck. That also came with a lot of good shit, because that came with Dimensional Alchemist, who I feel like is...
Yeah.
Uh,
They did a thing with that deck, which is actually a build of Monarch, which is Exile Monarch, because you
Yeah,
can
the
do
Banish
things
variant.
shenanigans with DD Survivor and DD Scout Plane.
Yes. The actual Dark Emperor structure deck is like a Dark Banish-based deck, because it's got all the good DDs, Warrior Lady, Survivor, Scout Plane even. It's also got like Golden Homunculus and Helios shit in there, and Kaiku and
And then
Bazoo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then Caius,
Soul
who
Release.
is-
Finishes.
Caius, who's arguably the best run of the first. It's a very clean debate between two.
Also, by the way,
Yeah.
just for the format, I want to talk about how, like, obviously we shit on like how some of the structure decks are not as good. Though, Konami did confirm Ash reprint in the Crystal Beast structure deck, so I think Konami has realized that they want to sell nostalgia structure decks for nostalgia reasons, but also they want to move them to the general playing populace, so they leave the really good stuff in there.
Yeah,
No
I've
confirmation if
seen-
D-Shifter is also in that, but it might be.
Yeah, I thought I saw some pretty good stuff in that structure.
But the main thing is that, like, this dark structure, when it came out, was packed with actual good
Yeah.
like staples. D-Fisher and Macrocosmos were both in here. Sakuretsu, Bottomless, Karma Cut, Torrential Tribute, Return, Econ and Lightning Vortex. Like, this was a very solid structure deck when it came out.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so that was our first wave of support, is kind of that period. Let's actually talk about aesthetically Zaborg.
Yeah, we
So,
need to talk about him.
I wanted to.
Okay, Axe, I mean, I gotta ask you, is the first thing you want to mention in the head region?
Yes, but I had two other things as well.
Okay, but because I feel like the
But he
head
has a giant
issue.
green afro, though.
I'd be like, I thought he had like a different face, up real.
No, he's got
he has a
a little
giant-
weird face, and he's got a chia pet head.
Zaborg, yeah, he is a chia pet.
He also has weird
Yeah.
spikes on like, I guess his like outer color.
No.
But
The,
even that-
the spikes make sense. That's like the spikes and the
Like
weird
lightning
tiger print.
rods,
That's
I
the
think.
lightning. That's the Japanese lightning motif. That's a
I was
Raijin
gonna say
thing.
like, yeah, I was gonna say like he has a whole Raijin. He has a weird like armored Raijin motif.
No, it's the chia pet head that are.
Yeah.
I don't know where that's come. I don't know why they put that there.
Yeah, that's a
Doesn't
weird
really-
one. Also,
Yeah,
Axe did
I
point out
wondered
his
what-
his tiny face is very weird. He's got like a red. does he have a red nose plate, or is his nose bright red and sticking out of his
No,
helmet?
I think it's the other part of like the red bit coming out or something.
Because I think I see his
I like to
neck
think
under
that's
there
his
is
tiny
red.
ass mouth.
Is that his mouth? Is his mouth way up here? It's very goofy, no
just
matter
has
what
a
you do.
really
Giant
long
chin.
chin.
I feel
Yeah.
I've always thought that the Monarchs are partially like animated like elementals inside armor suits. Honestly,
They are definitely some kind of like elemental representation.
because
Yeah,
I
you
feel like
can-
there's no flesh under those armor. I feel like
Well,
it's just
okay.
Well,
energy.
no. I think you
Okay.
can see his neck. That's it. His neck is right here.
To put my comic nerd hat on for a while, like I believe the Monarchs are very closely designed in at least partial parody with the Celestials from Marvel, or the New Gods, if you want to do this basically the same thing.
I mean,
where
Dallas, I'm
giant
gonna say no, they're not, because Japanese animes, but the large dudes with elemental powers is a very recurring theme. You could argue that's just classical mythology as well.
that's true.
Yeah.
Well, I was also gonna say, I don't think you realize how old those things are.
Yeah, like you guys are
Omega.
like from the 70s.
Yeah, they predate most anime.
Yes, but do Japanese anime writers give a shit about the new gods?
Yes,
X to doubt.
they're no,
It
they
depends.
love Marvel
it may,
comics.
it may depend on
Well,
what
he's
time
the
frame,
other one.
because
Or
if
actually,
it
DC.
would, because a lot of when we were still over in Japan a lot in say the 50s and 60s, we were bringing over a lot of our comics. And
Well, yeah, but that's
I've heard that
where
they're
like
actually
Astro
quite
Boy and
popular.
Gigantor and stuff come from. But
Yeah.
that's
And honestly, I don't really see it that much with like Zaborg is definitely the outlier there. It's much clearer to me with other ones.
well, and that we can say Zaborg is an outlier because we can be pretty sure they probably didn't think this was like a theme or an archetype yet. This was
Yeah.
just a random guy.
No.
Like his name is his original name in Japanese is Raite, which basically is Thunder Ruler, Thunder Monarch. Zaborgu. So just like Zapborg or whatever.
Yeah.
He
No,
is
this
a.
feels
I do want to say to Axe's point about them being elemental. We mentioned earlier how the Monarchs are like mostly known for their stat line, right? Because they are all different types and attributes. Zaborg is a light thunder. He is actually a thunder type, which is kind of
Yeah.
interesting in the old school Yu-Gi-Oh days. The reason why Ryza and Mega Ryza are relevant through different time periods is because that guy is a wind-winged beast, shit like that. So
He's a bird elemental.
they are definitely it's because there is no other air archetype, honestly.
yeah.
But they are definitely meant to be like elementally based. And certainly Zaborg has part of that. He's got lightning between his hands. The tiger skin print and the thing on his back are definitely like Japanese Raiden or Raijin type stuff.
honestly, I think Zaborg is supposed to go in the same not really archetype, but the same like world as like Thunder Nyan Nyan and Thunder King Ryo.
Yeah.
He much more has that like aesthetic.
Honestly, yeah.
And that makes sense because, like I said, that's what old school Thunder monsters were. Also, I do wanna say, this is obviously this is way before then, but I do also think that a lot of the Monarchs being extra large armored dudes, do also feel like they would fit as a Demon Souls or Dark Souls boss.
That's
Know.
true.
Like
Yeah.
obviously
There's
these cards
definitely
came out
one in-
these cards came out a
Yeah.
little bit before that aesthetic curve started to crystallize.
Well, I mean, if you want to make a technical argument, God, I'm a nerd. I'm a huge fan of FromSoft's like one of their earliest games that has a very, very Dark Souls-like aesthetic.
Kingsfield?
Which Lost Kingdoms,
Oh, okay.
which came out before this. No, it was around the same time, 2007.
Yeah, that's what I was saying was that because the original Demon Souls was 09. So like
Yeah.
obviously a little after the curve of like when Monarch started coming out. But things do not always happen in a vacuum. There is a reason, zeitgeist type reasons why things are like there. Like a lot of people like to joke that the original Legend of the Five Rings is just Game of Thrones but Japanese, because they do actually have some very funny lineups with some of their like, noble
well,
houses fighting and the giant wall that all the evil demon zombies are behind.
That's because spoilers. The Three Kingdoms War is the War of the Roses is basically the Three Kingdoms War but British.
Well, yeah, but
They're
also
very similar.
the thing is, again, also I think it's a zeitgeist thing. Like the L5R and the original A Game of Thrones came out like about a year apart. And people joke that, like, oh, George R. R. Martin, because I think technically the first edition of L5R came out first. Oh, George R. R. Martin just flipped it. No. I think that was just people were looking for that kind of thing in, like, fantasy fiction at the time.
That would have been right around the time the Lord of the Rings movies were coming out, right?
No, this was
No?
early to mid-90s. Lord of the Rings wasn't announced
okay.
until late 90s.
Although, to be fair, L5R and Martin both borrowed quite a bit from Lord of the Rings.
From
From
Tolkien,
classic
A lot of
fantasy
people do.
tropes.
Yeah.
Then and we should also say, I before we get, I will finish this off by saying this. The original first edition of L5R is also not really a Japanese fantasy because the writers all were very explicit in that, we wrote this basically with a filter of half-remembered, chopped up dubs of old samurai movies. Like, that was still the early 90s. The, otaku scene was not like how it is today.
We're now in the day where basically,
No.
where people want to basically do like Ghost of Tsushima and L5R kind of stuff.
There's much more direct comparisons with the culture. I will say before we move on to maybe talking about what Zaborg does, because I don't think we have anything really to say about his aesthetic other than his stupid afro anymore.
I will say like
Yeah.
the plating on his armor is like cool. Like it's
Yeah,
overly sized, but he's also like he's huge anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
his
It's
big
being
boy
big.
his big boy armor look is not necessarily good or bad. It's okay. It's just part of
Like,
the
the
aesthetic. I
ridges
think.
make sense. I don't really know what's
mean,
going on with his
I
legs,
have a
but
bit
I
of a
can't say it that
problem
well.
with his
This is some
chest
perspective
armor.
stuff.
I don't know what it's
Yeah, I guess
meant to be.
technically,
It's
I think he's
weirdly
got
segmented.
I think he's got like a shocky bit sticking out of there. But what I wanted to say
his-
was the other bit of like weird RPG zeitgeist thing is I would like to remind everybody that I'm pretty sure the original version of Delta Green, the Call of Cthulhu supplement, and the X-Files came out the same year. Again, not like either was like cribbing from one another. That was just government conspiracies was in everybody's brain. It happens.
Sometimes things are a coincidence. Like,
Although considering how Necro television works, the X-Files is probably in development for at least a year or two beforehand.
Yeah, but it's still like, well, so is Delta Green. It's like a 300-page
for sure,
supplement, you know?
Yeah, probably fair. Yeah.
Yeah,
fair.
like everything has a
No,
long
it's-
tail.
yeah.
But yeah, so there's a lot of interesting stuff with
And
like
also,
just
who really, if people are cribbing from each other, who really gives a shit? Like, honestly.
well, yeah, that's a thing nerds like to fight about sometimes, but it's not really.
Nerds are insufferable.
I
say this
honestly,
as a nerd.
I wonder if it might still be the leftover like music hipster movement, like trying to figure out what bands came first and were more
God.
obscure bullshit. That is something
Look,
that
as a
I've never
music
been
fan,
enough of a
the
music guy.
early 2000s music hipster bullshit movement is the most insufferable thing on the fucking planet.
Honestly, that's probably why I don't know more about like music culture and subculture, because that was when I was like discovering
so
taste
glad-
was right in that strike zone, and I'm just like, I don't understand this hipster thing at all.
I'm so glad I was a punk fan where
Listen to
we just
music.
admit all of our bands suck.
And
but
like, there
okay,
are just some
so-
good songs sometimes.
Big
maybe.
Boy Zaborg here, as I said before, he kind of breaks
Yeah.
the mold. He's a level 5. The rest of the ones in this block are 6, and then there's some 8
Yeah.
ones that come later. We'll
Breaks
discuss.
the mold in another way too, but we'll get to that.
He is 2400 attack, 1k defense. The firmly established Monarch stat line. And his effect is simple. If this card is tribute summoned, target a monster on the field, destroy that target. Very simple, very straightforward.
Yep.
Doesn't really do
And-
anything extra, but still, target a monster, destroy it. This includes on your field, if you've got a lava golem stuck on you for some reason. If you've got 2 lava golems stuck on you because you just tribute the lava golem. Anyway.
And then, unfortunately, that's also mandatory too.
True,
And
yes.
That's the other sticking point, because I'm pretty sure most of the others If they're mandatory, they're at least they don't blow you up if they have to trigger.
Yeah, I think
I
the
mean-
language gets tighter on the Monarchs.
Yeah.
As David is pointing out, Zaborg's effect is a mandatory effect if this card is tribute summoned, target a monster. So you must do that. Which means that if he's the only monster in the field, yes, he targets himself.
It's still hard to, like, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
Because it is monster and not
Yeah.
any position. Like, it's face up or face down.
Yeah, no. At the time this was played, with the way tribute summoning works, and obviously later with tribute engines, the odds that your opponent wouldn't have at least one monster on the field, because again, this card is basically impossible to summon turn 1 in the original time period. There are ways to get tributes on board, but they usually require a turn of setup. You know, Treeborn doesn't come back until your standby.
Honestly,
Sidra requires your opponent to control a monster.
It makes it a little bit awkward in Soul Control builds, but that's why Soul Control never really took off.
Yeah,
as
the main thing that I think Monarchs did was, while technically very control oriented at the time period, because obviously a lot of their effects are control based, they're basically a going second boop 'em control deck. You go second, you summon a big asshole, and then you clear your opponent's board to be like, okay,
you rely on either monster or spell cards with super powerful effects like Premature Burial, Snatch Steal,
which is a lot of Goat era. This is a complaint I often see about Goat era these days, is that Goat decks are crammed full of spicy one-of spell traps, because that's how the format was. There were a lot of really powerful spells.
No, but or monsters like Treeborn Frog, Spirit Reaper, or things you can't remove easily like Breaker, Blade Knight, Exile Force, DD Warrior Lady, stuff like that.
You know, I know this is probably a tangent, but it came to me where it's like, when I think of Goat, I just think about partially, I guess, like Edison, where it's kind of like a solved format, and then I think about
Goat is absolutely a solved format. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise.
Solved format is not
as I was trying to finish the
bad
point
thing.
of...
Yeah.
It makes me think of like Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Where you can't... Okay, guys.
No.
Go ahead, X.
It makes me like Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Where it's like, I guess it can't ever be solved because there's multiple different decks that work, then that there's always level of chance that it just sometimes just works out better.
I mean,
no. Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Could be solved. The problem is that when you're talking about modern, as in literally the format right now, the problem is that format is always moving.
Evolving.
Yeah,
I would argue this current format is solved. The one we are in is solved.
Yeah,
the best decks are known.
Yes.
Yeah.
But there are also things like the tins are going to come out in a couple of weeks.
God, I'm going to play Branded Slifer. It's gonna
Yeah,
be
you
nice.
are. Fuck yeah. Let's all play weird Slifer builds.
Speaking of the tens, though,
Slifer's
there's
not good,
like
though.
some reprints.
Axe,
in
have you
those.
seen the new Slifer?
Oh, right. Okay,
Yeah,
yes,
the Slifer
never mind.
trap.
If you-
It's fucking
right.
silly.
I forgot.
Yes, Slifer as a deck is bad. However, and I do actually think this, in Branded, that card is dumb.
Branded
And
Divine
may
Beast
actually
nonsense,
bring
yeah.
Branded into a tier 1 deck.
Well, and there are several other mill decks, but I do believe Branded is the best lab they've done for
No,
just...
Branded
Because
has the best
I
chance
should
of it
say this,
just
if you
because,
don't know, they've announced that one of the 10 promo cards is there's a new Slifer trap, which basically has the original anime effect of Cards of Sanctity.
yes.
However, because it is a trap card and requires Slifer to be in your graveyard, you can pop it in your opponent's standby phase or their draw phase when they have 6 cards, and ideally you as a combo player have none.
It also cannot be negated.
Yes,
is the
it
other
liteally
thing.
can't be negated.
Because it's a
so-
Divine
Here's the
Beast
thing
card.
about that card.
Or Divine-
Like, it
it's
is
a-
a perfect
it's a
card
Yu-Gi-Oh
to
card.
be broken in exactly this meta, because first of all, no one is playing hand traps right now. That's
Yeah,
just
hand
not
traps
a
are
thing
way
people
down.
are playing,
Because don't, like,
hand
Splight,
traps
just
suck
ignore it?
against Splight and... No, both Splight and Tier Element ignore them.
The
there's
hand
literally no point
trap,
to playing
the best
any
hand trap that
traps.
would be good is probably Ghost Bell.
Oh, it's Nibiru as well. Like,
Yeah,
Nibiru
Nib
still
for a lot of
plays
summons, yeah.
Wait, how do they
Also,
ignore Ash?
it kills Tier
Because
Element.
that-
Nibiru kills Tier Element, not...
They don't summon from deck. No. And milling is not sending from deck to graveyard that way.
Yeah.
Oh.
Alternatively,
No, but-
it may be, but guess what? When all of your activations mill, the fact that Ash blocks 1 mill doesn't do anything.
Yeah, no. Like, the current meta is just so bad for hand traps that no one is running them,
Yeah.
except for, like, one of called
I'm now
Buy
trying to
and
figure out like how
stuff.
Splight works again, because like I thought it summons from deck all the time.
No, but,
It
here's
does,
the
but
thing,
you also have like 4 different starters.
Yeah, you also
Fair.
have monster negates built into your starters.
Yeah, no, that's
Right.
the
Yeah.
thing. Like the reason why Ash is not actually like a crazy powerful card that needs to be banned like all the time is if you have the right
Yeah.
deck, Ash doesn't do anything. Like I went
No,
to
yeah.
Diamond in Master Duel. I can play through Ash because my deck has 9 starters. Like
Yeah,
that's
I just
how
have
it
a
works.
very bad habit of loving decks that die to exactly Ash Blossom.
Yeah, where you only have
That
one
is a
start
personal
line.
problem I have discovered.
You just have a deck that you just can't reliably open with 3 starters.
I'm looking at. By the way, I'm looking at the list
Well,
out of
no.
the tins are not crazy good because they don't have like the
I
best
should- I should-
reprints or rarity decreases, but they're still pretty good.
I should
Yeah.
brief on that. I play decks that have an Ash choke point. Because it's not necessarily like I play plenty of decks that have multiple.
Also,
minions,
by the
but
way,
thing
I
is,
do
if
want to
you
I do want to
negate it at
shout
the
out
right
to
time-
I do want to shout out to the TCG. One, I do appreciate their reprinting all the alt arts. So there's new Blue Eyes, Red Eyes, and Dark Magician Girl reprints and stuff. But this is going to be the 3rd or 4th reprint of Red Eyes Dark Dragoon. The TCG just fucking flips the bird to the OCG like, no, one, we're not going to ban this guy, and also we're gonna print him about 9 more times. The main thing is Lightning Storm and Droplet are confirmed as reprints, which is thank God.
Yep.
So is
Nibs in
D-Shifter,
there.
Dark Ruler no more, Crossset Designator's back, and also
I mean-
all of the Ghost Girls. And
Yeah.
Nib.
Yeah, there are two big.
Nib is
ones
an
that-
ultra reprint, actually.
The two big ones that hurt that aren't getting reprinted. Access hurts a lot.
Yeah, unfortunately that's because Access would have been in last year's tin if he was in a tin, and they
Yeah.
moved him to Mago instead.
As is just the fact is that current modern Yu-Gi-Oh is ridiculous expensive. Like both of the tier 1 decks right now are over $600.
Yeah, that's just...
And this isn't going to help them.
No, because that's just unfortunately the way Konami structures reprinting, and because the set was I think Power of the Elements was delayed. The tier and sprite reprints won't come until next year's tin, which is after those decks will already be phased out, which is a shame that that's kind of how the process does. I will say I do before we move on to our next Monarch, which is Mobius. One last thread out there. I do want to say shout out to MBT and Danny Luke Von Karma's Broke Boy Yu-Gi-Oh series. Not only is it an amazing, entertaining series, but also it really does show you that Yu-Gi-Oh can actually be, especially at the locals level, a very
if you just
affordable
don't-
game.
It's
If you don't
just
have to
very
put hand traps or like Dark Ruler or
It's just-
droplets, you're fine.
No,
I
it's
think
just very
Dark Ruler should still be
unfortunate
technically
that
kind of cheap.
The last Dark Ruler no more is not that expensive.
Yeah, because it comes with a
Even
couple
before
structure
this
decks.
reprint, it wasn't that expensive. No, it's the droplets and lightning
Yeah,
storm. are
Droplet
the
and
two
Lightning Storm have
ridiculous.
unfortunately been
Oh, okay. I thought- I also
mishandled.
thought
Yeah.
Lightning
Lightning,
Storm was like 20 bucks
spoiler,
each.
droplets is still going to be about
Well,
$60.
yes, Axe,
Axe.
Dark Ruler is still $20, but remember, Droplet is like $100, and it's
Droplet
No, I
is
was saying like
$100.
Ash and like a few
Yeah,
like
Ash is
IPs.
$10.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
Axe. Dark Ruler has been in like 2 or 3 of the last structure decks.
yeah.
Yeah, no.
Konami hasn't
Mega
given a
already
shit
said that.
about
So I moved
reprinting
on.
about reprinting Dark Ruler
Ash,
structure decks.
No, the big problem cards are, and I can say this with confidence because I look at things like this because I'm a nerd. It's Access Code, Droplets, Lightning Storm, Crossy Des.
Yeah.
That one actually might be coming reasonable out of now. And then honestly, the big problem right now is just since Adventure, every meta archetype has been backbreakingly expensive.
Yeah, I was gonna say
That's just the big problem.
Like most of the engines are just have like 1 or 2.
How much
Yeah,
is
and I will
Adventure
say
right
some
now?
of that I
Like-
think has to do
like
with the
Twin-
Still
Light
over
Twin,
100,
it's
still
the-
over
it's the Link
$800.
twos.
yeah, the
Wait,
Link 2s
okay.
are still like $30, which I fucking hate.
Everyone just started talking about it once. I was asking, how expensive is it just to buy, I guess, like the 6 main deck adventure cards?
First of all, it's 12, and second of all,
yeah,
it's
loads.
over $400.
Yeah, loads, because those
Wait,
haven't
Right
been
of
printed
Arrow
yet.
Seer
I've only
is
seen people play.
$80.
I've only seen people play like 5 adventure cards all day.
No, it's Dracoback.
Well, first of all,
Griffin
Axe
Rider-
Master Duel doesn't count because that's free.
Yeah.
Okay, I meant as in like six
Draco
not
Back,
the
Air-
cards you play 3 of. I meant as in just like
no
names.
y-
But yeah.
Dracoback, Aramasir, Rite of Aramasir.
Yeah.
And Griffin Rider.
Like I was able to find $20
4?
water
Okay,
enchantresses.
that's 4 cards.
Yeah,
Oh,
Water
I
Enchantress
read
is
that.
the cheapest one. Rite of Aramasir is like $80.
And I think Enchantress is the cheapest because didn't they already semi-limit her?
Well,
And also she was banned in
I
the
believe
OCG,
she was
so-
an Ultra.
Yeah,
they haven't
she.
summoned them in the
Actually,
OCG,
don't worry.
yeah.
Were there secrets in that set? That was a deck build pack. It's weird.
That
Yeah.
was my question because like I was thinking maybe I could build a punk deck because maybe that, but it's like I'm not
No,
sure.
Punk's
what
super expensive. What's her
Yeah,
face is ridiculous.
I meant
Punk's a
the
strong
actual.
engine deck.
I meant the actual punk cards, not just
yeah,
cards around
Foxy
it.
Toon is
Yeah.
super
Oh.
expensive.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
because
You're-
the Punk was the same set as Adventure.
Spoiler,
Yeah.
literally all of the top 3 meta decks, other than Adagnister, because that set has literally been Mathmech Adagnister.
Yeah.
And even then, there's still
And
a
Mathmech,
$30
and
card.
also we should say Mathmech Adagnister. The reason why that has meta representation is because it is the budget deck.
Also,
I might
hey,
as well
no,
play
Omega,
Mathmech, I guess.
don't say shit. People need to be stopped talking shit on Mathmech. I'm looking at Stevie Blunder specifically. It came second at the last regionals. Don't fuck with
Well,
Mathmech.
isn't it? First of all, I not that I know a lot about Stevie, but is he still kicked out of Konami events?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so first of all, you shouldn't
also-
trust him because he doesn't know shit about shit. But also,
He's also weirdly younger than all of us. I didn't know that.
well, I don't care about that. That's not relevant.
Mm.
I don't give a shit. You can still be an asshole idiot loudmouth who steals content.
I mean, every YouTuber steals content.
Yeah, but I'm fairly certain Stevie still runs the technically unaffiliated format where he just clips everybody's reaction streams and posts them.
I don't have a problem with that. I'm gonna be real.
I mean, some people just be dedicated.
It's
to it,
such
and
a
it's like
it's such a prevalent thing in YouTube. I've just stopped giving a shit, and maybe that's bad.
Well,
of me, but
I mean, you should give a shit because that's you are stealing other people's content. But also, I think a decent number of those channels are actually affiliated. I don't know if Farfa makes any money off the YouTube channel called Farfa and Friends.
I also don't think
Well,
he gets up progressive, but I feel like he's just happy that
also
it exists.
the big difference is like if he's clipping like Konami go ahead. I don't give a shit. I extra don't give a shit about like official reactions. But
No,
that's a
no, it's
different
not
thing.
that. It's when
Yeah.
MBT watches a
Oh, yeah.
prog or a sealed or whatever, and
I
then
mean, I watch some of his stuff. Honestly, it's mostly his game show, which I find hilarious because it's just a bunch of people being dumb.
there's a lot of those YouTube
which
videos
is
out there.
just entertaining content. Sorry, people being stupid on live on the internet is funny. I mean, that's why you're here, isn't it?
So maybe we should
Go back to Monarchs.
move
movies.
forward here now.
Yeah. Omega was talking about Dark Souls inspired. Holy shit, this one. This is the most Dark Souls looking one to me.
Yeah, sorry, I have to scroll through lots of printings of this guy.
Oh, I'm sure.
I feel like
Oh,
I
no,
could
Punk
play.
is a great deck. It's just expensive.
Well, it's expensive for like the 2 cards that are.
So
Yeah,
I want to
bad.
say, I feel like I can place Mobius from like Dark Souls 2 DLC.
No, he's Dark Souls. Okay, maybe this will turn something in your head. Mobius of the Boreal Valley.
Okay, fair enough. I was also
Yeah.
thinking of like the Boreal Knights from 2.
I mean,
What
but
I'm
those
trying
are
to think of-
expanded upon in 3.
That's
literally
what I'm trying to think of is, do I make an Infinity joke or do I go for the Morbius joke here?
No, we
I
don't
mean,
do
it
any
is
of those
more
Well,
jokes.
the
Fine.
second one doesn't make.
There's no
sense
R.
'cause I just speak stupid.
Yeah, but it's close
Yeah,
enough.
but you know the end.
Yeah,
Okay.
but also that joke is a literal failure.
Yeah, that's true.
It's still funny.
Uh,
No, I'm sorry, Omega. That made it funnier to me.
All right, I've muted and deafened myself, because I'm tired of this dance. This is Mobius, the Frost Monarch. He's armored and he's frosty. I like the patterns of the ice on his body. That's good. That's very good. Actually, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think the weird, creepy, like, bird-like mask on his face actually really works in this case. I mean, I guess there's a question of where the fuck his face is versus his neck, but that does go back to that thing Axe talked about, how these guys aren't really human, per se. So, like, the fact that his neck is, like, way up here, and then that's, like, his faceplate, like, does that work? I don't... Not for a human, but for a weird Iceman, maybe.
Because you guys talk about Morbius.
No, we don't say that name. Anyway, I have described to the stream what I think about...
Well, I have to unmute it so there wasn't double. voice.
also, I like how Dallas, you went to yell in chat why you silenced when I'm explaining why you were silenced, because I'm like, I'm tired of this. I'm gonna talk about what he looks
I
like.
have the stream muted.
I was, yeah, because double.
Anyway,
I literally told him why you made him. Why we
yeah, I
should all
got
because
that
he wanted
part. We're
to
not
know
going
it.
over it. Oh my God!
Yeah.
All of you stop backtracking. Don't never go back. Only go forward. Mobius, what do you think about how he looks? I already said my
have
piece.
one problem
I said my
with his
pick, but you didn't care.
design.
You muted me when I did yours.
No, I
I
definitely
have
muted
one
myself. So if you tried to power through, okay, Axe
I
left.
have
I think
one
he died.
problem with his design. No,
Um,
Is
he's
it the
just leaving
gauntlets?
like a pouty baby. No, it's actually an overall problem.
oh, okay.
There's just something really
Oh,
awkward
what?
about the texture of his entire armor set.
Well,
It
it's
looks
icy.
slimy and it bothers me.
It's
Yeah,
icy.
but it
He's
looks
wet.
slimy.
I
don't
will
like it.
I will
don't
say
like it.
I will say on his like forearm bits, it is a little goopier than normal. I don't
Yeah,
mind.
his arms and legs are the biggest problem area.
Like the
It's-
arm in the background does possibly look like that's ice, but no, the arm in the foreground. Yeah, no, that does.
It just
that does
looks
look great.
awkward. Like,
Could you
I get what they're
Yeah.
going for. I understand.
Axe, I don't know what the
crispy
fuck you
eyes.
want from me. What are you doing right now?
They were cutting off what I was saying, but could you repeat what you actually
Is-
described about Mobius? Because it's like I didn't. know
No,
what
I'm
you were
not
saying.
going back. I said it for stream. What do you think
what
about
the fuck you
Mobius?
said? Whatever the fuck you say, 'cause I don't want to be repetitive.
All right, we're not
Oh
talking
my
about what
God.
Mobius looks like anymore. We're
no.
moving on. I'm scrapping this
All
entire
right, fine.
segment.
Because again, he looks like liquid metal, but also like ice at the same time.
Yes, that's what Dallas was talking about. Though he does not like how goopy
Yeah.
he looks.
No, it just looks a little bit like it's mostly to do with the texture on the arms and the back leg. I think.
I mean, I think he has those
What it would be
textures and
in
reflections
relation?
everywhere, but because those are in the foreground, I do think they are.
No, yeah, it's just the way
more
they
prominent.
look on them.
I don't mind it
Uh.
because I think that helps with his iciness, and it.
I think his gloves and like boots are fine. I just feel like 2 for Monarch having weird chest plate pauldron.
Also,
face bits.
Jesus
No.
Christ, he's thick.
I don't
He
think
could
there's anything wrong
crush
with
a
his chest
man
plate.
in between his thighs.
Well, he's huge. Yes.
We can acknowledge this, correct?
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, he
has
is
the
huge.
Thickest thighs. Well, no, but
Yeah.
specifically his thighs to body ratio are like. He got them Chun-Li thighs.
Yeah, I think so. It is a little hard to tell though because like Zaborg, there's a little bit of a weird perspective here, because like I think technically like his other knee is like up here. He's doing a Slav squat or something. So like
That's
I think he's pivoted at our body a weird
Actually-
way. But yes, I do think he has
actually,
pretty big legs.
I more think it's more. It makes me think more of like the knight kneel to their king kind of thing. where
Well,
it's
yeah,
like-
no, that's the pose he's going
Mm.
for. But I'm just saying his legs are thick.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It's also probably.
Well, and I
like
also
the
want to
thing
say
that
not
He
just.
has
I also
Chun-Li
do want to say
legs.
not just his thighs because this is his lower leg right here because
Yeah.
that's his foot. Like, that's some thick calves.
Well, yeah. No, but he has thick calves, but he has like Chun-Li thighs.
He's a big boy.
I'm just saying.
I like the mist effect, and the cape is cool. I just think like his other parts of his armor are just kind of weirdly designed to me.
I mean,
Why?
I think the pose is a little
What's weirdly
awkward,
designed?
but
It's just
overall, I
armor.
think his armor's really good. Oh, and he has a choker, which is a choice.
No, I do not think you
No, I think
technically
it's
would
a-
call
it's
that
a
a
chest
choker
plate.
because it's
Yeah.
also not the chest plate because he has a chest plate under it, but he does
Yeah,
have a
it's,
he has a front
uh,
of his armor
gorget?
piece. Yeah, I think the
Is that
the
what-
They're
gorget.
mountain-sized. They're mountain-sized.
Yeah, these guys are huge.
Filthy casual. No, yeah. I actually don't know when they decided that, so you could argue that back when they were designing this, they could have meant them to be human-sized, but definitely within the context of what we know now, they're like mountain or building-sized.
And I
even
think the
building
non-
size-
I think the non-mega ones might be like just building sized, but like Erebus is
well, one of
fucking
the-
huge.
One of them is fucking huger than the other ones.
Grand Morg,
Even
I
of
think,
the
is
originals.
probably like
Yeah,
more
Grandborg
the-
is like the size of a mountain.
Yeah, Grand Marg is he's like twice the height of the other guys. It's funny.
There's a really funny art. I can't remember which one it is, but it just shows all of them in Grandmark, and Grandmark's like 8 times their size.
Yeah, he's
That
a
might
big
be
rocky boy.
Domain.
But yeah, so this
Why is this card... Okay. Sorry, I looked at Yu-Gi-Oh! Prices. Why is Elemental Hero Glow Neos $20?
I think it was printed once.
That
Or
makes
twice.
sense. Still.
I mean,
weird.
I will say this: technically, the getting extra printings doesn't matter for the price of the previous printing. Like the original printing of Access Code is still like $100, even though the Max Gold printing is $50, because market nerds refuse to budge, and we should eat all of them. We should steal all
no.
their cards and redistribute them evenly.
Collectors are, in fact, the worst.
We should eat
eat the investor.
collectors. We should eat
but
the investors.
Somehow the market works out like that. You just need to wait for the penny print.
Here's a personal
Konami
question.
should literally just print a set of Yu-Gi-Oh card that's every card in the entire game for a
Is
penny.
there a difference between an investor and a collector?
Yes, technically.
Yes, but never take someone's word on which one they are.
Fair enough.
That's
I
a
just
good
say
point
like,
on that.
is it okay to like not kill all the collectors but kill all the investors?
Well, that's why I said that in the first place. I said
Well,
specifically
yeah,
kill
but we're
investors.
killing some of the collectors because they're actually shitheads.
Fair
But I
enough.
will say this, Dallas. I will say this. I don't.
Specific person.
Okay, Christ.
Sorry.
Dallas really wants to talk about everything that's not Monarchs tonight. Jesus.
Yes.
What I was gonna say was to your point earlier, Dallas, about printing every card for like pennies. I don't think they can do that because there are literally like 10,000 cards.
That's true.
That would be
I
a
mean,
very big set.
I mean, they could just do yearly sets and then just do it over the next 2 years.
Honestly, I just wish
all of
they did a
2001,
magic.
all of 2002.
I just wish they did a magic thing where it's literally every. They do it because of rotation, but every year they do a set of. Well, here are all the generic staple cards. Throw them in there, and that's why generic staples in Magic are weirdly never expensive, whereas
Well,
one-off
they
cards
did.
sometimes get weirdly expensive.
They did technically do that with Dual Devastator a couple years ago. I'm not really sure why Konami hasn't redone a similar set. Maybe they're just waiting for even more generic power cards. Because, like, the thing is, Dual Devastators sold really well. They are hard to find now and are no longer at MSRP. So, like, it was clearly profitable for Konami. But I don't know why they don't. Why they haven't gone back yet? Maybe it's because they did the special theme with like roots under red roots underfoot or something. They had to like make sure it had a tie-in. We'll see. They do other weird products, like they're doing the Maven's box.
And maybe it could also be like the lockdown.
Yeah,
thing.
supply chain stuff was really fucked for a while.
Supply chain issue.
Anyway,
No,
what
don't you know,
Mobius does is, and Mobius, by the way, is our first boy in the actual like process of being a Monarch. He is level 6,
Yes, this
has
is
all the stats.
next set from Zaborg, actually.
Yes.
Is it actually
Soul
the
the
next?
Duelist one? Yeah. No,
Wow, that was a long gap then.
The first 4 are actually consecutive sets.
Okay.
And then
Sorry,
Rise
I'm
is
just
like
looking
a
at it and I'm
while.
like, well, wow, but Soul of the Deuce came out in like October. Damn, that was a little bit of a long break, right? There were less sets back in the day.
Yeah.
Though, funnily
that
enough,
was-
I do want to
fun
say,
fact, I believe that was the Upper Deck to non-Upper Deck transition year.
that may explain it. Though, also, funnily enough, speaking about being reprinted, Mobius also got a reprint in a different structure deck. He was in Fury from the Deep as well, as a common.
Yeah.
So, like,
Yeah.
again, these guys got around a little bit more than you'd think.
No.
But
Mobius.
you know the stat line. The
great.
thing you need to know is Mobius is water aqua, because that's our generic water type. He's not a fish, nor is he a sea serpent. But his effect is when this card is tribute summoned, you can target up to 2 spell trap cards on the field, destroy those targets. So
Yes.
we really learned a lot from Zaborg right away. Like, Zaborg being technically a minus was very infrequent. Like, honestly, you probably wouldn't ever accidentally Zaborg yourself. It just means you would play a different card.
Yeah.
Um,
It restricted deck building a little bit.
yes,
But
but
also, I think it's
Mobius,
also not mandatory activation.
yes, Mobius is non-mandatory and is up to 2, so you are never restricted in his effect. You
Oh, I
may
was saying that
summon
for
him to
Zaborg, I
not
thought, yeah.
activate his effect,
No, Zaborg is not conditional.
but
So there's one big problem with Mobius, and it is. So, Mobius is the eternal side deck Monarch. Because sometimes Mobius is just not good.
yeah, if your opponent doesn't play spell traps, you have no targets.
Especially in early meta, spell trap heavy decks were not common.
Eventually, though, they just
Like,
start
at all.
pulling the rug, and then it's just a minus.
In early Yu-Gi-Oh, there was almost no spell trap heavy decks. Like, honestly, it was mostly because of the traps. Like, there were every deck was spell heavy decks because like you had sack.
Yeah, but
bullshit,
it's
like,
continuous
Charity.
spells. There were people who played weird shit like level limit area
Yeah.
B stuff, and eventually we talked about Frognark. Obviously, like when the Frog package came out, there was like Wetlands Beats.
Mobius is the bench Monarch. Is
Yeah.
the best way to put it.
Yeah, like he's good, but he's not good all the time.
He's good when he's good, but unfortunately, unlike Thestalos and Zaborg, he's not universally good.
Yeah.
But I would argue that he's,
Speaking, by the way,
I would say, probably better than Zaborg.
I would argue.
It's kind of
I mean,
arguable.
if you want to look at it in a vacuum, I would say at times the problem is Zaborg.
I think Zaborg's effect is technically written better than Mobius, but throughout the history of Yu-Gi-Oh, the odds that you will never have a target for Zaborg versus odds you will never have a target for Mobius are very different.
The biggest problem is Zaborg has never been bad when he has been relevant.
Yes. I will also say though, I do think that technically, with some of the later guys, Zaborg gets power crept a little.
Zaborg gets completely killed by a certain monarch.
There are later monarchs with effects like Zaborg's that are just better.
Zaborg, but I'm saying in the original, Ryza does not come out like.
No, Ryza is fairly late. That's 07.
Destalos, Grandmar, Mobius, Zaborg are all within like one set of their consecutive sets. Yeah. And then Ryza is later. And until Ryza comes out, Zaborg is a mainstay in the main deck where Mobius is relegated to the side deck. Because if you can call it right, Mobius is great. But if you're facing against like what other decks were popular at the time, like Chimera Tech decks, Mobius is great against. Yeah. But if you're facing like Gadget, like Tempo, Mobius doesn't do shit.
So fair enough.
Thestalos has appeared, by the way.
Maybe I'm just thinking of it from our progression series standpoint.
Well, that's because we all play Battle Traps more than.
I had a weird thought about thinking about Mobius. It's like, man, he would never. He couldn't stop mine. Damn.
No, he can't stop mine because he's a monster. Anyway, we're not here to talk about that anymore. Thestalos.
So Thestalos, I have a lot of. I think it's interesting that it's like it's a weird mix between like some weird Hellspawn with like I think Egyptian weird like a Japanese Egyptian script on like his center line and then
no, it's just flames. It's just flames.
No, those are just. I can tell you what this is a reference to because this honestly looks like a direct reference to something to me. I think this is just referencing the Man in the Iron Mask because Thestalos does not look like he's having a good time.
No, it's like some weird hell demon thing.
Yeah, I mean,
it looks like I don't think he's a hell demon. I think he's very hot
and cooking himself in his own armor.
Yeah.
Well, he is a pyro. I will say I do feel like
also the opening between his legs.
Well, that's just the back of his
That's just
cape.
This is just normal like Thestalos is the most generic looking in the Monarchs.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So, like I think he loses some of the energy that Mobius and Zaborg had. Because he's just kind of a guy standing in some flames. Like, yeah, his cape is red, and then his sub-cape is blue. Well, technically, his top cape is blue and red. But anyway, you get what I mean.
Yeah.
But then he's just a tall armor boy. He's got some very thick shoulders, but there are armor styles like that.
Yeah. No, this looks like actual armor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of liked it because I actually thought of, like, there's actual armor design there.
I mean, it's just kind of boring to me.
That's
I don't know.
fair.
Compared to the other Monarchs, it's just kind of boring.
There's definitely there's less, funnily enough, there's less flair in this. It's mostly in there's a lot of background shading detail with a lot of fire stuff, and he has a Darth Maul hat. I mean, I guess there's an interesting fact we know about Monarchs, at least one of them. Thestalos has teeth. Cool. I really needed to know that, Yu-Gi-Oh! Artists.
I didn't need to know that.
I mean, he just looks in pain. Like, honestly, it just looks like he's cooking himself.
Yeah, he's
like,
yelling.
That's why I just get the Man in the Iron Mask vibes, because it's just like
the weirdest thing is like his right hand looks like he's in pain, but weirdly when he gets the fire in his hand, it looks like he's weirdly calm when like the fire.
I mean, he's still screaming.
Yeah.
Like literally.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that could be going on there, but yeah, it's fairly generic. Not the most generic, but I mean, in terms of art overall. In terms of Monarchs, he's so far the most generic one we've seen.
No, yeah, he's the most generic one.
He's fairly normal, which is funny because his type is, as I said earlier, he's a fire pyro guy, so, like, those are usually pretty weird monsters.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Thestalos is a decent boy. You saw him kind of, I think he kind of ended up in a mid-range of Monarchs. Like, Grandmark's very situational.
I mean, Thestalos was actually the most played one in until 2007.
Yeah, he was played more early, but kind of fell off because he lives in kind of a weird space. because Thestalos is the hand-ripping monarch, which is
Yeah.
usually pretty good, but sometimes not as good. And
Yeah.
obviously, as time has
No.
gone on, straight-up ripping one has become less effective.
Yeah, no, the reason Thessalos is really good, at least in like the early 2006 to 2008 builds of Monarch, is because actually similar to like current Yu-Gi-Oh! Like I would argue Thessalos is better in some senses now, although it's usually the extra deck, so it's not really. But Thessalos is really good for decks that rely on one or two power cards to win.
Yeah.
So he was actually very important in deciding the Monarch mirrors, which is
Yeah.
why he was played a lot.
Because
if you
his
hit your opponent's Monarch, you
yes,
just
his
win.
effect is if this card is tribute summoned, discard one random card from your opponent's hand. Then, if it was a monster card, inflict damage to your opponent equal to its level times 100. So he is a random hand rip on summon. That is also mandatory, but it only affects your opponent's hand, so it doesn't matter. Now it is random, so it's not like trap dust shoot or nothing.
No, Thessalos was played though.
Yeah.
All throughout original Monarch.
Well, because obviously, like, we talked about how Monarch was good in Goat. You know, that's the one of Delinquent Duo
and
and
Reaper.
Confiscation
And
days.
Reaper.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, starting in Goat.
Yeah.
That's
starting
where
in
you
Goat,
have a lot of the
basically.
hand ripping cards. So, like, this was definitely a move to just, be like, hey, you lose a card. And when Yu-Gi-Oh was slower and more deliberate, when you set up for those big blowouts, that could be way more devastating. Now it's kind of hit or miss, because, like, obviously to get this guy out, you need to set up a tribute summon, a normal summon, as it were. And hand ripping your opponent can either mean that you have fucked their entire life because you have popped their crackback card or their hand trap they hadn't used yet. Like, God forbid, right? Like, you Thestalos is like your second summon or whatever, and then you rip Nib, right? And you're like, well, now I can do some weird shit.
Not to spoil too much in the future, but a certain retrain of this boy may be the best of that era of Monarch. as
Yeah.
well.
But the problem is that if you're facing against the wrong deck, hand ripping an opponent's monster just puts them up on card advantage. Because
Well, no,
Like,
hand rips a card and only conditionally does damage if it's a monster.
yeah, but what I mean is
Well,
if you hit a monster
like-
out of their hand because it's purely random, you don't get to pick.
Right.
You might
yeah.
actually accidentally be giving your opponent card advantage because you may have put
No.
something they were gonna put in their
Like,
graveyard
if
anyway.
if you hand rip, just saying tier, I'm pretty sure that would be bad.
I do believe those guys trigger when sent to graveyard by a card effect, so
Yeah.
yes.
Like, this card was played in 2016 for a very specific reason that I'll get into later.
Yeah, we'll talk
Why?
some strats.
Like, base Thestalos is very good for his era, and then
Yeah.
basically when Monarch died out, basically when the Synchro decks took over, and then further when the Xyz decks took over from that,
Yeah.
like, he just was not playing much.
Well, and I will say, I kind of understand why, because I assume the phase-out would have been right when we reached not just Dad decks, but Teledad. Because I think there were Dad Monarch builds, and then Teledad comes out,
Yeah.
and you're just like, oh, shit.
It's really weird, because Monarch died for Teledad, basically 2009 format.
Yeah.
Then they came back in, like, 2010, 2012, 2011 for, like, Edison-ish format.
Mhm.
Then they had a really weird stint in 2014. I am not exactly sure why.
I think the first Mega Monarch might have come out at that time.
Oh, yeah, no, it was, yeah. Okay. But they just had this, like, really
And like I
weird,
said, much like Machina, Monarch is very popular with the fans because they have a very distinctive design style and, like, way they play games. And there's a lot of, we can say it, there's a lot of Yugi boomers who are like, but I want a tribute summon, though.
Yeah.
That's true. And I do like Monarch a
Yeah.
lot, but
So, like,
just really weird.
if
There's just
if
this,
you
like,
print a
there's
new
this
Monarch
one-
card, like, people will go, oh, yeah, Monarch.
yeah.
Yeah.
But then it really didn't do anything again until 2016.
Because
Like,
they needed a
realis-
critical mass of support.
But yeah.
Like, realistically, I think we're about due for the Giga Monarchs now.
I would love Monarch.
Maybe,
to be
the Megas are all
Hyper Monarch.
the Megas are all 8, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
They
you
can
could go to
make them
10, and you could go to, like, 32 1K.
Yeah, just give
I
us...
know
Actually,
what you
wait,
should have them do.
make hyper versions of like the divine, the dark, and like the.
Make their new field spell a Macrocosmos field spell.
That would be pretty
Except for-
spicy.
Except when
Do
you
it.
tribute cards.
No, you don't care about that.
No, Monarchs don't care that much about the graveyard.
There's a reason why we talked about that Kaya structure deck earlier was banish focused.
Yeah.
Monarchs don't
I
give a
thought they
shit.
cared about. I thought they cared about their being able to recur their.
Or sorry, I
squires.
shouldn't say Macrocosmos. I should say Defizz.
Yeah.
A Defizz.
Okay.
Yeah,
Some of their
not
spell
Spelltrap.
traps
Because you
don't
want
work that
you want to
way.
make sure you still have pantheisms in grave.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. You would want it to be a Defizz. Because
Yeah, their
honestly,
spell trap
I think
cycle.
Monarch builds play Defizz.
I mean, that would work
I
because
would.
what is, there are plenty of defizz / macro on stick type
you
stuff.
can trigger
like, what's his face? Shin Shin.
Squires, but here's what you do. You print new versions of the Squires that have trigger effects when they get banished.
True.
Or
Yeah,
you know what? Because it won't actually break the game, just say when tributed for a tribute summon. Because that activates anywhere, whether they're in the graveyard or the banish zone. And only works with Monarchs because you're not going to be tribute summoning other bullshit with vassals, guys. It's just not
Well,
going to happen.
You will, but it would just be the same
it's
usual
true.
suspects that show up in Monarch.
Yeah, it would be-
Vanity's Fiend and
Yeah.
Majesty's Fiend.
Yeah, which you just
Those
run.
are literally the only other two tribute monsters that ever get.
Yeah.
played.
Yanaray Monarchs of the
Yeah.
Oh, and Jinzo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, Grandmark's been on
Jinzo
screen
the
for a
side
while.
deck for
But-
Eldritch.
Grandmark's been on screen for a while. He's Grandmark.
Yeah.
This
He's
guy's
a big
fucking
boy.
immense.
I like his armor, but he's also
Yeah.
just a lumbering boy.
I do say this one looks a little more like anime or like early video game era y than the other guys. Like there's something
Yeah.
slightly more
Yeah.
cartoonish about his
This
proportions.
this guy reminds me of like Ashura's referee. It's like the first arc boss of like the first arc of the game kind of thing. Like the
I
first
will
2 hours
say,
boss or
I
something.
will say, especially with this perspective, but
hours,
also with the way he's
6
built, you can tell Grandmark is huge because I'm pretty sure he is like the other Monarchs kneeling right now, and he's still like reaching up into the fucking clouds.
No, he is like 8 times the size of the other monsters.
Yeah, he is
It's
a
ridiculous.
large lad, and he even feels that way because he's got a more barrel-shaped body shape. But
Also,
unfortunately,
I
there's
just-
not a lot to say about his armor otherwise because it's just kind of big.
He big.
He is a big one.
It has a
Big
weird
thing.
like opening. It has a weird like cut between his like pectoral plating for some reason.
No, that's just
I don't think you know how medieval armor is designed.
it's a gap in the plates.
Yeah,
you
the
don't-
only armor that has actually
Which
had really
also
weird
I
shit
should
on
say,
it,
by the way, is kind of how your muscles and skeleton work. Because remember, you've got
all
ribcage,
it
ribcage,
is-
sternum.
the only one that's had a really weird chest thing going on so far has been Zaborg.
Yeah, because Zaborg has like a
segmented.
weird cutout, and I think, like I said, it's not shown, but I think he's got like a lightning orb in the center of his armor or
Well,
something.
he just has he has weirdly a lot of extra segments. That's the main thing for me.
Yeah, but this, Grandmark's got, the torso piece. He's got a little like hip cape. He's got, a big belt. He's got a lot of
I mean,
rocks.
he's a bit generic, similar to Thestalos, but
Yeah, I think there's at least enough extra detail and like structure to him to make him a little less generic.
Yeah.
He's got like a Cyclops hat too, helmet.
like, I mean, he's not making my top 5 or my top 3 rather, but that's just because I know what's coming next.
But yeah, so Grandmarg is the Rock Earth Monarch.
Also known as the Bad Monarch.
Yeah, so his effect is if this card is tribute summoned, target a set card on the field, destroy it. That's another mandatory effect. Just if he's tribute summoned, you must target a set card and destroy it, which can accidentally fuck you. But also, it's only set cards. So remember we talked about how Mobius is good but situational? This is even more situational. For this to be
Yeah,
a
there's
plus
a-
for you, your opponent has to be setting either spell traps or monsters, which you cannot guarantee.
There's a really big problem with this card, and that is there's no situation in where you would prefer this card over Mobius or
Zaborg, yeah. Basically,
Oh,
he has the problem we talked about with Thestalos. Thestalos eventually gets power crept. Grandmarg came out number 4, and already arguably was already a more situational version of 2 very good Monarchs who were already out and being played.
I would argue he is not the worst of the initial wave of Monarchs situationally.
But he's
We'll
also
get to
technically
that.
not the worst out of the 6-star Monarchs because there were some weird guys who came out later.
Well, no, even the original 7. I don't even think he's the worst.
I feel so weird that I forgot the name of like the actual like 2 biggest monarchs. But
What?
they're-
Ether and Erebus?
yes, I forgot their names, and it was like
It's not
Maybe-
not really. Axe, in case you forgot, well, you might have forgotten, but all of those clusters, including their 2 squires, those are all E names. So if you can't remember exactly what their names were, that's okay because it's really fucking confusing.
Because I forgot because I was like, because you guys talked about like a new wave of monarchs is like, I guess it would be like Mega Erebus, Mega Aether or something.
Yeah, they don't have mega forms.
That's also possible.
And then maybe like hyper versions or something like hyper
Giga,
super.
Giga.
Yeah,
Why would you
please
not
do
be
not
Giga?
call them hyper monarchs. That
Oh,
sounds so
literally,
wrong.
why wouldn't it be Giga? That's how the nomenclature goes. Mega, then Giga.
Oh,
No, Omega, Wumbo monarchs.
Quiet you.
No,
on.
okay.
Okay.
That was
so-
if they made a joke set, that's what they
Think-
call them, but they don't make joke sets.
They should. Konami, make an
Tell me,
equivalent of
tell me
unhinged.
those doodle stegos.
I mean,
or whatever
Konami
those
does
are, those
sometimes,
doodle dinos
like-
aren't.
Make cards that recognize jokes, but they don't design cards to be jokes. That is true.
The Wumbo.
Yeah, no, Grand Monarch is
The
a
Mongo
bad
Wumbo
card.
monarch.
It's literally just like the problem is Monarchs were already cutting copies of Zaborg and Destalos. Like it was usually a like 3-2, 2-2 split just
Yeah.
because of how the game worked at the time. Because you could search it off Witch, you could search them off Sangan, or not Sangan.
No.
But you could search them off Witch.
Yeah.
You could like there were just ways and.
Mm.
If you're already cutting Monarchs down, there's no way you're gonna add as a Grand Mark.
I mean, I will say, much like Mobius, I think Grandmark had his potential like out there in the world. He wasn't reprinted in it because I think that was before him. But there was a rock structure deck around this time because he was first printed in 05. Like as a rock monster, he's an okay guy.
I mean,
as a monarch, he's very situational.
I would argue he's not, and I've had this conversation before. I think Rock is arguably one of the best typings in Yu-Gi-Oh! I think it's like the best that isn't Warrior, Spellcaster, Dragon. Just there are a lot of really broken Rock monsters.
I mean,
Now,
there are
his
some very
Mega
strong
Form is
rocks.
a different. His Mega Form is a different thing. That actually went in a lot of non-Monarch decks.
But-
It's never played in Monarch ever.
And I think
But,
the Mega
are
one
you
actually
talking
came out
about
later.
Rock Stun there, Dallas, or are you talking about just?
No, just like generic Rock decks, like
Yeah, they're just generically good rock decks.
Triamids, like
Oh,
couple
yeah,
other
I
rock
forgot about
archetypes. Like
Adamanticators are
That-
rocks.
there's a lot. Well, it didn't really go in Adamantipator because it was a level 8. I think builds of Adamantipator actually played normal Zaborg, just because of his level,
Yes.
or normal Grandmar rather.
Yeah.
Just because he was a 6 rock.
Yeah, no, but that's the thing. Like rocks. I was just saying, Adamantipator is a good rock deck. Like Adamantipator really made a lot of use of the
No.
rock support that existed for years that wasn't turboed out. There are a handful of others as well.
There's a surprising, like there's a Megalith is
Yeah.
another good rock archetype.
Yeah.
Like trust me, like people like obviously the big 3 are Warrior, Spellcaster, Dragon, but there's a lot of
I would argue we
good
should say that's a
rock
big
decks.
4 and include machines in that because there's also a fuck ton of good machine decks.
but here's the problem, Omega, and here's the one reason I'm concerning. I don't think there's a single typing that has more bad archetypes than machine.
It's true. I mean, there's a
Yeah,
lot of
machine
there's a
has
lot of
shit
shitty
ball
warriors though.
archetypes.
Dallas,
Yeah,
remember Warrock exists.
I'm saying if you're gonna do a percentage,
They still don't do
I
anything.
would argue there's more bad machine archetypes than good. I would not argue the same with.
I can
say
kind of see
there's a lot
why.
of
I
bad
think because I
themed
think machine
archetypes.
was a very common in the anime manga. Machine was a
No.
very common bad guy typing,
Yeah,
which
there
naturally
are,
meant that there were a lot of shitty cards.
No, I can
Look at
list
the Mechalords.
Ally of Justice, Mech Lords, BES. As much as this hurts me on a personal level, Gimmick Puppet is not a good deck. Mecha Phantom Beast as a deck is awful.
Yeah, no,
Um,
as the Mecha Phantom Beast guy, yeah,
no.
you're right. That we
Machine King is an archetype. Like, Via Croyd. Like, honestly, there's only like 3 good machine archetypes that I can really think of being like. There's the clusterfuck that is Earth Machine.
I think I
There's
played all the
Orpheus,
good
and
ones.
there's Clay. That's like it.
I think I played all of them, yeah.
I mean,
And I
I
guess you could
think
technically count Speedroid, but I only half count them as a machine archetype because literally all their boss monsters are dragons.
Fair.
no, they've got some non-boss,
they've got some new
non-dragon
ones,
boss
but
monsters now. Yeah, but
They've
no.
done the machine version of the one dragon lady.
That's true, but
There's a
Sure,
few
go
out
by.
there.
That-
Speedroid
you're
arguably
forgetting
is
the
much
most
more
important
a
one.
Speedroid is arguably much more a wind archetype than a machine archetype. Like
yeah,
sometimes it does lock you to machines, but usually it locks you to winds or wind machines.
no,
Yeah.
the
All your
Gradius
bigger play,
archetype,
all your bigger places wins.
as much as this hurts me once again, the Cyberdark.
Yeah, Cyberdark's not good.
There's
It's
a lot
funny.
of really bad machine archetypes. Like, what are bad warrior archetypes? Hold on. Make fun of those.
Warrock,
I
Ignite.
mean, Warrock is the obvious example.
Gearfried.
I feel
Gearfried,
most
true.
the
There's a
bad-
lot of those
here's the thing,
assholes.
I feel like most of the bad archetypes are Tikaboo style, like archetypes.
Joey.deck.
I don't really count those as a.
We
like,
really quit that
archetype.
now. This
But,
will paint
like,
axe,
look-
but
look-
knights who
Oh,
are
Elven
noble but
Sabers,
not
Yeah, that's a good one.
knights who are noble but are not infernoble. That is not those guys never did very well.
Can you call
tried.
an archetype bad if it has a meta-defining card in it?
Yes, because it doesn't require
Yeah,
any
because
other cards.
Isolde doesn't. Yeah, like Axe just said, Isolde doesn't name check noble knights.
That's
If
fine.
it did, it might have
It-
it might have been very different.
I'll give you that, but I still put them on like the outlier of bad just because of how good Isolde is.
Ignites.
Yeah, I mentioned Ignites.
No,
earlier.
Ignites were a meta-relevant archetype. You cannot call them. Yeah, no. When Pendulum was in, no, legitimately, they were a meta archetype.
Okay.
They were very good at doing the
Okay.
Pendulum thing.
Okay.
It's
I'm
just
pretty
when
sure
the
they got
Master Rule got
replaced very
updated, they
rapidly,
died.
though.
No, well, I mean, Pepe killed literally everything else in the meta, so that's not fair. But no, they were decent. It's just they were the Pendulum deck that cannot survive the Master Rule transition.
Oh, yeah, as much as several of us tried to make him work, Battling Boxer.
Yeah, no, that's a fair bad one.
Yeah, Boxer's
BLS is
definitely like
another
a
one.
Boxer's definitely like a kitchen format. Like that's good at locals, but not
Yeah.
good anywhere else.
I mean, I want to
Yeah,
feel
like
for them. I think.
Boxer was just.
But
Like,
that's because
so
that's because
close.
Boxer is a, like I said, that's a locals. That's a budget archetype. Axe is the thing. Like
I
it's
know,
really
yeah.
easy to get the cards that are really annoying to deal with in a limited format, but
Yeah.
in
Like, there's a lot of
Proper paper Yu-Gi-Oh.
archetypes I wouldn't call bad. Like, I'm not gonna call Flower Cardian a bad archetype. It's just not a meta archetype. It's
yeah,
weird.
that's one of those difference of opinion things. I know a lot of people who play a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh who'd
You
be
gotta
like,
play
no,
Cloak
Flower
for 10
Guardian
minutes.
is bad.
no. I'll cite a Stevie Blunder. No archetype that can end on 3 negates, no matter how convoluted and annoying they are to play, is a bad archetype.
It just means it's an annoying archetype.
It's an annoying archetype to learn how to play. Yes, I will not argue. Say, like Six Hams is great. Phantom Knights is great. How the fuck is 3 rulers? This isn't a real archetype.
E-Hero was indeed bad. Dallas, if you are looking at a list of warriors, I'm going to like mute deafen you, and I'm gonna move on
No.
because our Lord and Savior
No.
Ryza has been on screen for like 10 minutes.
Yes, no. Ryza is. Yes, you remember how I said Borg got power clip?
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, and I made the joke. Our Lord and Savior, like Ryza has immense meme energy in the community because he is such a power leap.
His helmet is also the least dumb of I think all of them so far.
Well, it's just a bird hat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, well, he's got the thing that MBT likes to joke about. He's got a pinchable waist because his waist hip shoulder ratio is a little weird.
He's weirdly like
Okay,
metal
let's
action
put that,
figure like of how it feels like you could like screw the bits in.
Let's
Yeah,
put
he
the,
definitely has a little
couch
bit of a
armor there.
weird like.
He's got like some circular bits, like he's got like cylinders.
Yes, he's very. I was gonna say that he's very cylindrical, very tubular, because his shoulder area is a perfect circle.
I weirdly image a bit of like he aims his shoulders down and just shoots wind out from like his like.
Oh, it just like
Collarbone
kind
area?
of like it just like comes out of the gap. Yeah, I could totally see that.
well, that's the thing. Flower Cardians are funny in Master Duel because if your opponent maxes you, they lose.
They would, yes.
No, that you can easily 35 summon in a turn. It's very easy. So you just go, ah.
I
just
I
cy-
think
you
I
just
saw
cycle to it.
I think I did see a coder clip like that where he accidentally maxed seed to try and bluff the Cardian players and was just like, yeah, I think I lose now because he's just gonna
I think
summon
I'm
35
gonna
times.
die in 2 minutes now.
Because Flower Cardians can absolutely just summon for no reason.
Why is that actually a warrior archetype thing? Because 6 Sam and Phantom Knights could both do it too.
I think that's
And,
just
You
because
have to
that's
set it up, but yeah.
that's just the OG support style. Like, remember, Marauding Captain, that's Warrior Toolbox, right? Like,
That's
Warriors, Rhoda, Warrior Returning Alive. Like, I think that's just the
Yo.
earliest Warrior themes was, like, swarms of lots of little dudes, possibly with equip spells.
Warrior,
So I
warrior
have a
archetype
kind
would
of-
just be
So,
summon a bunch of
I have a
dudes.
kind of funny thing I wanted to bring up because Rise always makes me
and
feel
also the other big deck that can deck you out if you max see them, Synchron is like.
All right,
made up
all
of
right.
machine
That we don't
warriors
need.
and
I don't care.
dragons, But yeah,
Yeah, David loves Synchron. Cool. News at 11.
I do. But
What
Yeah,
were you gonna say about
but-
Ryza X?
So tell me if this is stupid or not, but I always image Rise as the one that, like, he's like of the villain lineup, the guy that flicks one of the main characters and they just go flying off into the distance. Like,
I
you know,
mean-
in
Well,
the scene
that
for,
does
like,
describe his effect, so
I'll
I
be
don't think that's
honest.
the worst idea.
Can I
I
say
can see
something?
that for sure. What's up?
Why does this look like an elemental hero more than a monarch?
I will say, yeah, I was just thinking about this because X is talking, because I was wondering if X is going to say he's the one who looks like he could be the most human-sized. I do want to say I feel like there's something about Ryza's card art that lacks the sense of scale. Like, even Thestalos was very generic, but, like, because he was, like, so barrel-bodied, you were like, okay, this guy's, like, tall at least. Ryza just kind of looks like a guy.
in weird
um,
armor.
Yeah. He
Ryza
could
just looks like the Blue Falcon.
he could fit in a lot of different archetypes. Obviously, because he's Ryza the Storm Monarch, he is iconic as a monarch. But
No.
this aesthetic of just, you know, weird winged bird armor, there's a fuck ton of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Dallas was
this
just
just
listing
looks
warrior
like-
archetypes. There's a
yeah.
lot of warriors who just have weird winged helmets.
This just looks like a Hawk from DC.
Yeah.
The character Hawk. Not Hawkman, it's a different character.
Yeah, no,
Fair.
there's this sort of aesthetic with the
Oh
bird
my God,
armor.
oh my God. Wait, no, I have to say this.
Go for it.
Funniest thing about that he looks like Hawk? Do you know what Hawk's name is when he turns into a villain?
Storm.
Monarch.
Monarch. Oh my god.
Right, because
I'm
that's
not even kidding.
No, yeah, but the reason why for that was fucking
I
stupid.
mean, yes, no, that is a stupid storyline, but still, that is funny.
Let's
to
not
me.
get into stupid comic book
endlessly.
storylines.
I don't
but
want to
yeah,
explain
that's
it.
very
I
silly.
feel angry remembering it.
But yeah, so, but y'all know Ryza. He's a level 6. He's the winged beast one. He's the green one. His effect is, if this card is tribute summoned, target a card on the field, put it on the deck. Put it back on the deck. This was around the same time as Phoenix Wing Blast. Back to Square One was a little bit later, but there were several cards like this. Compulse was obviously already out. That's a similar effect to put a card in the field back somewhere else. So Ryza could be a immensely powerful card because putting a card back in your deck is probably the most powerful form of removal. Like, obviously, Send to Graveyard is a very unique form of removal that is hard to dodge. Anything that isn't unaffected can't dodge Send to Graveyard because...
Not just shuffle, not just put back on deck. I think specifically, because I think if
Yeah.
it was shuffle back in deck, this card effect would actually be worse.
No,
It's put
yes.
on
I
top.
think shuffle back, but yeah, stacking the deck specifically because here's what you're doing, and this is why Phoenix Wing Blast was a great card.
Yeah.
So you are removing a card from the field, you are putting it back in the deck, which is like the #1 place your opponent can't interact with it, and you are putting it on top of their deck, so you are fading their draw. Both you and your opponent know what their draw step is now, and it's whatever card you put back with Ryza, which, guess what? If that was a trap card, that means it's not going to be online when they draw it. If it was a big monster that had some kind of special summon condition, or God forbid was a tribute monster, that's not going to be live. So there are so many ways that Ryza is just so cripplingly punishing because it sets your opponent back in card advantage, and depending on what you do, it could actually, like, fade their draw. It also works with extra deck because it goes back to the extra deck. So you add 0.
There's a
I don't think this actually stops Ab-Zero because there are some weird rulings with Absolute Zero. I believe that even if he's sent back to the extra deck, he still procs.
it doesn't. Yeah, because it's when he leaves the field.
Yeah, because he still goes back to the extra deck, and because you know he's in the extra deck, you proc his effect.
Leave the field is a very rare condition, surprisingly.
Yes, and I think there are some rulings that are contradictory currently that, like, haven't actually clarified, because, like, technically, if a card leaves the field to go back to deck, then there's, like, weird card stuff there, but it still left the field, so there should still be a trigger.
But yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff. There's a reason why there's an argument to be had about which is the superior monarch between this boy and the next boy.
Yeah.
At least for the
like,
original monarch.
Ryza is so punishing.
No, Ryza is a top tier card.
Yeah, he is a brutal card, which, by the way, was merely a super in Force of the Breaker.
Sadly, he immediately got kicked out of the meta by 2008 happening.
Yeah,
because
but that still gave him a good couple months.
Dad format. I'm gonna argue Dad format, worst format in Yu-Gi-Oh history.
I think most people who have actually historically played Yu-Gi-Oh, whether they played during the Dad years or like they've done a SEMO style go back and play history of Yu-Gi-Oh style, would agree with you. Like that's like.
God, I'm so glad Dad never really took off in our progression series.
Part of it.
Well, we refuse to let it.
No, it's because he was super rare. It's because you could. Because it was a limited format, you couldn't just pay $100 and get a Dad, was the problem. There was only a handful of people with him, and they didn't all have good dark decks that were on all at the time. Anyway, but no, like, I think MBT's talked about, like, for example, with History of Yu-Gi-Oh!, the formats he hates the most are the Dad years and, like, Dragon Ruler, just because if you're playing that, like, tournament-by-tournament results, which I'll argue that I think History of Yu-Gi-Oh! Has some formatting problems. Like, I feel like SEMO has tried to milk it artificially, so it doesn't end too soon. Because sometimes they take extra weeks in formats because they're having fun, and then other times it's like, yeah, we still shortened Dad to, like, 4 episodes, but that was still 4 episodes too many.
I mean, I don't think 4, because there are, to be fair, I do think the distinction between Dad and Teledad is important.
I don't remember how many episodes it was, but even though they shortened it, I think Joseph has said that, like, that and the Dragon Ruler eras was, like, the ones he hated the most. Of just, like, playing decks where it doesn't matter.
I'll put my foot in for also the Zodiac era being just as bad as those two, but...
Yeah, that one some people will fight you on. I suspect those people played Zoo, though.
Yeah, those people play Zoo, and they're filthy degenerates.
So, remember, MBT has a Twitter thread out right now for cards that were banned too soon.
I'll put it in. I hate TOS format, too, because that lasted way too fucking long.
Yeah, there's a reason why we call it the Eternal format. And since we are we're paused currently because we're trying to figure out scheduling. We're slap in the middle of it. We understand that, like, the TOS decks are, like, the decks that annoy us the most.
I do think we've killed effectively, like.
No. We put a bullet in the knees of Thunder Dragon and of Orcust, like, in that order. But we haven't gotten to. Nobody has gotten to actually playing Salad or good Striker yet. I tried a Striker week, but it was still incomplete.
And I'm not entirely sure that when I play Salad, I'm not just going to fucking burn and die.
Yeah, Salad I think is definitely... It's on the lower of that power tier in the TOS list, but Salad also is consistently very good, like that second stringer. Like, Salad is often a like, you know, 3rd or 4th best deck in a format kind of thing.
Well, I more think I'm just gonna be bad at it because I think it's the hardest of the 4 decks.
It's true. It requires some fucking brain power for sure.
Like,
anyway,
not
we
to
will
be
get
mean, but Striker and Thunder Dragon are definitely the easiest.
Yeah, Striker is just you have to draw cards correctly.
Striker is just draw better forehead.
Anyway,
we should get
which is my kryptonite. But anyway,
I like decks that didn't always cause agita to other people. But hey.
It happens. Sometimes acts as I've seen from history. Sometimes there are just bad formats. Like, the only good decks are annoying decks.
I'll say this: one of my favorite decks of modern Yu-Gi-Oh is a tier 1 meta deck. So I don't know how many people are gonna feel about that. Branded.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Branded is a weird boy one. Yeah.
You do love your Fear
Aluber
Kids.
the Boober of Doober. That deck.
Yeah, well, we can say Branded because you're more about. I assume you're more about the. Not just the Despia engine, but also, like, all the Albaz extra deck shit as well, right?
Yeah. My current Despia deck is weird. I played Despia Destiny Hero, and not just Phoenix Enforcer.
I mean,
I mean that
that's a
does
weird
work because
line.
Destiny
I mean,
Heroes
isn't
are
it,
a
like-
dark
isn't,
fusion
like
deck,
Evil
and so is
Bane like
Despia.
also like really hard to get rid of?
Well, no, I go through Destiny Hero Dark. I can't remember his name. It's the 6-star into
Dark bad.
Beatrice.
I'm very
I have
surprised
some
there's
weird
not a
lines
Destiny
in
Hero
there.
Dark
Dark
Bad, by the
Angel,
way.
that's something else.
There's a
No,
lot
it's
of they
like-
all have a D, so we're not gonna figure it out going
But
through here.
but
the bit was
Well, Zed, you haven't missed much because we've streaming for an hour and a half and we keep going on tangents.
yeah, we're only the 5th one.
Yeah,
Regardless, I like that deck because
we're
the
only on
decks
Ryza.
I like are decks that have flexible builds, which is why I like Monarch, because Monarch
Yeah.
does have flexible building.
I tend to like more pure decks just because I like the I
I do too.
hate how people cannibalize like engines and shit to just run like 3 cards out of a deck and like makes everybody
What
hate
if
those
it's
3
funny,
cards.
though?
It's not funny though.
Like, I don't just do like meta shit. Like
No, but I'm
like
not
I
talking
said,
about. I'm not talking shit on you, Dallas. I'm talking about in general. I'm talking about people who are
No, that's
like
fair.
Dallas. Not Dallas. Your Dallas. David, the other D name, brought up earlier that like the live twin Link 2s are still like $30 because now Sprite exists. Like that's
I mean,
not
they
shit
were
on.
that before. They were that before. Sprite, but
They
I
were
think
like
they have
$10,
shot up.
but yeah, the reason why the price hasn't gone down is because now they're Link 2s in Sprite. Oh, you can run live twin Sprite, and like I don't give a shit about
And
that.
it's not
I
even-
like live twins, and Sprite is like they exist. I have some of them.
I mean, I like Sprite
And
more than
it's
I
not
like
even-
Tier Elements.
But I
It's
like
not
Tyr 'cause
even
they're a
like
fusion deck.
it's maybe like the 3rd best version of Sprite from what I
Yeah,
can
but
tell.
they
is
but they
like
still
Here's the
exist
Sprite.
and they drive up the price of other cards and like often they make
Yeah,
people
no.
get mad at other cards. This goes back to the thing
No,
I was
I
talking about, which was
understand,
MBT's new Twitter thread, which is about cards that got banned for other cards' sins. Now,
I
personally,
can-
I don't agree with everybody saying literally every tuner that Hulk got banned because some of those
No.
tuners are
Yeah,
problematic.
no.
Thank you very
If
much.
you think Gofu got banned because of Hulk, I have a bridge to sell you.
no, I think it's
no,
more
no.
like Nitro
Um,
Synchron.
But,
No,
uh,
nobody.
Excel-
No.
But Jet Synchron, I think, got banned for Hulk.
Yeah, and I think they've moved him back and forth. Is Jet at 1 right now?
No, just so banned.
Okay.
Not
In Master
no,
Duel, he's at
Jet-
1. I know the OCG's moved him on and off the list.
oh,
O-Lion,
did they
by the
ban
way,
him? Did
O-Lion-
they ban him again?
O-Lion's not
They have
okay?
not moved him to. Wait, is Jet unbanned?
Yeah, I don't remember if Jet's unbanned or not.
Jet was at 1.
It just means they have to
since, I
make.
think,
They
the
just have to start
last
making level
unban
4 tuners.
hackathon.
They can't make tuners that
Okay.
are lower than. four.
Jet Synchro might be fine, but I don't think it was just banned because of Hulk. There was a lot of degenerate stuff with it.
Well, yeah, it's like O-Lion. Like, yes, O-Lion is fucking stupid in the Helped Online, but hey, he still
also
makes
stupid in
tokens, right? Like it's like right like Level Eater. Level Eater's not a tuner, but he's a good example of like infinitely recurring monster materials. That card deserves to go to
Yeah.
prison and stay in prison because he did.
Yeah,
Like-
I'm probably gonna. Spoiler: the week we do the Mystic Mine deck, I've labbed an infinite combo deck with Level Eater because we still have it unbanned. So.
Oh, we haven't? I thought we
might
had
do
got to
that.
him. Damn.
Nope.
Shit. Well, we gotta. Well, we
Well,
gotta
that's
get him
what
out
I'm saying.
We'll hit
eventually.
Leader and mine the same week and just call it a day.
Well, we'll see what happens
That's what I'm
whenever
trying
we
to
get to it. Technically,
Well,
I
yeah,
have
no, there-
technically I have multiple
We're trying
versions
to-
because
no,
I could not only can I run my just pure
Sorry,
Yep
Zed
Jeff
is-
special.
Zed is correct. I did misspeak. Wrong Blackwing. If you think Steam the Cloak is banned just because of
Yeah. Guess what, Dallas? Some people do. Some people are like, "Yo, dog, Steam was banned for Hulk's sins," and I'm like, "I don't know about
I
that. He
agree.
makes a token.
I have a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you.
He makes
So,
a token to sell you." But yeah,
And
we've talked a lot
I
about
just had,
Rise's
I just had a
look.
fucking harebrained idea.
Oh god.
Is it about
Uh-oh.
Prague? Because no, I'm not answering that right now.
All right. I'm gonna forget it in like 2 seconds otherwise.
Then it wasn't important.
Hippity
If you
poppity
forget, it
dip.
wasn't that
Was,
important.
'cause I think it is because I
Then-
don't.
then
I
write
think you
yourself
probably
a
not like
note
it, but I
for
think
it.
it's an idea.
Nope.
All right.
And write yourself a note for it, Axe.
Anyway,
because-
I think we can leave Ryza because we talked about his effect and why it's so it can be so backbreaking. Like, and this
Yeah.
again is why kind of like Zaborg kind of fell out of favor. This guy didn't come out around for like another couple of years after that, but when he did, you were like, oh shit, well Ryza's the shit, right? He's the big bunkus. And I do believe that technically, yeah, Caius was next.
Yes.
I'm saying Caius was next because I would like to remind everybody there were some weird monarchs that came out before Mega Monarchs, but
No, Caius is next.
yeah, after this still. But yeah, Caius is the next one. So I'll pull up his card art.
Spoiler: the other contender for best base monarch.
And also fairly popular, I think because of his typing especially.
That's also fair. God, this guy was played in some builds of BA. and that's
He was
still
playing a lot of weird builds. Yeah, so here's Caius, the Shadow Monarch.
funny.
He's pondering his orb.
He actually looks. Oh my god, he actually looks cooler in like the higher res art. Actually, I thought he looked like the most basic, but he actually looks like the most straightforwardly cool one. Honestly,
Yeah, he has
Yeah, no,
extra
he's my
details that's
favorite
hard to
looking design.
see when you're up close. But he has like horns, he has like ragged shoulders, and he has like
Just
a
like-
ragged cloak.
he makes me think of like an arc boss in like Fire Emblem as like a warlord kind of guy.
I mean,
Honestly,
he's
he
definitely
has
doing the
big
purple
Fire
orb
Emblem
thing
Final
from
Boss
Fire Emblem Dark
energy.
Magic. But yeah, he's pondering his orb. But yeah, I think Caius is definitely a solid design. He looks large because he's kind of like hunched over. He's doing his dark orb blast thing.
He's going to banish you.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
But he's got like extra details, and honestly, the dark orb is like one of the most dynamic elemental things because, like, Zaborg was just like, ooh, lightning. Thestos was just, ooh, fire in my hands. This is like,
Also, this dude
I'm
looks
making a dark
bitchin'
orb.
at super rare, which is where he was printed.
yes, he's very shiny.
It's also the bit of why I guess they made a light monarch because technically Zaborg is just a thunder monarch.
We'll get
Well,
you
yeah.
to Raz later.
But also, I would like to point out, this guy's the Shadow Monarch. He's not the Dark Monarch.
Yeah, he's not the Dark Monarch.
True.
There is a Dark Monarch.
Yeah.
We'll get to that.
I don't know if I think Karez is next.
No, that guy's Africa Raz.
Okay, yeah. So Delg will be our last normal little
Are
monarch.
we ever gonna do?
No,
Well, actually, that's not technically
Omega-
true. Angmarl
Wait,
doesn't
actually,
come out
I
for
have
like
one.
5 million years. Anyway,
I have a weird thing. Are we ever gonna bring up illusionary stature, or is that not worth it?
That's not a
No.
Monarch.
it's not a monarch.
We have enough Monarchs, trust me, because there's another normal Monarch.
Yeah, Axe, we are not adding anything to this list. We are not through the first
Fair.
block. There's like 5 blocks.
Here, I just thought I got. Yeah, I guess if you didn't cut, I thought if you didn't
Also,
cut the
isn't he
spellcasting
level 7?
smaller.
Yeah, he's not a monarch.
No, he's level 6.
Oh, is he 6? Okay.
Are,
Good for
are you
rank
thinking
6
of
plus.
Agnamarl?
No. I'm thinking of
Okay, yeah.
illusory Blurbable.
Oh,
Angmarl
yeah,
is in my
that's
list,
right.
but not until way later, because like I said, he was printed at a very weird time.
They also made
True, but he's
weird.
technically
They
a
also made things
base
I like to call
monarch.
spin-off monarchs, where they are not elemental based. They're just like typing.
It
No.
depends on how you want to cover it, but no, definitely.
Well, I mean, we're currently, because we're doing them in the order they showed up. Yeah, Angmarl is going to be way later.
Spoiler: Caius is the meta. Arguably, Caius and Ryza are the meta-defining monarch.
Yes, and obviously, like we said, Caius came in a structure deck that was good at the
right,
time.
he is just Golbez. You're correct. For Starlight.
Honestly, there's a lot of FF villains who look like this. It's been a little while since I looked at Golbez. But being a large, dark, armored man, I mean, is he Chaos? Are we going to kill him?
Possible.
Nah, because you know light too.
Regardless.
That was a bad joke.
Anyway, his effect is you get to banish a card.
Yeah. If this card is Tribute Summon, by the way, he's Dark Fiend, another reason why he was popular. If this card is Tribute Summon, target a card on the field, banish it, and if you do, inflict 1k damage to your opponent if it's a dark monster. Not really important, but this is just target any card on the field, banish it, which is very punishing back in the day. And then also, if it happened to be a dark monster, you burn them.
I will say, there have been games won on the back of Summon Caius, Banish Caius.
Yeah, no.
Oh,
And that is the thing, because if you just need to do 1k damage, he can just pop himself, and then... Because it doesn't matter if it's your opponent's monster, just that if it's a dark monster, you clap your opponent for 1k damage.
But no, Caius is the best of the main deck monarchs. Or arguably, it's him and Ryza are tied, but...
Yeah. Well, and both have, especially for their time periods, very punishing forms of removal. Ryza stacks the deck, Caius banishes. Both of which
Yeah,
were
Banish is
fairly hard to
such an
deal with.
Yeah. I would say Caius is harder to deal with, even now, because there's so few decks that interact with Banishment at all.
Yeah.
Which, I'm kind of waiting for Konami to open that up. Just because it's gonna be funny.
Yeah. And there's a lot of weird decks that involve banishment right now. We could use some banish, like inner string banish recovery interactions.
Honestly, I feel like sometimes we might. Okay, this is stupid. This may be really weird, but I feel like maybe sometimes from Tabletop we should have a section of being like experimental card theory about the archetype. Like, what would be nice
but yeah,
to make
no.
it modern again?
Caius is, well, I mean, I'm gonna spoil something for later. You don't need to do that with Monarch. Do you know when Monarch last topped a tournament?
2 years ago?
2020, yeah. That I don't think that's long enough for them to be considered.
No, Monarchs don't really need support. They could probably use some of their older cards reprinted, but yeah.
Look, I'm not a YCS player. I'd be very interested to see if someone brought Monarch to this meta game, because I don't think they would be a bad fit for it.
I mean, the problem is, I think, as we've established, Monarch loses pretty hard to Mystic Mine.
That's very true.
And that's really the problem.
If mine gets banned, Monarch might show up again.
Like, I genuinely think they have a good matchup against most of the metagame.
Yeah. Because, hey, guess what? If you're tier and you turn one Winda, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Monarch is designed to play around the special summon limits.
No, yeah, I genuinely would be interested. I think that's the big difference between Monarch and Flu.
Well, and I also want to say this. I think that also all the Monarch stuff has been, if it was ever put on the Forbidden Limited list, which I do think some of them were, all of their shit is unlimited now.
Domain and Aether were hit, I believe.
Yeah, those are all limit 3 now, so you're back to being at full power. So there's definitely wiggle room for them. But anyway, yeah, is there anything else to say about Caius? Because otherwise I'm going to pull up Curaz.
I mean, he's arguably one of the strongest cards. He's played at 3 in nearly every deck for a year.
Very good. And again, the
like,
fact that
actually...
And we talked about this, right? Because the dad meta kind of tore pure Monarchs apart. You still played Caius in the dad meta.
Oh, yeah, you played Caius at 3 in dad.
I
made an argument when MBT put up that Twitter poll for cards that changed Yu-Gi-Oh! My pick was Caius.
I honestly like that there like a lot of like jagged edges, but also like layers to it in a nice way. Like it's layered really nicely, his armor, and like his plating.
Ogres have layers. Sorry.
I don't know how to say it. Like I just think it goes well together.
I just think it's neat. But yeah, no, Caius is a house. Speaking of someone who was not relevant at all when he came out, though.
Oh, sorry, I had to stand up for a second and stretch. Okay.
Sorry, I'm giving you a lead into Perez, because boy, this guy sucked when he came out.
Yeah. Also, I'm going to be real art-wise. He's kind of a derpy guy.
Yeah.
I once caught a fish this big.
It's more than that. He just has yaoi hands. There's no other way I could describe it.
There's a lot of memes you can make about Curaz. Gonna be real.
Also,
like, look at
his
this fucking sparkles. Also, yes, he has a dumb axe blade head. But like, look at all these fucking like. This is fucking nudist beach ass sparkles here, y'all. This is some dumb shit. But he's fully armored, so he's not nude.
But yeah, no.
He's fucking golden. I mean, I think you could probably make a Zawardo joke here. Like, there's a lot going on with Curaz that's just like, damn. He dumb. He looks like a dumbus, a doofus. Honestly, I think there are parts of him that could be okay. Like, his lower body is perfectly normal. It's mostly his hand proportions are weird. His helmet is dumb. His shoulder pauldrons are way too fucking long. Like, look how far down those go. Like, they become little winglets. And then generally, I think the fact that just everything is gold is like... I get that he's supposed to be the light monarch, but he's still so weird.
He's so shiny.
Yeah.
Gold.
And the funny thing is, at least according to my list of things he's printed at, he was not in a gold pack ever. Like, they didn't even bling him out.
I can tell you why. This
probably,
card was like
popular.
on lists of worst cards of all time up until exactly the Monarch structure deck.
Yeah, according to TCG player prices, his prices are really weird. So, limited edition, the average price is about $5. First edition, it's about $2.50. Unlimited, for some ungodly reason, I assume that might be because of the original, the Light Destruction Special Edition printing. Or maybe that's the ultimate rare printing from the OTS Tournament Pack in 2016. I don't know if that counts. But he's about $50. He's got some very
Sounds
weird
about right.
spreads on his value levels.
Mhm.
But Curaz definitely comes from a place where they were trying, because you'll notice when you read his effect, he has a very subtly different aspect to him. So they are... He definitely feels like Konami was being a little more experimental, and at the time he came out, like I said, he was not super great.
No,
But
he was
in
very-
modern Yu-Gi-Oh!, he can be very powerful. Do we want to just read
Well,
what
it's
he
not
does to
even
explain
in
why?
modern Yu-Gi-Oh. It's just, yeah, his effect is pop cards. The controller of that card.
Well,
draws a
no.
card.
You got to start at the beginning, Dallas, because there's a very important quality here. By the way, Curaz is a light warrior, interestingly enough.
Yep.
Which may or may not help him be in certain decks. But his effect reads, when this card is normal or special summoned, he is the first one of them to have a special summon clause. You can target up to 2 cards on the field, destroy them. If you do, each player can draw 1 card for each of the cards they control that was destroyed by this effect. This card can't attack the turn it is normal or special summoned. So Curaz can't attack when he's normal or special, but you get to pop up to 2 cards, and then whoever's cards were popped, you draw. Now, back in, like, 2008, when its first printing was, that's bad. He can't attack. You have to either be so ahead on card advantage, why do you need to draw cards, or your opponent draws cards, right?
Mhm.
And he's probably harder to special. But later, destroy my own cards, draw 2? Sounds great. Because
yeah, no.
it should be pointed out. This card is never, ever, ever used to pop opponent's cards. Ever.
no, that is literally bad. That's a terrible effect where you minus yourself.
Yeah. No. This card's application mostly came from the fact that suddenly Monarch decks were running full continuous spell trap suites that you often wanted to pop at times.
Yeah.
Well, and then
So-
also you had an easier way to special summon him via a lady we will be talking about later.
Yes.
Yeah. Like
When
there
you
was
can
a lot of stuff
special
added
him
up
out
to-
when you have cards, when you have spare resources to pop. And even in, I don't think he showed up a lot in non-Monarch decks, but you can see him being teched into them because he pops your own cards to make you draw cards, which can give you advantage. Like,
he shows up in a lot of table 500 lists of like
Yes.
weird meme shit.
yeah. Like, Dallas, you can't tell me that you wouldn't try and make Yang Zing Curaz, right? It wouldn't be good, but you'd try.
I mean, I don't think you would, only because Yang Zing have so many pop advantage effects already.
But that's the thing.
And
This
also,
just gets
Yang
boring.
Zing Xeno lock you so much.
True. It might not
There's
work out
so
the
many
best.
worm locks.
But, like,
That's why
you could
that's why
try.
there's so many Zings.
I mean, you could, but I just,
And it's still,
I
it's
don't
still on
see it.
normal. I think there's probably some free summons with some weird shit. Anyway, it's just a funny idea I had of, like, that's the kind of
Yeah, no.
weird table
I
500
could
build
see
you
it
would
working.
do.
Honestly, I could see it working better in Metal Foes, if I'm being real.
True, yeah, that would be another
Fair.
weird one. Metal Foes Curaz, just pop the two pen scales.
Yeah, because like
Yeah,
not like Metal
like-
Foes don't like psychic or fire lock you. So
No, they don't lock you to anything.
Yeah,
And you could do it for some like I don't think there's a level 6 Metal Foe, but you could do it for some like Link stuff.
Well, and it also
honestly,
it
I
does
can
work
see that.
because it's when he's specialed, so you can pendulum summon him and then blow up your scales after you've
Yeah.
already summoned.
That's the deck I could see other than
right,
Monarch
yeah,
that
he's
he
one of
maybe
the
worked
one of the
in.
future proofs.
But yeah,
Because the scale on Metal Foes is 7-1, so
Yang Zing is a weird archetype. Like I don't want to call it a xenophobic archetype because it works amazing with literally every other worm archetype. You
it still
just have to
Xeno
be a
locks
worm
you
archetype.
to worms,
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, so like
But, like,
obviously
Yang
Curaz
Zing,
gets you a
Zing.
lot of card advantage much later in the game, but when it came out, it was just like
Oh, it was dog. It
not
was
right
dog
for
water.
the environment. And that's this I will say, and I don't want to get into it too far. I know we've done a lot of tangents, but I will say that is the kind of thing that people talk about when they talk about Yu-Gi-Oh being evergreen. Is you get these weird circumstances where like a card wasn't any good like 10 years ago. Suddenly you're like, oh, actually now this guy can work in some weird lab builds.
And I'll make an argument that Kuriz is one of literally the only examples I can think of that happening where it wasn't unhealthy for the game. Because the problem
I
with
mean,
the
I think there are
evergreenness is
quite a
usually
few.
when an old card becomes relevant, it's not for good reason. Scythe, I'm looking at you.
Well, yeah. I mean, honestly, part of that isn't Scythe's fault. Dagda is
Well, it's
dumb.
just popping is so easy. It's not even just Dagda, because whatchamacallit, you have the thing where you bring it back with Baron. So if you can just Foolish it, you bring it back with Baron in standby phase.
True, but Foolish is a card that's been limit 1 for like forever. You know, it's different.
Well,
The reason why I
Foolish.
point out Dagda is because Dagda is another one of those Link 2s. Any 2 assholes gets you to Scythe.
No, like Dagda is definitely the DPE enabler, but Baron summon Scythe is actually more common now, just because.
I mean,
so
no
many
matter
decks
what,
Foolish
we can
are
say Scythe should fucking go because locking
bad.
you.
Like,
Locking you out of the extra deck for a whole turn is way too stupid.
well, yeah, because games are decided in one turn now. Like,
Well, more importantly, they're decided in one turn after your opponent has a whole turn to set up, is the thing, right?
you know,
Like, you can't... If your opponent is going first, you can't Scythe lock them on turn 1.
yeah, no.
But-
Evergreenness is a good idea and concept, and like I said, like cards like Kuraz, I'm fine with evergreenness. It's just most of the time it's not that.
So, in our base Monarch collection, before we move on to the Megas, because those technically started coming out first, we have one more guy who you probably don't remember. Even though I think that's a shame, because I actually looking at his art blown up, this guy
What are
looks
you talking
fairly
about,
decent.
Zed? Eldritch always runs an extra deck. I don't understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's called...
Delg?
Yeah, Delg the Dark Monarch. This guy came out in Star
Delg
Strike
is
Blacked
funny.
in 2010.
He actually looks cool. and
Yeah, I'm
though
about to
he's
say,
kinda
like, I think he looks fairly neat for what we're going
dumb.
for
It's
here.
weirdly like
Omega.
it's a weird mix
Yeah,
between
no.
like an ancient medieval suit and an armor.
Omega, can we play the game of chat?
Oh,
This is a
yeah.
fun one for that.
Yeah,
What
that's
type
true.
is
We
this
should
guy?
play. What type is this guy? Keeping in mind, we talked about how Kuraz was kind of weirdly normal. He was just a warrior. So, Delg is the Dark Monarch. What type do you think he is? Or possibly
I'm gonna guess
geared?
fiend, but I don't know.
No, because that's Caius.
Yeah. That's why we're playing this game.
Are they all
I
different
want
types
to
of
say
everything?
he's either also a warrior or he's a spellcaster.
Yeah, chat's got it.
Yeah,
It is
Chat's got it. Yeah, he is
spellcaster.
spellcaster. I don't know if you guys remember that off the top of your head or just
That's right.
guessed. Yeah, he's a spellcaster. It's very silly.
Delg is I actually ran Delg in a build of Dark Magician because of what's that fucking card called? The Valkyria retrain.
I don't remember the Valkyrie
Chaos
train name.
Valkyria or the
No, the one that the
Magician's
level
Valkyria.
6 that summons herself from hand.
No.
Apprentice Lucid Edition?
Yeah, that
No.
one.
Yeah, Apprentice Solution.
Because it goes into rank 6s, which is funny.
Like Beast
Ah.
does work, as you have seen
The
on
cape
my,
gave him away.
absolutely.
But they all have capes.
Actually, Beatrice isn't that good for Dark Magician.
I mean, technically that lets you foolish a Dark Magician for, because you'd prefer the
That's
Dark
all-
Magicians in your graveyard as opposed to in your deck, but
That's true. Well,
It's not the best.
The rank 6 I usually go into is Norito Norito the Moral Leader.
because he's a rank 6 spellcaster.
Yeah, and he negates spells and traps.
But yeah, so Delg, like you said, Delg actually has a design. I will say that talking about some other comparisons, I feel like this one's the most tokusatsu of the guys we've seen
Oh,
so
God,
far. Like with that helmet design where he's got like lots of demon wings and a little crown. He's got lots of wings.
Honestly, actually, it is kind of like that, but because of his build, he's purely more of like Toku-inspired like anime character. I were to put it, but it's like he reminds me specifically of when in an anime it has a scene that is literally just ripping off a Toku scene. He looks like that.
Honestly, this character just looks like, to me, a Dark Souls boss more than anything, but that's just me.
Yeah.
Maybe that too. He does seem like, kind of
he
like
could
a
he
vampire.
could be in
weirdly
that
enough.
vein, and he did come out in 2010, I think. So this was after Demon Souls hit. So big armor
I
boys.
think that's after Dark Souls, actually. I think Dark Souls
Actually,
is
when was Dark Souls?
2009.
No, that was Demon Souls.
Was it?
Demon Souls always looked like it
Yeah,
was, like,
Dark Souls
2007
was
game.
2011.
Oh, really? Okay. So yeah, Demon Souls.
It wasn't popular until like 2013, I think. But yeah.
Yeah, but that... Okay.
Anyway.
I'm not sure about
I
that.
also don't think you're wrong. You're not right at all. You're incorrect.
I'm thinking about when, like
Also,
the Prepare to
filthy
Die edition.
casual.
got
If you
how-
want the chess archetype.
No,
that's
the reason why the
arch-
Prepare to Die edition came out was because people liked Dark Souls. You don't Axe, you don't re-release video games if they were bad and people didn't like them. Well, maybe not if they weren't bad, but like if people did not enjoy them.
That was the PC version, I guess, to put it.
But they
All right,
do that
PC
with
supremacist
movies.
piece of shit.
Okay. Also, here's the thing: people were crying out for Dark Souls on PC because it was popular.
Yeah.
Yeah, people didn't want to have to buy a console to
I was
play this
someone who
great
got
game.
involved in that shit when it happened, and the mess that happened with that.
Fair
Like,
enough.
Yeah.
no, it
And
was
then-
very popular on release.
And then,
No,
and then they
Demon
cut
Souls
to-
was the one that was like.
Yeah,
not
that
a
was
lot
the
of people
obscure.
got
That
into.
was the obscure one that only my
That
video
was
game
the
hipster
indie
friends were
hipster
like, "Yo, you got to
Yes.
try this shit. Check this shit out." And then Dark Souls. I was
I
around
tried
at the time.
Kingsfield when I
Dark
was
Souls
really
was
young. It was
good.
really stupid.
Yeah,
I
no,
mean,
I was.
once again, my favorite game is one of my favorite games of all time as a child is Lost Kingdoms 2. So,
But yeah, like I said, I feel like Delg. It's kind of sad because Delg actually has a character design, and it's not that he's bad. He's just weird.
he's one of the few Monarchs where they came out and it felt like no one tried to play Monarch.
Yeah. And which is weird because this was 2010. Like he came out in a core set in 2010. Like he's just a guy who exists. I think mainly it was the height of the Synchro era, so people were just kind of like meh. So he's a dark spellcaster. He has the stat line. His effect is when this card is normal or special, you can target up to 2 cards in your opponent's graveyard, banish them, then send the same number of cards from their deck to the graveyard. This card can't attack the turn it's normal or special. So like, that's pretty good. You get to remove 2, mill 2. Like, that could
Yeah.
function. The unfortunate thing is I don't think that was enough of a strategy to do anything when it came out in 2010.
So
Yeah,
I think
and the
the
problem is
unfortunate-
now that is actively bad to do.
well,
Yeah, I was
now
gonna say
it's
the
like if you're facing tier, that's bad.
Well,
Yeah.
there's a lot of decks that are like tier, unfortunately. Not quite as bad as tier, but as they use the graveyard as a second resource.
Yeah.
loop.
but,
I think the other thing was
far as-
also DD Crow was just
Alright.
good.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Unfortunately, it also had to compete with DD Chrome, which can be used reactively. That's
Yeah,
the
no.
I think hard
Like-
part is that this guy has to be used proactively in that
I think-
regard.
Unfortunately, this guy missed his window because I feel like after 2014 hit, this card is just bad.
Yeah, and I want to say
Yeah.
this. I feel bad for him, like, because I think he could like Kuraz has his day in the sun, but he's still kind of derpy and like it's a weird edge
If
case
they
thing.
just changed it to he just banished 2 off the top. I
Well,
think
what
he'd
I'm
be
saying
decent.
is like I don't think anybody is hurting for a Mega Kuraz because there's not that guy.
No.
Yeah.
Actually,
But-
I just have a question.
Mega Delve
Besi-
would be cool.
Before Runic, were there cards that just casually banished cards from the top of your opponent's deck?
No.
Well, this doesn't banish from the top of the opponent's deck though.
Okay, I was just thinking about
But
That was-
no, Mildex did that's why Runic is like new and cool because it banish mills.
Spoiler, I also love Rune.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna be one of those guys.
Oh god, yes.
Runic's fun as an alt edition.
So, question then: Mine Runic?
No, Splight Runic. What are you talking about?
Ah, okay.
I mean, people
Yeah,
do
well,
run Mine Runic,
The
like
familiars
that's,
are twos, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not as fun.
but it's what people are gonna do because people are assholes who want free wins. Until Konami gets off their ass and says that 3 YCS tops is enough for us to
Konami,
finally ban
please
Mystic Mine.
Mine. And
Like this is
also
one of
Dice.
this is one of those OCG decisions, like with and
also
Master Duel decisions
Winda
that I
and
approve of.
Toad.
I don't. A lot of people are predicting the ban list will be this month. I don't know. Depending on when it happens, if it would have been long enough for
Oh,
Toad.
I
and
want them
Winda.
to do it. I want them to just.
I mean,
I
they'll
want
do
them
it
to ban
eventually.
Toad. Here's the thing: I want them to ban Toad and Winda. Make
Yeah,
them
that's just what
think.
I'm saying. Is I don't know if they'll feel like Tyr and Sprite have been around long enough to start hitting their bits.
I mean, technically, those are not part of those archetypes, so it just would kill the crutch, and it makes it depend directly more on the archetype itself.
No. I
Yeah,
don't
but
think
they are
Konami
part
should-
of the things that make those archetypes good.
That's
Like,
the problem. I don't think Konami should ever hold back from hitting old cards.
well, no, and they usually don't. Like, that's why Toad will be the hit, and if they want to hit Tyr, Winda will be the hit, right? But
Yeah.
I do not know if even then the decks might still be too fresh that they don't want to curb them.
Yeah.
A lot of people
I
have
think
talked
they're
about
so
this
jo-
as the meta reset, right? So like this is we're gonna
I think they're
splash out a lot of stuff.
The problem is, I think they are so dominant that, like, because if you look at it, they make up over 70% of decks, and if you add in
Yeah.
Mathmech, it's literally 90. Like,
Yeah, no,
this is not a healthy meta.
Tier variants and sprite variants are very popular. Yeah.
Like, I just want this to be a mass slaughter ban list.
Well, I mean, it won't be a mass
And-
slaughter
and
because
also-
Because
the
Wind
archetypes
is a
literally
tier
came the fuck
card.
out. Yeah, tier can
That's
make
why.
turn 1 window very easily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, if you want my opinion, I would hit fucking Splight, Giant Splight, and the tier field spell, but that's because I'm a psychopath.
And I will tell you that Konami will not do that because those boxes
No, they
just
won't.
came out.
Because they want to sell cards. But
Yes,
I-
and, there's-
I'm
and
really
I
weird,
do at
but
least
I
agree
will-
within business sense. There is no point in hitting cards that are literally
No.
one set old when you don't have a new.
No.
Well, you kind of have a new
This
set.
is
for
why
the
I'm
new,
not a
like-
here's-
business person.
Yeah.
Here's the
I have a
problem
weird thing I
now
wanna
with
do,
that
but-
is they did just reprint Scythe in the Albaz.
Oh
Yeah,
God, you're fucking right.
I
But
know
that
what
that
that-
first of all, that was like 6 months ago, so no, that doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's the
But
Alba structure.
actually,
Oh, okay.
I would. Yes, David.
Oh no, I was just saying. Okay, yeah, no, that is right. It has been about 6 months.
Yes, Alba's been up for a while. What were you gonna say, Axe?
I kind of want to make an Angri-La deck, but that might be really fucking expensive.
Well, if it's brand new, everything will be expensive. It really depends. Like,
Yeah, no.
I feel like Konami has, with the past couple of sets, been pretty bad about budgeting out. Cause like,
oh, no.
lab,
Yeah.
like half the lab deck
Well-
are all commons, basically. That's cool.
No,
But the cards you need are ultras or supers, so that's
or
bad.
secrets.
Or
I
secrets,
hope
yeah.
Angri-La's
Light
cheaper because I
and
really want to do
tier.
the thing. I just banish my all my bone shit face down, and I get better. I get stronger for how many cards they have
No.
bans down.
No, you won't, because people are already talking it up as a meta deck.
Aw.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, this
here's
this is the thing about the TCG Axe. No deck that is good will be cheap because everybody has watched the OCG and been, this is the meta.
I just wanted to play. I just wanted to play like a
Well, Axe, that's why
psychic
you.
deck that would actually make me win local or something.
I mean, Axe, this is why you play Master
can
Duel
win
because
locals
you
with
can
a lot
actually
of
play that. Also, yeah,
fucking
you can
shit.
win locals with literally anything.
Yeah, people at
Yeah.
locals eat fucking paint chips. They're
I
dumb.
might as well just make an old Thunder deck just for shits and giggles then.
I'm fairly
Yeah.
sure I could walk into a locals and beat people with crystal beasts.
Hey, there's a new structure deck. Go for it. But we're moving on now. I'm gonna do this one in alphabetical order just because I want to try and streamline this process because we have been going for 2 hours. So the Mega Monarchs were doled out over, I think, mostly Xyz into Arc V format. So the first one alphabetically is, and their format is all X the Mega Monarch. So this is Caius the Mega Monarch. Spooky.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Caius's globe is kind of. I'm not a huge fan.
They made his arm blades a bit bigger, and like the added skull.
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
skull's
that's not the
really
part
needed.
that's the there's a
Yeah.
lot of, so we talk about over design a lot in this show.
He filthy.
There's a he's got lots of rust
He's got
now
blood on
and
him.
like blood stains, and I think that's supposed to just make him like creepier
This
and
is,
more
like, the most
intimidating. But it,
edgy- yeah, this
yeah,
is the
it-
most edgy boy design.
So weird. So where did they bring this up to me?
I'm guessing you love it.
Let me finish my actual sentence. Let me actually make my two
Then
sentences.
say your
or
point.
Actually, let me
Stop!
make my paragraph.
okay, then
Oh
just
my
say it.
God.
Dog, you went through like 3 iterations. Jesus.
It was like, because I was like, oh wait, no, it's actually longer than that. So when I think of this and to the other older Caius, I really imaged a bit of the villain just killed a party member, and then they start bulking up because you killed their first health bar, and it just feels like all the armor, the skulls unfold and like pop open, like more
mean-
layers come
No,
out.
they're
It's really-
ghost
I get that.
skulls. They just
You're
show up.
right in the sense that this is.
I meant the
peak
horns,
over
the
des-
hor-
This is peak like everything I hate about Dragon Ball Z shonen bullshit. Peak final.
I mean, this
form
is
overdesign
yeah, this
bullshit.
is
Phase 3
definitely
Caius.
his final form type shit.
Yeah.
The cosmic black wings though,
Because
is kinda
he's
cool.
bigger and uglier. I mean, that's just his shadow cloak again,
Fair.
but bigger,
Yeah,
That's cool though.
Yeah.
less ugly. But yeah, I think this design just has that problem, and because he was released in, when was this guy actually? When did Mega Caius actually come out?
This was
Secrets of
Zexal,
Eternity. All right.
Also, can we assume he's like kaiju sized?
I don't actually know if
I
they've
mean,
done any
not
frame on where the
quite.
Mega Monarchs are. I don't know if
Not
we've seen
really,
their
no.
framing.
I feel like he's at least big. He's at least like maybe twice his normal size. Maybe
Mhm.
I don't know.
We're
I
very
don't care.
close. We're very close to Fail Betrayal becoming a solo stream.
I'm sorry.
Okay. What the fuck was that? Right. With his scale, right? This is Arc V design period is what we were getting at. So
Oh no,
it's
it's Exel.
no Secrets of Eternity.
Oh shit, right? That is Arc. I'm sorry, I have no
Yeah.
sense of time.
No shit. Yeah, and yet you're
Well,
trying to fucking correct
Okay,
me.
it's the second. It's the second Arc you said, isn't it?
I think it's like the. I'm not arguing this time shit anymore. Again, we creep closer to being a solo stream. Anyway, the whole point of this is really not worth all the fucking roadblocks I have to sledgehammer out of the way to get here. Just, he's very try-hard. There's a lot of extra detail for no reason. It's very overinflated and lots of extra bits because the artists probably switched to digital art and were like, ooh, extra bits are cooler. It's like, you know, all the extra Konami orbs and other bullshit we've talked about. And it really just ends up with there being too much. Because, like, I know they think that all their spooky ghost skulls are cool. I'm just kind of like, why does he have all these extra spooky ghost skulls? And why are they doing weird poses? Like, one of them's upside down, one of them's sideways.
Does he have like a weird like arch behind him? I can't tell because
Yes,
the
I
one
think he
skull-
has a big ring thing behind him.
The rust kills it more than anything for me. It's just I don't know why they thought that effect would look cool.
Yeah, I guess it's because he's supposed to be like, ooh, he's covered in so much blood, he's rusty. But, like, rust isn't cool.
It looks like he forgot to wipe his ass.
Well, I mean, it's all over his body, so I don't know
I
about
think
that
it's more he
part.
just
But,
didn't, he just
like,
didn't wash
No,
himself
I mean,
ever.
I'm just saying, it's like it looks like he's dirty more so than like.
yeah,
oh,
it's
he's
just
so
rust is
covered
not
in blood.
a cool effect to add.
No,
If they wanted to have actual like blood splatter, they could have just like drawn an actual blood splatter.
Look, there are some Mega Monarchs I like, and some are this.
Well, part of that goes down to just what we're doing, right? They're doing bigger, you know, bigger Mega Monarchs.
Bigger, larger.
So we're making so that can be weird. Also, by the way, you know, I think the names in Japanese they tried to actually like spice up, but I'm glad they just kept Mega Monarch because in Japanese the translated version of this guy's name is he was Gaius, by the way, not Caius. I don't know why they decided to do a CG flip, but he's literally Gaius the Grudge Wicked Monarch. Onjate.
Oh, it's
So
that's
like
what they're going
Jate,
for.
but then on, like, you know.
sometimes
like an angry
I'm
ghost.
glad that
They
don't
made him
have
about
literal
malevolent spirits for some
translations,
reason.
'cause,
Okay.
God, that would be the worst thing ever.
Well, he is a fiend, so. But yeah, no. So Mega Monarchs are, and also some other big Monarchs are level 8. They are 2801K. We mentioned this about 2 hours ago. He's still a Dark Fiend. So the Mega Monarchs have an interesting, because they would normally be two tributes, but I believe all of them have this fun little text which says you can tribute this card by tributing one tribute summoned monster. So you can still do them for one tribute if you're tribute stacking, which is what the new Monarch deck is very good at. If this card is tribute summoned, target a card on the field. If you do, target a card on the field. Banish it. If you do, inflict 1k damage to your opponent. And then, if it was a dark monster card, banish all cards with that same name from the hand, main deck, extra deck, and graveyard of the player who controlled it. If this card was tribute summoned by tributing a dark monster, add this additional effect, target 2 cards instead. So you can see that we've really done a jump up. So not only does this have, like, basically all of Caius' original effect, banish a card and do 1k damage, but it also is a nobleman effect, a crossout effect. And if you sync up the attributes, which I would argue not that people would know this at the time, but would turn out to be easier because of other support for them that came out, because some of the interplay with Erebus is dark as well. If you synchronize the attributes, I believe what they were going for was you tribute regular Caius for Mega Caius. You get to do 2 cards.
Yeah, this card was not. This card was good in exactly one meta, which was the meta that happened like a year after it came out.
Yeah.
Which was the Shadal Burning Abyss meta.
Yeah.
A lot of darks.
Yeah, spoilers,
Yeah.
it kills both of those decks. But if you can't guarantee you're facing a dark deck, this card is useless.
Yeah. He's
'Cause,
just.
I'm sorry, banish one for a 2 tribute monster is not worth.
Well, he's not a
mean-
two. I mean, the idea is he's never a 2 tribute monster if you're doing this deck correctly. But yeah, it's still. He's a tribute summon to banish 1 card and do 1k damage.
No. Compared
That's
to the
literally
other
just
Monarchs that
Caius's
exist,
effect, but
like,
you always do the damage.
like spoiler, in modern Monarch decks, this card is never played. Or
No,
played
I
at
think
one
it's
in a
too.
side deck.
They tried too hard to leave him with Caius, like expanding Caius's effect, so it's too situational.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, when this is like old
Like
Mobius.
I would,
like,
if we're
when
talking
he
about like
works,
trying
he
to
works.
make Monarch work right now, I would argue he's possibly a side deck tech right now because a lot of tier cards are
That's true.
dark, and if you could
Yeah.
snipe them, that would probably
But
and
there's
banish them. That'd probably be pretty good. But that's definitely a side deck matchup, right?
But Omega, there's a like if you're going to play Mega Monarchs, which is not honestly always actually the case.
True.
There's one Mega Monarch that's so much better than the others that I just can't justify playing Caius.
Fair enough.
I just can't.
Is it the same Mega Monarch that sees play right now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's the
Mega
big red.
Ryza is a boy.
No, it's no, not Mega Ryza.
Then so you lied to David just now.
Oh, so I thought you meant okay. I thought he meant
Right.
she's playing Monarch decks.
No, he's talking about the
No,
one
no.
that's because
Oh,
Mega
no,
Ryza's in
no,
Flunder.
No, not Mega Ryza. No, Mega Ryza is not great in Monarch.
Well, it's because it requires
Well,
wins.
It's Mega Thestalos is the one. That card is broken as shit.
Yeah, but this is Mega Grandmark. Now, unlike Mega Caius, I think this is a much better Mega thing. Obviously, he's still got the weird ring thing, but as somebody
Yes.
pointed out, that is a recurring theme, so he can work with that. But the details they've added to Mega Grandmark, I like. Like the bull horns, okay,
Yeah.
cool. He's
They've
standing
added, like,
up now.
horn- They've added horns to like his knees and his shoulders too.
Yeah,
Well,
but
we
not in
call
a
them spikes, but yeah.
Destiny Hero obtrusive way.
Well,
No,
it's
but some
only
places you actually
like
be in armor.
it's only like one spike, right? So it's
Yeah.
perfectly natural spikes. Yeah.
And they're normal.
His hands are now
spikes as
even
opposed
bigger.
to, like,
Yeah, like his hands and arms are so huge, I'm pretty sure he has to gorilla walk because his legs are technically in proportion with his body, but they're so small compared to his huge hands.
I think he also has like rocket boosters on his arms.
I don't know if
Grandmark
they're
the Mega
rocket
Monarch is
boosters, but he's
such
got
a
some weird holes.
card.
Yeah.
does have to shoot
Big
something.
Chungus, I like him. I
He does
would
go- it
love
feels like
to
he does go
play.
over.
Actually, no, I can just straight up say it. This gives me Shadow of the Colossus vibes. This is a Colossus.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
This
like doing
is,
the King Protea, I'll put hand on you when you just go crush.
Like I would love to play
Yeah.
this
no,
Shadow
this
of the
is a
Colossus
video
boss.
game boss. Like,
Yeah.
whether it be Colossus or I could see this as a Dark Souls, like, fuck off huge
Yeah.
boss.
You have to
Also,
go look
honestly,
around the
I think
arena
we
to
can
get
also
ballistas.
say. I think this group can also say this. This could totally be like an MMO raid or world boss, like just a giant
could
fucking
be
guy
This is like an
walking
alliance
around.
Boss, yeah. This could be an alliance raid boss, yeah.
No, it's
Like he's just a big dude walking around who fucking squishes you. Yeah.
the funny part about Grandmark though is,
Oh my god,
As
it's like
far
the
as
worship
I
a
can-
Titan.
as far as I can tell, this card has never, ever seen play in a Monarch deck, ever.
What's it do again?
So Mega Grandmarg has Grandmarg's effect but bigger. So when it's tribute summoned, assume that it has the tribute summoning by tributing one tribute summoned monster. Target up to 2 set cards. So not mandatory and up to, well, it is mandatory, but it's up to 2, so you can say up to 0. Destroy those targets. And if this card was tributed by tributing an Earth monster, draw 1 card. So if you're playing an Earth deck, this can be an advantage engine. He basically replaces himself. But in Monarch decks, just targeting up to 2 set cards and destroying them, still kind of eh.
I mean, this card is part of certain rock, because once again, he's a rock.
Yeah, he's a rock, yeah.
Which is the only reason this card is relevant. I'll tell you that right
Yes.
now. So he has played in some very, very weird decks.
Yeah.
He's played in Fossil a lot because he's a level 8 rock.
Yeah,
which
that
is
makes sense. That
important
tracks.
for that. He's played in, like I said, Triamids because he XE overlays with Sphinx.
Oh, also, actually, I should bring up, we missed this earlier when I was talking about Mega Monarchs. Talking about them being from the Arc V era, I do believe that they also showed up in the Arc V anime. Like, I believe there was a guy
No.
playing Monarchs.
I don't know about that. I know that the
I mean, I'm digging up Mega Mobiuses, so there's literally a
Oh, okay,
screenshot of him.
okay. Yeah,
I will say
I
this
wasn't
start of
saying
Grandmark.
no, but I was gonna say that in GX, some of the Monarchs made an appearance.
Well, that would be when they
Some of
first
the-
came out, so it makes sense. But
Yeah.
I don't think anybody don't feel like anybody in GX ran a Monarch deck. Just they showed up in
No, they were used by
attribute
some
decks.
jobbers in a two-part episode.
Yeah.
They were used by people. I thought weren't they the people that got like thrashed by cult worshiper Chaz?
Is this relevant?
Yeah, it's not relevant. I don't remember exactly off the top of
So
If they were jobbers, I especially don't think it was very important.
I just wanted to say the one thing of like this, the Totogrammer actually is like, this does actually feel like an anime shot. Actually, yeah.
Was it only Mega Mobius was in the anime? That
Yeah, it
seems
was
really
only
weird.
Mega.
I guess he was probably
that's-
one of the first ones to actually show up because he was in Legacy of the Valiant, which is a very late Zexal set.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should probably do Mega Mobius next.
Oh, well, I'm literally pulling him up. That's why this came up. Mobius, the Mega Monarch. So the pattern thing that you guys were talking about is mostly gone. It's like isolated to a couple of his areas.
Yeah.
But yo, you want to talk about over design? He has a lot of
Yeah,
extra
Mega
spikes
Mobius
now.
So-
is
So
awful.
the one on his head. If there wasn't one on his head, I'd be okay. But there's one on the head, it just doesn't work at all.
I still disagree with you.
Yeah, I
If
think
there
he's
was-
still got a
I
few
can,
too
I
many
can
spikes.
understand, but they're not great. Like the one on the shoulders
Okay.
and his head don't feel like.
Look,
Okay.
I'm gonna be very real. The problem is not the spikes.
Fair.
Why does he have a giant inflated breastplate?
Yeah, that was
For
my
one.
initial.
Yeah, it's a little
problem.
more rounded than his initial form. It's all the same components, but it's kind of like extra layers have been
think
added.
it's also
Why does he
perspective
have
thing.
like 2 extra fingers on top of his hand and then Wolverine claws on top of his hand? Like he has 3 sets of claws on his hand.
Because it's a weird.
Well, they're not the
Why?
topmost set
Alteration of
aren't really
original
claws.
armor.
They're just kind of like his weird grippy armor. But yeah, he has
That's true,
he has
but
icicle knuckles and hands, which is. I mean, I understand
goofy.
what the aesthetic is. You're correct. It is still goofy. Like
He's a
that's
goofus.
some early Mega Man or Mega Man X tier boss shit. Where just like, ooh, look
Like,
at my
is he supposed to, like-
icicles.
Is he supposed to put them in the ice so he doesn't slide or something?
This
No,
is
I think
like
he's supposed to
bad
punch
video
you.
game design.
Also, let's be real. Axe did bring it up. That the thing they've done with his head is bad.
See, I actually don't mind the head spike as much.
I
Or the
much
head
preferred it
horn.
when it faced down. When he
There's
had like a
so
weird
much-
beak thing, but like
I can't tell what's his face.
his face is all that front plate. He's doing a side.
There's
flip.
so
It's
much
hard to
else
figure
I
out,
have
really.
problems with this that I guess it's just not in my top list. Maybe.
His face is in profile. This is his.
Also,
Oh, I
face.
know.
what's-
It's hard to like get
Whoever
a good
drew
sense of it.
this,
Not really.
please go outside and look at a cape blowing in the wind because whatever you did, this is not how capes work.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
I
not
don't know
blowing in the
physics.
wind. He's like pulling it around him. But yeah, it's just there's a lot of extra crinkles in it.
It feels like this something would be better if it was like a 3D model in motion or something than actually just an image.
No,
But-
this just looks awful to me. I don't know.
I
Also,
gotta
apparently
be
he's on the
honest with
moon.
all these segments and stuff. I don't think he would look better in motion
Yeah, I think he'd look worse.
because he's got too many parts that would like clip or not work.
You know what he looks like? He looks like a mega level Digimon.
I don't know enough about it to dispute. I will leave chat to
Yeah.
yell at Dallas if not.
Nah.
I mean, he is doing
Alright.
he's doing the kneel pose again, just like regular Mobius. And I will say at least the background is good. Like that fucking detail on that ice cliff.
Well,
I just
I mean,
realized I'm
it's
looking at a
hard
different
to
thing.
fuck up the
Yeah.
Aurora
And yeah.
Borealis.
It's good, but yeah, Mega Mobius definitely, and because I think he was one of the first ones, if not the first one to come out of the Megas, he's definitely like
Yeah, he's a-
exemplifying some of the derpy stuff we're talking about.
Yo, can we get to Best Boy?
Well, we have to talk about what Mega Mobius does.
Oh, right.
He's an
I mean-
Aqua. When this card is tribute summoned, target up to 3 spell traps, destroy them. If it was tributed by using a water monster, your opponent cannot activate in response. So I will say, this is good. If you need to actually use Mega Mobius, the fact that your opponent can't just activate the spell traps you're going to blow up anyway, that's good. It's still kind of
I mean-
hard to pull off.
It's such a niche requirement. Like, back in 2008, when popping 2 spell traps was, like, a big deal, like, there were not a lot of cards that did this. I can see it, but like just run Twin Twister. Like I'm gonna be honest.
Well, it's 3, but also Dallas. I would like to remind you, this card was printed just before penned formats, and pendulum
true.
cards are spell trap cards. That's
Like
why
people
like
tried
Twin
to
Twasters
run
and
it.
sort of stuff.
People tried to run it in like that
Yes, they
weird
are.
2014 period.
Lots
that
back.
They did
Done with
Monarch
your
stuff.
you're done with your raids, buddy.
Yeah, and Lucky wanted to go to sleep.
That's
But
okay.
like I just said, it was like
we have a perfect opportunity of no conflict tomorrow, Loth, because I'll be streaming 14.
they did the
all
whole
be together.
like they tried to make Mobius the Mega Monarch work, but it's
Yeah.
just not.
Look
It's
at
so
this
niche.
guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
no, it looks-
Welcome,
he
welcome,
looks
Loth. Welcome to Mobius the Mega Monarch. You
Oh,
left
yeah,
when we
you-
started doing cool monarchs. You've come back to this guy.
Oh my god. How many
Oh, and this
spikes can we fit on him?
This isn't even
Yes.
the worst Mega Monarch. I'll say that right now.
I'm pretty sure he isn't. No.
no,
he
there's
isn't.
a
But yeah,
specific
he's got a weird. I think his effect attempt is good to be improving, but it's still kind of like he's still limited to spell trap cards. He still lives in the side deck.
No, he's such a. He's not even side decked in modern Monarch decks because they just run Twin Twisters. 'Cause,
So
like, yeah, the non-response thing is good, but generally modern sets that doesn't do a lot.
and honestly, usually if you're popping back row, you're either doing it at a smart time or you're hoping to bait an activation anyway. You're like,
Yeah,
okay,
or
I'm gonna Twin
you're,
Twisters
like,
you. If you have a compulse set, you have to compulse me now.
Like, yeah, most back row you're popping in modern Yu-Gi-Oh are floodgates, which I don't care if you can't respond because it doesn't do anything anyway.
Yeah.
Solemns, you're just gonna negate it anyway. Like, it's just not like it's just run Twin Twister.
So here is Mega Ryza. I want to say I'm not upset by Mega Ryza. I do want to say though, I think honestly the reason why is because we talked about this. Ryza didn't seem very large and in charge anyway. This almost feels like this should just be what regular Ryza looks like, right?
Yeah.
It does feel bigger. Yeah.
Yes.
I have
he's-
a little bit of a problem with one part of him, but
Which bit? Because there's like a couple things that
his
I could tone
face.
down.
His
Yeah,
face.
his helmet's a little over
he just looks
detailed.
like he just looks like he got punched in the nuts or something. He looks like he's in pain.
I don't see
You
that.
gotta glow up to be normal.
I don't really see that. I just see
it
him got
actually-
kind of a face.
It really makes me think of like a dragoon helmet now.
Yeah,
well, actually,
he
with the way
has-
the yeah,
Oh no, I was just gonna point out the same thing.
Oh, he has a beak. Oh, okay. I was looking at that wrong.
Yeah, I
with the way
figured you were.
The headpiece looks. It looks like he's just got a serious case of underbite.
No, I thought that like white bandage thing he has on his nose. I thought those were his teeth.
I'll be real. The helmet just reminds me of Ishgardian helmets.
I think we can
Okay,
all
can
agree
I-
that no matter what, his helmet has a little too much going on.
Can I
Yeah.
say the thing? Can I say something though?
Go for
The
it.
collar.
Why is this just super geyserish? Like,
He does
tell
kind
me
of
I'm wrong. This is just super
He
geyserish.
does kind of have that
Ma-
similar silhouette, doesn't he?
Kind of, yeah. I guess. I guess to me though is like, it just feels like an actual improvement on like the Ryza design.
Well, yeah, no,
maybe it's
th-
stupid,
this
but like
is
because it's like
definitely
because like the bladed art, like the bladed van braces and like the
Yeah,
actual,
I think he's got a
claw
few
bits.
too many blades in his arms, but they at least like work. They're kind of feathery.
I like the knee
If-
pads.
if
I will
the
say.
if the blades were feathers, not blades, it actually would have been,
Yeah.
in my opinion, a little
I
bit
do want to
cooler.
point out though. Orbs.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
motherfucker
the gems?
covered in orbs. They're orbical
Oh my
though.
god! Right,
that
he's got
bad, though.
he's
They're
got
spherical.
bracelet. He's got bracelet gems.
Yeah, he's got
It's
an.
not that
He's got
bad,
so
though.
many in there, and it's not bad. But I just want to point out the man is orbed out.
He's got the Duelist Kingdom Gauntlet.
He does kind of have the Duelist
Oh
Kingdom
my God,
gauntlet.
he
He's also got
does.
orbs in his legs. Like, god damn it! And in like his fucking like, they're
Yeah.
like, oh, wait. Honestly, some of them feel like they're more like the bolts that put in his armor, but they have like orbs at the
They're
top.
still kind of
Like-
orb colored. It's not. It's not the
Honestly,
worst.
Even more so than base Ryza, this just looks like a superhero more than a monarch.
Yeah,
yeah.
and the way his
Yeah.
collar looks, it looks like he's got like a tiny
God
version of the cones that
Color.
dogs. Yeah, But
Yeah.
Well,
dogs
that's
also don't
the
fight
you weren't here for
themselves.
this bit, but that is the gorget. That is the neck guard of armor, but it's very big.
No,
Yes.
this
But
is
what I wanted
awful.
what I wanted to say in Dallas's superhero comment though, really quick, is like, yeah, this is a really weird Iron Man arc where he needed the
Oh.
bird themed armor.
Oh, see, no.
Oh,
see,
this is like a
That's not
Hulkbuster
what I was
armor.
thinking of. This is Green Arrow needed an Iron Man suit.
That also works. Yeah,
Or wait, no, that's cross dimension. That would be
that
a
still
Batman
works
suit.
as a funny gag.
But yeah, no. I mean, he's my second favorite probably of the Mega Monarch designs.
Yeah, I think he's pretty solid.
There's a
Unfortunately,
weird bit that I don't see anything wrong. It's also got the cool like bits like for like his.
I will
so
say
this card was very, very irrelevant,
yes.
except
But
until about
guess what?
2021.
People will probably recognize him and fucking hate him because he is a wind-winged beast. By the way,
I'll say
again,
this.
the Mega Monarch names in Japanese continue to be crazy. He is Repute, double P, long U. I cannot do that very easily.
Repute.
Ryza, the Raving Wind Monarch. I'm so glad
I'll
they
just
just
say
decided
this,
to Mega
Omega.
Monarch them.
Out of all of the non-archetype shit in Flunder, I actually don't hate Ryza that much.
I mean, I don't because I play Live Twin and just like when they go for the when they kill their monster that negates me to make Mega Ryza, I'm just like, cool. I split my monster to bounce your targets, and then I just pop Mega Ryza, die, and I draw a card. Cool. It's not the worst, no, but
No.
other
Like,
decks will fucking hate him.
I fucking like I'll take Mega Ryza over what is it? Apex Avian and Stormwinds and Harpies.
Yeah, barrier. The using your extra
Harvey
normal to
Featherstorm.
fucking put barrier statue is a pain in the ass. Yes.
You know, there's a
Yeah.
weird thing I always thought where it's like
But at
after a
least
certain point
Mega
in time, I
Ryza-
feel like people want to make all the birds extinct.
Like you can counter Mega Ryza.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
And Mega Ryza at least isn't an archetype card. Well, I mean, he's a monarch.
and I feel like Monarchs,
are
at least in
meant
their
to be splashed.
yeah, I feel like in their original intent, at
Yeah.
least until the 2016 structure, Monarchs are supposed to go in other decks.
Yeah, like Konami figured out how to make Monarchs a consistent strategy, but you are both correct. They were very much a splashable engine. You
Like,
would
yeah.
run Monarch decks because all the Monarchs are just good payoffs for a tribute engine of one tribute, right? But we talked about how there are honorary Monarchs like the Vanities and like Jinzo, right? There are other one tribute monsters who are good. So,
Yeah. There are much
hell,
there are
Summon
cards
Skull
I have
Beats
much
was a
more of a problem
dynamic
with
theme.
than Ryza in.
yeah.
Yeah.
But
But,
still, like I
so-
said, some people will probably be very annoyed by him. And you probably recognize his effect, but let's say it anyway. Mega Ryza is Wind Wing Beast, like I said. If this card is tribute summoned, target a card on the field and one card in either graveyard. Also, if this card was tribute summoned by tributing a wind monster, you can target an additional card in the field, place the targets on top of the deck in any order, and then return that additional target, if any, to the hand. So he gets to he gets to remove out of your graveyard, which is very good. Talking about like effects that are good, you know, the fact that he can stack he can take cards out of your opponent's graveyard, he can stack from their deck, and he can bounce an additional card to hand. It's very thorough, but I feel like because he's wind, he was harder to set up in pure Monarch decks. You would basically
Well,
need
no.
to tribute him over a
Yeah.
regular Ryza anyway.
Well, you want another crazy part about it?
Yeah.
He's not good enough to justify splashing wind monsters in. There is a Mega Monarch that has a better effect.
Well, yeah, we've talked
That
about
was the
festivals
only one
before,
we're
yeah.
slashing.
So
Yeah.
yeah, like that.
'Cause-
He is not a good card for a Monarch deck because of his elemental requirements, but if you were to be running a wind deck, especially with Flunder, a wind
Yeah.
deck that
especially
specializes in
that
tribute
summons.
summoning, he's a good way to do your end board. I just think the problem with, honestly, in Flunder, he's a bit of a trap. Be careful about using Ryza to clear boards because the fact that Empen is a negate, and not even a negate, he's just a blanket your opponent can't activate effects. Like that
It's
is
way
on.
more annoying
Yeah,
than
that's a
Ryza.
way more annoying effect. The problem is that a lot of
Like I
decks.
said,
will,
Apex Avian's also more annoying than
yeah,
Ryza.
when I played in the No Extra Deck Festival, I did not use Mega Ryza at all. I did I think it was 2 Snowl, 3 Empen, 1 Apex Avian. I would end with 1
Avian is a
negate.
fucker.
I would end with 1 auto negate just once per chain, and then all your skills, all your monster activations are negated. And I actually think Snarl is a good card because it does piercing. It allows you to actually win games. But I'm weird in Yu-Gi-Oh that I tried to actually finish the game and not just make my opponent quit. But that's a
Yeah,
personal
that's true.
preference.
Hey,
But yeah, Mega Mesa.
I gotta step away.
Okay. We have been going very
May.
long, but we're trying to speed this up a
Okay.
little.
Can we get to Best Boy now?
Yeah,
I think
Festalos is
he's
next. T comes after
I
R.
fucking love this art so much.
I'm ready to see it for the first time.
I'm kind of surprised you've never seen it before, but yeah, it's time for Mega Festalos. So,
Well, likely, if you ever see this card summoned, you're conceding pretty soon after.
So, here's Mega Thestalos. Thestalos the Mega Monarch. So you want to talk about... We talked before about how
This is
Thestalos
a
was
glow-up.
was a little too ordinary. This, in a really good way, takes the Thestalosness and makes it better. His spikes on his head are much thicker and more pronounced. The spikes on his arms are also thicker and look more intimidating. He's got little extra flourishes. He's got a
This
more
is
dynamic
just-
pose.
So, can we admit, this is just a Priest of Gwyn? Like, he's just about to do Sunfire Lens.
Yeah, this is just a Dark
And it's
Soul
gonna
thing.
kill you.
This is absolutely a Dark Souls
Thestalo-
thing.
The Thessalos you are, the Thessalos he tells you not to worry about.
Yeah,
And
seriously.
and also, I think we can make that comparison because this came out in Primal Origin in 2014, after Dark Souls definitely was a thing.
Honestly, it's a nicer glow
Yeah.
up, and it's like I would say, him getting weirdly like his spikes just doubled in size. Besides that, I feel like the armor's a bit more.
I'm not sure if the
fancier?
original Thessalos had it, but the gold
Alright.
accenting is pretty nice.
He did have the
Well, they
gold
added more.
accenting, but yeah, there's like I said, there's more of it.
He
in
just
this
had a
guy.
tiny bit. He just had the stuff in the middle of his chest.
Yeah, like the thing down the line.
I think his hands also had it, but they were harder to see.
they also added a
because
chest
of
plate to
Alright,
put like the
hang
cape in
on.
place.
Yeah.
But yeah,
thank you.
his helmet, I think, is the biggest improvement, because it looked really derpy in the original.
Also,
This just
hey,
looks-
guess what? They covered his mouth. I can't
solid.
see his teeth anymore. Huge improvement.
Yeah.
didn't look
Thestalos'
like pain, he
teeth
looked-
were not required.
No.
Ready to destroy you.
No,
Yeah.
this art, I think, this is my favorite Mega Mon.
I will also say, funnily enough, I think Thestalos has the best Japanese name. Bakuente Thestalos. Thestalos, the explosive flame monarch.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
that means exploding, burning something, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
So he is still a pyro. Again, remember he has the tribute summon by tributing a tributed monster effect. If this card is tribute summoned, look at your opponent's hand and discard one card. And then if it was a monster, inflict damage equal to their level times 200. If this card was tribute summoned by tributing a fire monster, add this additional effect, inflict 1k damage to your opponent. So, hey, now
Yeah.
he's a confiz on legs.
Yeah, also, you notice how that extra effect is not important at fucking all?
No, but the original Festalos, we said, was a little limited in Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Because he's random. You can't guarantee that you'll hit a good card.
Yeah.
Mega Festalos, hey, guess what? You get to look at your opponent's hand. That's really fucking strong. Like, this is just
Yeah,
Confi
no.
on legs. Which is
Mega Thestalos
amazing.
is the only Mega Monarch that sees play in Modern Monarchs, for a very good reason.
Yeah.
Looking at the hand is good.
Yes, you get to look at your opponent's hand. You get to pick a card to discard. If it's a monster, you can guarantee the burn damage, but much more likely, you'll probably be picking apart their spell trap starters. If you can set this up.
And honestly, the extra 1k burn damage is nothing, so you don't have to run any
No.
fire monsters. Although, I will say, I have run the Fire Vassal we'll get to later, because he's not bad.
Yeah. And I will say,
He's like
I
the
think
second
also
best one.
technically, if you were able to set it up so you could, for whatever reason, right, you could Thestalos and then Mega Thestalos on the same turn, that's basically Delinquent Duo.
Oh, also, another thing, there is a very common fire monster played in Modern Monarch lists.
Which one is it?
Super Quantum Red Layer.
Right!
Because he
'cause
summons
he's a
inherently
yeah, he's a
with no
Sidra.
monsters on board, so... no, he's better Sidra, because
Right,
he doesn't
yeah, he's a free
require your
boy.
opponents to own anything.
Yeah, he's just
a
if you
turn
don't have a
one
monster.
Sidra.
Yeah.
Like, so, he is very often played in Monarch lists, so that gets you that Thessalos effect.
All right, so
I mean, you don't need it, but...
let's
you can
see.
have
Can we improve Zaborg? Yes, actually. By the way, like I don't think this is the best art, but I do think this is better than regular Zaborg.
It's only better than regular Zaborg, because regular Zaborg was awful.
Yes. So he's got shoulder horns now. Okay. His chest is still kind of weirdly bulbous.
Okay, why does he have boobs now? Did he go through a transition? Like, I'm not gonna judge. but,
No,
like,
I think just in general everything is like his chest plate is rounded in multiple levels because he's got like an immediately under that a rounded belly.
It just looks like his
Look,
hair's got an improvement. I'll
Yeah.
say that.
everything other than the chest area, I'm fine with. The chest
The
area is
ti-
causing me
He's
serious
bulbous.
problems.
He's got some
The
like
ti-
What's up, Bob?
the tiger stripe looking cloak thing off of him.
he's always had that.
Yeah.
Oh, that was from
Okay.
Yeah, the
normal
original
Zork,
Zaborg
too.
had that. It makes him more
Okay.
lightning-y.
It just looks like
Uh,
I don't know why, but this reminds me of I can't remember the name of it, but it was like a union monster that had like charge lines on it and like some orbs. It was like a 500. It was like a but like it looks like this one on top of
The
it.
mech
When it-
support platform.
Yes, for some reason it makes it look like Zaborg has that on top of him with like his armor.
doesn't,
I don't know
though.
why.
So,
Anyway,
do you want to talk about the other Mega Monarch that was kind of played for very degenerate
Right.
reasons?
well,
I
I'll
know
do.
what this guy looks like. Sorry.
Go ahead.
He looks like a fucking heavy knight from Fire Emblem.
Oh
He's-
my
he is
god,
kinda
He's a
you're
chunky
right,
tiny
like
he's
that, yeah.
boy
general.
in armor that's too big.
True.
Oh my
But
god,
in a very
you're
fact.
jank
general.
way.
True facts. I was just going to talk about his hair. Mega Zaborg has gone to a new hairstylist, and it's working for him because now he's got like the anime like poof oni hair as opposed to a literal fucking Chia Pet hat.
But also
Yeah.
his armor got really into horns.
Oh yeah, he's just bigger and spikier. It's kind of
Also
silly.
like that plate over his crotch doesn't look
No,
good.
this is Zaborg, not.
Yeah, no,
Festivus.
this guy's effect is, if you can do this correctly, this is a game-ending effect.
Yeah. So, Mega Zaborg is still Thunder. If this card is tribute summoned, target a monster on the field, destroy it. If that was a light monster, both players send as many cards as possible from their extra deck to the graveyard, but not more than the original level/rank to the monster. If this card was tribute summoned by tributing a light monster, you can choose the opponent your card sends. So, remember how we talked about how Zaborg can accidentally pop himself? You probably
Yeah.
want
This
to
time you
pop
wanna
Mega
pop
Zaborg.
Zaborg.
Yeah, because then your opponent has to
Yeah,
send
no.
8 cards from their
Uh,
extra deck. And
This is an absolute
guess what?
killer.
if you set up with the light, which again is not hard because light and darks is the good support cards for summoning
Yeah,
in decks.
The main
He is
starter
good.
in Monarch is a light. Ada is
Hmm.
arguably the most important. Monarch
That means
card.
you get to ditch 8 cards
Yeah.
from your opponent's extra deck.
No,
That's a game ender.
This card is a game ending. Like,
Yeah.
I've run this a couple of times in Monarch, because like if you get it off against certain decks, they just lose.
And despite being an ultra rare,
So if you
hey,
if you just
Synchron.
send
David likes to play Synchron. If you resolve this against a Synchron player going first, they lose.
or if you just send a link
Uh,
decks all of its links 4s and 3s and they just have only 2s left.
no, you would hit all their link 2s, then they can never get to their link force.
fair,
You
fair.
kill
yeah,
their link
fair.
climbing
Well, it
ability.
depends on what deck they're playing. But
Well, yeah.
Regardless, most
Or
decks cannot
hey, guess
survive
what?
this.
Because this came out in the new challengers in 2014. Hey, are you playing whatchamacallit, Invoked or Shadal builds?
Just hit
Yeah.
all of the invoked
All
cards
your
that
fusions
actually
go.
will come up.
I would also
Yeah,
say
like-
this was still relevant during Pendulum because it was send to graveyard from extra deck, so you could technically scrape pens off your opponent's extra deck.
No, so Omega, that's not even the main. The thing you do with this card and the builds of Monarch I've seen with it are turbo out a DeFi effect or shifter on their own turn. And
Oh,
then
so
do
it goes to
effects.
banish too. Yeah, that's pretty
Yeah,
rough. Yeah.
So then you
Can't
just
extra
end
get
the
them out
game.
because they weren't summoned
Like
correctly. so they're
I do
fucking
run a
dead.
build of Monarch that has main decks 3 D shifters so that I can Ada into Ados, double tribute Zaborg, D shifter under Zaborg, then my opponent banishes 8 from their extra deck. And hey, if you can kill me from them, I deserve to lose.
Yeah.
And then, of course, every time I play that deck, I get matched up against nothing but Flu and Eldritch players and cry. But
Yeah, the Eldritch player is just like, dude, I banish, my extra deck exists for me to banish it anyway, buddy. But the funny thing is that this guy is basically literally pennies. Like he's like, he is technically not pennies, but he is 2 quarters on TCG player.
no, he's
You
not
could
like
play
a
him in
great
Broke
card.
Boy and maybe do something good, but you gotta make a deck for
He's
this
not
player.
a great card in all situations.
God, somebody should
'cause
tell
obviously-
Joseph Ordaney to make Monarchs in a Broke Boy episode. I don't know what dollar
I
value
mean,
that
how
is.
expensive is Erebus and Pantheisms?
The only card that might be expensive would be not Pantheism or Erebus. It would be some of the other spell traps.
Like Stormforth or some of the other extra deck shit.
No, not
Stormforth,
Stormforth. That was a common. It would be like what's that? What's the Searcher one? Oh, I can't remember.
Rise?
It's like, no, it's not the Monarchs Rise. Return of the Monarchs. That would be the
Return,
one I
yeah.
think might be expensive because it was an ultra.
So, we've spoken about the structure deck enough. Let's talk about that strategy. So there were 4 brand new Monarchs in there. 2 Squires, 2 big Monarchs. And technically, you can argue that Ether and Erebus are, like, kind of in between because they have the stat lines of Megas, but they are not called Mega Monarchs.
No,
But
I would
alphabetically,
consider
we're going to
them-
begin with the main starter, Edea, the Heavenly Squire.
She looks cool.
Yeah, this is the most important card in all of Modern Monarchs.
Yeah.
So the only thing I have the weird thing about it is like her limbs are like she feels like she's a robot or like I said, energy inside of armor because though look at her limbs outside of like her vambraces and her shoulders.
No, she's just skinny. It's just art. Actually, have you ever seen a work designed by Clamp?
Also,
Sometimes people
yeah.
are just noodle people.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And I would like to say, continuing on with the Kiraz issue, Edea is a warrior, so she is just a person, probably?
Yo, fun fact, you could go into fucking
Isolde?
call it off of her. Isolde off of
Yeah.
her. Yeah. Or Isolde search her.
Mhm.
It's really fucking
So
I-
I was just gonna say,
Look,
design-wise.
Domain Monarchs is funny, but I love extra deck Monarch builds. They're so fucking hilarious.
I mean, you talked before about how you like flexible. Extra deck Monarch is definitely the more like options and playbook type.
They're the jank. You could say it, Omega. They're the jank version of Monarch
Yeah.
decks.
Well, it's because you trade the absolute control of domain for
Domain
having
to
toolbox
do-
options.
Can we all agree that
Ultimate Zolkin,
like the
Fish
actual like
Vulcan shit.
background and like lighting effects on this is actually really cool looking.
Well, yeah, no, I don't think any Monarchs have had bad like background effects, but like this is pretty good. It gets the heavenly. There's some extra light in there.
This is very much Aether Squire.
Yeah, obviously, given that she's light and called the Heavenly Squire and Aether is the Heavenly Monarch. I will say at least, and we'll see more when we get to actually Aether in a little bit, because I think, funnily enough, the alphabetization works out that we do Light Squire, Dark Squire, Light Monarch, Dark Monarch. Thanks, Erebus, for having an R in your name. But while this obviously, like, proportionally, like Axe noted, she's, drawn very skinny. Her armor is pretty straightforward and doesn't have a lot of extra pieces. I do still kind of feel like with the way she is drawn, like with the big vambraces, with the, like, cloak thing, the ring on her helmet, Edea still, like, even though she's clearly smaller and more minimal, and we'll see this again with some of the vassals. Some of them.
They're weird, what I've seen of them.
Yeah, the vassals, if I remember correctly, are very weird, most of them.
Like there's a
But
mix between them being mini versions of their bigger selves, or like being just like what would be a servant version of them. I
But
guess.
Edea at least looks like, yeah, okay, this is a mini monarch. I can understand this.
She would hand Aether her weapon.
Or
On
something.
the bright side, the 2 good vassals look good.
Yeah, so,
But just play it once.
also, by the way, Edea, ludicrously, like, Edea is a light level 1 warrior with 800 attack and 1k defense. This is like a ludicrously good box to be put in. You can one for one,
target
yeah.
for days.
We talked about you can Isolde search, you can Rhoda her, obviously. Like,
Yeah.
this is
No.
just a really good area to be in. Konami knew what they were doing when they set this up.
But also her effect allows for some how to put this, some jank-ass combos.
Well, yeah, so we talked before about how monarchs are defined not by the term monarch, but by their stat line. So, Edea says if this card is normal or special summoned, you can special summon one monster with 800 attack and 1000 defense from your deck in defense position, except Edea. Now, obviously, that works for the other Squire we're going to talk about. But also, any monster that has that stat effect can be summoned from deck by her.
Yeah. And there are some interesting ones.
Now, admittedly,
for-
this does, we should point out, the next line of text is also you can't special summon the extra deck for the rest of this turn. So this does extra deck lock you. Though I would point out it does work on special summon, so if you can special summon this on your opponent's turn, you can get out extra monsters and still do the thing.
I need to tell you what this can summon, though, because
Go for
there's
it, yeah.
some-
There's some funny ones, I'm sure. I was just thinking how to look it up.
Okay, so there's some stupid ones. Oh, I have a list. There's some stupid ones, obviously, that don't do anything. Like, you can search Psychroid.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no good application for it, but you can.
Okay, I see the list.
But there's some good ones. Archfiend Eccentric is
Yep.
a good
That's
target.
good. Yeah.
Because you can use it to get a
Mhm.
pop. So if you only need one Ada and you don't need the Eidos effect.
Yep.
I've seen that actually used. Eidos, obviously, the vassals.
Yeah.
Those are what you're supposed to.
Yeah, because
Fun one.
all the vassals are on this list.
Fun one. Phantom Knights of Ancient Cloak.
Yeah, Ancient Cloak. I saw that guy. Hey, Axe. Here's a funny one for you. Rapa Chiyomaru.
Here's one that I've been testing out myself.
Actually, S-Force Monarch's not a bad idea.
Fluundaries and
Or at least
Elgin.
with the light Monarch.
Yeah,
stuff.
Eglin counts. That's hilarious.
Yeah, you can search Eglin.
There's a couple of tuners which count. Which obviously, like I said, you can't special from the extra deck this turn, but you could set up the special.
Yeah, like, Tenyu Spirit Nahata is another one.
Yeah.
Like, you could do some silly shit with this card.
There's also a shitload of funny old vanillas that have exactly that stat line. Mechanical Snail,
Yeah.
Monster Turtle, Mystical Sheep #2. Some weird shit.
Oh, Mystical Sheep #2 is not a vanilla.
Yes,
Oh, it
Sheep
is?
2 is, yeah.
Oh, that's Mystical Sheep #1, right?
Yes.
Sorry.
No, number 2 is just the weird vanilla.
Yeah, no, there's some shit you can do with it that's very funny.
And, like, obviously they did do a smart thing by limiting the extra deck when you do this effect, because otherwise there's a lot of weird... Like I said, there's literally, like, I think at least 2 tuners.
Well, you could literally just assault Turbo for days.
Yes.
So, I'll wait for you guys to finish talking about actual deck things, because I have like a weird thing that.
Well,
came to
yeah,
my
I don't
mind.
think there's anything else to talk about there. She has a second effect, though, which is if this card is sent to the graveyard, target one of your banished Monarch spell traps, add it back to your hand. You can only use each effect of Idea once per turn. So, we talked about this before. Dallas mentioned that you would want a Defizz or Defi effect on a Monarch field spell because Monarchs want their spell traps engraved so they can banish them. So Idea lets you recur those after you've used both their regular effect and their banish effect.
Yeah. You can also search some really funny cards with the search this card by some very funny ways, which has led to some fun builds of Monarch. Like there's obviously the easy ones, like 1/1, Wherefore Art Thou, Rhoda.
Yeah.
You can also search this off of Chaos Space or Chaos Zone rather.
It is a light, yeah.
Yeah.
I love that card.
You can do Chaos Monarch, which is a build I've done. You could search this off of fucking Tales of the Brethren, which is fun.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff. Dragoonity Corsica.
That is funny. But yeah, so Idea, in case you can't tell, Idea just giving you an extra card on normal or special is just good. You get an extra monster, and that sets you up
I
for
know
the play.
technically Erebos is next, but we really should do Eidos.
No, Eidos is next. Because
Okay,
Erebus
then we
ER.
need, we need
Yeah.
to do.
The
wanted
order
to find
should
one
be ED, EI. Actually, it is HI.
before we
I
go-
mean,
We'll
it doesn't matter if we do.
Before we get
I'll say this: it doesn't matter if we do Aether or Erebus first, but we need to do Eidos next.
Yeah, we'll do Eidos. Technically, Aether
So-
should be next, but we'll do Eidos so we can. Do
So
the
before
two
we
big
get to
ones,
that, I
yeah.
wanted to bring up a thing. There's a whole thing about the Monarchs are led by Erebus to be an army of destruction to lead. Then Aether then shows up with Idea to basically remake the world.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that
don't know
was
why,
the
but, like,
Master
they're
Duel
not-
lore we talked about.
This art honestly makes me feel like it's being like, after like the world is destroyed, she shows up and then announces to the survivors of the world that it shall be reborn in the image of the Empress or something.
Oh.
Like it's like a bit of a she like
Yeah.
comes and announces it to the people.
Anyway, Eidos, the Underworld
Eidos.
Squire.
The
Guy that cleans the throne.
No, they don't need their extra deck, but you could do so many funny things though, Zed.
I guess
Bush
I
Vulcan.
guess I was very unfunny.
Bush Vulcan FTKs, man.
So also, the guy who makes a wonderful little
Man,
video game series.
this is the most generic art
He looks
think.
like a random Dark Knight in a Fiend army, yeah. He's just a random Dark Knight.
I mean, he's a squire, so he's not supposed to be super important. He is fairly generic.
This is
What do you
Dark
look at?
Knight.
What does he do in Erebus's army anyway? I guess just like I said,
He's his
cleans
squire.
He heralds them.
Yeah.
fair, yeah.
Quite
That, I mean,
literally,
look
even
at it.
more than
He's
Idos.
doing that pose. I will say, I think there's something kind of interesting going on.
He looks
so-
like Devimon.
A little bit, yeah. But I'd like you to point.
Actually,
I'd like you to point at his arm. The way they've drawn his arm and his like weird cloak, it makes it looks like his arms are stuffed with shadow fibers.
yeah, I was thinking about that too. Yeah.
I don't know if that's
Cool.
intentional, but it's a neat little extra detail.
Save his hair.
He
Yeah.
does seem to be like just leaking shadow from certain spots, which makes sense.
Honestly, he reminds me of a mix between like Artorias and then like of the Abyss, mixed with like Devimon kind of.
No, he's not raggedy enough to be Artorias.
Well, okay, well pre-corruption or like mid-corruption, or like
Maybe.
end of good.
Because like, Artorias is basically falling apart.
But there's a lot of. It definitely got
Trust
some
me, I
interesting
lost to
vibes
that
here.
boss fight 55 something times the first time. It was the boss fight I lost to the most by like 3 times.
There's a lot going on here, though,
I-
but
I know
in a good way. Like, I think most of the colors interwork. The fact that
Oh,
he's
no,
got
it-
like segments and spikes kind of makes sense.
I kind of want it as a Dark Knight armor, even though it would probably be
I
too much
called
for
him
me.
generic, but he's not like bad. He's just
No, he's
very
not.
generic.
Yeah, he's not adventurous in any way. He just kind of does the thing.
Yeah.
So,
It's
hey,
fully functional artwork.
fun fact: we brought back the dark spellcaster thing. So Eidos is a dark level 2 spellcaster. He has the 801k effect. If this is normal or special, during your main phase this turn, you can tribute summon 1 monster in addition to your normal summoner set. You can only use this effect once per turn. You can banish this card from your graveyard, target a monster with 801k in your graveyard, except Eidos, special summon it, but you can't special summon a monster with the extra for the rest of the turn. You can only use each effect once per turn. So, Eidos, when normal or special, gets you an extra tribute summon. So on turn 1, you can summon a Monarch.
Yeah. Turn 1, big Monarch.
Additionally, you know, if you need to make a double Monarch and you don't want a tribute summon, if you go Idea Eidos, hey, you can make a level 8 Monarch because you can do 2 tributes.
Yeah, no, that's generally what you do.
But
You Eidos for either Aether or Thestalos or Zaborg.
yeah.
Generally.
But also, I do like his graveyard effect. You can banish him from the graveyard to recover, presumably Idea in this case, and set it up again. So, just
Oh, no,
just
yeah.
a good consistency card. I don't think he's as crazy as Idea, because Idea is like,
Yeah.
again, ludicrously easy to search and summon, and just gives you extra boys. There's so many ways to
No,
work that.
he's not.
Because Eidos specifically requires it to be your main phase this turn. So if you happen to like special him on your opponent's turn, he doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Not that that's like a normal case, but it's just something to note because there are decks that do recur and float. So he's a good boy though, and completes the set very nicely with Idea.
He also helped me take my UA deck into finals.
All right. So I just pull up the big lady.
Big Mama.
Yeah, this is
Kind of goes. She also goes with the theme of Konami really likes their creation goddesses.
Yeah.
I mean, they're Japanese. What do
Yeah.
you want?
Yeah.
It's kind of their thing. So this is Aether, the Heavenly Monarch, spelled with an E.
Aether.
I think that was mostly the TCG, by the way, because the OCG spelling is like Aetheru. So like it could
Oh,
be
wow,
Aether,
idiot.
Ether, whatever.
I mean, French
I
is
just-
literally just Aether.
Yeah.
I just noticed Dia literally just looks like a tiny version of her because her arms are even as thin.
Yeah, no. This is very much, you can tell it a lot better when she's big. Idea is just wearing Aether's, like a smaller, less elaborate version of Aether's armor. Like, Aether has extra details, like she's got a very long, like, dress-like cloak at her belt level, which
I wish I knew what the top of her
Idea
staff
did
looked
not
like.
have. Yeah, we just literally don't know. She's got a big chair. I think this is the chair from Prime Monarch. Because first Monarch is Erebus's
no,
chair.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. It's very interesting how like the original Monarchs were very elemental and weird, and now we've got a strict duality system going on here, but it works. They made it work.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think now that since we talked about Edea, there's a lot to say about Aether's design because she is just Edea but big.
I actually think she's the weakest of the Mega Monarchs, if we're going to be honest. Or the quote-unquote Mega Monarchs.
I mean, I will say, I think that's because she's not very mega. Like, obviously, she's big Edea, and you can tell. But she's not very over-designed. It reminds me of what we talked about with Thestalos and Ryza. She's just kind of a lady.
The funniest part is she's like 50 stories tall.
Yeah, she's
fucking
supposed to be
gargantuan.
huge, but it doesn't
Well, she's
really...
the same size as Erebus.
Yeah, it doesn't really show up, though. But anyway...
Well, they show... There's a art with her and Erebus next to each other, so... And there is a art scaling Erebus with the rest of the Monarchs.
True, yeah. Pantheism does a very direct comparison.
Yeah.
I
But
almost feel like there's a joke that, like, in Legends, they'd be, like, their siblings or some nonsense.
anyway,
I think they're
Aether
supposed
is
to be the
a
same person.
light fairy. She's a level 8, the normal stat line. So, if this card is tribute summoned, send 2 Monarch spell traps with different names from your hand or deck to the graveyard. If you do, special summon 1 monster with 2,400 or more attack and 1,000 defense from your deck, but return it during your end phase. During your opponent's main phase, if this card is in your hand, you can banish a Monarch spell trap from your graveyard, tribute summon this card. This is a quick effect. So, Aether, out of our big boy Monarchs, very good. So, she gets you to pitch 2 of your Monarch spell traps so you can... set up their graveyard effects, and special summon a Monarch, which obviously won't give you its effect, but it returns it to your hand after summoning it from your deck or graveyard. So
It doesn't give you most of their effects.
true.
But
Kiraz
there
does
is
work.
one.
Yeah, Kiraz and
which is why
Delve
he's
get
the
to proc.
He's the only base Monarch they generally run. Is Kiraz.
But even if you're only using it for a Mega Monarch, that lets you get them out of your graveyard or deck into rotation, which can be good. But yeah, it just gets you extra boys. And they can, if they're not Kiraz, they can punch. It's just, I'm just saying, I don't want to boil this down to what people just do. Like, it's a very flexible effect that is good. Because there's a lot you can
generally
do
her
with it.
effects are used... Her out of turn effect is used a lot. I know that.
Yes, because that's just a free tribute summon.
And also, she was the one that was limited for the for the deck.
Well, yeah, there's a lot. I think there's a lot of reasons why. Like that special tribute effect, you can banish a Monarch spell trap to just immediately tribute summon this card from your hand during your opponent's main phase. So you you get to add extra specials and also just go like, "Hi, I'm a large lady." In the middle of your turn. What do you think about that?
Power of tributing.
Yeah.
Wow, I can just tell how fucking sorry, I need to point this out. I can tell how fucking Yugi Boomer the people that write Yugipedia are.
Yeah, what's up?
When combined with the effects of Trade-In and Erebus the Underworld Monarch, this draw engine quickly enables a Chaos-like engine to summon monsters like Blackluster, Soldier Envoy of the Beginning, or Dark-Armed Dragon.
I mean, I think the BLS mention was because BLS was finally unbanned around this time. Like 2014, 2015, or 2016, I think.
2016.
Yeah, which by the way, it's not just Yugipedia, Yugi Boomers in general. The moment BLS got unbanned, people tried to stick him in decks.
That's very true.
They tried to stick him everywhere you could. Trade-In is a legitimate tech because it's a card that says draw 2.
Yeah.
It's a card that says draw 2, and every deck will find a way to run a draw 2 card if they can.
But it just the BLS and Dad mention was like these were never played in Monarch.
No. If you're gonna talk about a Chaos engine, at least talk about like Levianeer and the other Chaos Creator shit. You know.
Yeah, I don't think Monarch were around in big enough numbers till Chaos Creator, but I think some of them ran Levianeer.
Well, and I'm just saying, if you're gonna do it now, you could, because Chaos Creator's good. He's a pretty rad card.
Honestly, generally the non-Monarch cards they ran are very not fun cards.
Speaking of rad cards, here's Erebus. So remember how we talked shit about Mega Caius?
Big EBGB. Yeah, this is just Mega Caius, but good.
Yeah, this is what Mega Caius should have looked like, because he's got, like, Caius's, like, horns and glowing red eyes, but in, like, a good shape. He does have double horns, which is a little weird, but, you know, it still works.
I mean, he is the Underworld Monarch.
They're
Yeah.
pauldron horns, yeah.
Yeah,
He's
and
got
we'll
ornate
get to why
armor in
he's
like
the
the
Underworld.
good way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very similar to Eidos in that respect. Like, he's got a lot of extra steps, but he's pretty spiced.
Also, he's fucking gargantuan.
True.
Can you pull up Domain of the Monarchs?
Yeah, we can pull up the domain
I
artwork.
think we need to see Domain alongside this guy.
You gotta love how
Holy
like
mother
in like
God.
the solo mode they open up with that art just to show it, and it's like,
No, Erebus is big.
Yes, Domain of the True Monarchs. And technically this was the thumbnail, but that was 3 hours ago.
man, we dwaddle too much.
No, we dwaddle enough.
Probably could have cut an hour
So-
out that, I think.
For comparison. Also, yes, this is one of, I think at least one of the cards that shows you how fucking huge Grandmarg is.
I remember versus
Yes.
armor it shows Erebus in like full detail, so I guess I'm weird about that.
There
can
is
see
a
his
version
tiny
of that
feet now.
graphic where they overlay, but yeah, no, this is the actual Domain of the True Monarchs.
Yeah.
What did you say, Loth?
Wait. Oh, never mind.
Okay.
Don't mind me.
I actually
It shows
can't
you-
tell. I think Mobius is the shortest.
Uh,
I think.
yeah, that's Mobius, that's Caius,
So
that's Ryza, that's
so basically-
Thestalos,
so
Zaborg, Grandmarg.
Ryza, so I guess
Yeah.
Ryza,
Thessalos
Thessalos,
is
and
the one
Mobius
next
are like
to-
actually human-sized. Caius is just
No,
a big
no.
dude.
They're
No,
huge.
they're still at least like a couple stories tall, I think.
Okay, well, like
Yeah, you can see from other arts like Domain.
good to know that
Or not Domain,
Zaborg is also kind of huge too.
No,
Kind of
Zaborg is big, but
Yeah.
fucking Grandmarg is huge.
Yeah, Grandmarg
Yes.
is swolled. And all of them are tiny
gonna-
baby men before Erebus.
Yeah, Erebus is fucking gigantic.
It reminds me of Dark Souls 2, where the idea of size equals power, but
That's arguably not true at all.
no, but it was a weird thing that like the royalty in 2 were very obsessed
Well, no,
with.
the
for a while.
Giants were powerful, but that's just because the race was called the Giants. It's not because they were big. They had magical power. We're not going to get into this.
Okay. well,
Erebus does look a little bit like Demise, but he is different, I think, enough.
Well, first of all, he's sitting down.
Okay, that's not...
And also, he doesn't have like a goofy ass faceplate like Demise does.
true.
Like he doesn't look like he looks more like the Mega Demise that they reprinted
There's a lot of
than
Demises.
anything. Like base Demise kind of looks goofy. I'm gonna be real.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think we do the vassals next, and then we're done.
Yeah. Sorry. Marth just posted a big dump of everything that was in an FP, and I'm trying to find if Glad is in this list. I'm not seeing it. It is not in the list. Okay, he was watching the stream. All right, so we didn't do Glad
Okay.
Beast. Cool.
I feel like we did. So. Oh, weird.
Well, guess what? This guy looked.
No, I understand.
So, we did
personally
not.
understand
I'm having
that.
a moment too. Where it's like, what the fuck?
I know we did Kaiju.
Yes, we know. We established that. We have not done, but Kaiju doesn't have a story mode yet. Yeah, he's done it. He's done it several times. I think we
I
can
guess
we can
we'll do Glad Beast.
empirically prove.
I trust. I trust.
Yeah.
So
We
did
did
we
do
do
Kaiju,
Shinoi?
but Kaiju doesn't have a solo mode yet, sadly.
We
Did
do
we
Shinoi.
Shinoi? I
Um,
felt
we didn't
like
do
we
those.
did.
talked about some of
No, I don't think so.
No?
We've talked
Okay.
about doing it.
I remember we never talked about like the Glad Beast wing, but I remember talking about Bestiar and some of the other ones, but maybe not.
Maybe
Guys,
not.
just because we mention cards that are good doesn't mean that we... Because
There are a
remember,
lot
I
of
would have
Glad
streamed
Beasts.
the Glad Beast solo mode.
We didn't do Geargia, I know that.
No, we didn't do Geargia yet. We'll work on what's next in the list later. Like I said, we've been going for 3 hours. Erebus's Effectus. Also, by the way, funny, Dallas did mention him being the Underworld Monarch. Erebus is a Zombo.
Yeah.
Which, ironically, does counter one of the things that would normally shut off a Monarch deck, because
Yeah.
you can summon
It's
him
really
under
fun.
Zombie World.
Yes.
which is normally Zombie World has been a big kneecapper to Monarch.
Also, if you're playing a deck that doesn't play fucking field spells in Modern Yu-Gi-Oh, you should be playing Zombie World if it doesn't affect you, because it shuts kaijus off completely.
It's pretty funny, yeah.
More people need to be on it.
I mean, I think not enough people are playing kaijus, as it were. But it also shuts off Lava Golem, which an unpleasant amount of people are playing. Including, I mean, I'll say this. I'm playing Lava Golem, but that's because it's a level 8 Fiend, and I can search those in Live Twin. Anyway.
My counter to playing Lava Golem is my end board is one guy.
That's fair. But yeah, so, if Erebus is tribute summoned, you can send 2 Monarch spell traps, just like, Aether. But if you do that, you shuffle a random card from your opponent's hand, graveyard, or their random card from their opponent's hand, their graveyard or their side of the field in the deck. So you get to shuffle back from wherever you like.
Generally, the hand rip is chosen.
Yes.
Generally.
Yeah, because shuffle back is pretty good. But depending on your board position, I like at least that they give you the ability to do grave or field.
The weird thing is, like, Monarchs are going first deck, which is weird to think of now.
Yeah, now they are because of the Adea Eidos interaction. Now they're going first.
Well, and Domain as well.
True. Yeah. You want to set up your control tools. Yes. But yeah. But I'm just saying, I like the flexibility. They're thinking outside the box here. Also, once again, he has a quick effect here.
Yeah.
Once per turn during either player's main phase, if this card's in your graveyard, discard a Monarch spell trap, target a monster with 2,400 or more attack and 1,000 defense, add it to your hand. So he recycles from grave like a good Zombo boy.
Yeah. No, Aether and Erebus are like automatic 3-ups.
Yes, they define the deck.
They're such a good resource.
Now we are going to work through the Vassillans. Who
spoilers, only 2 of these have ever been relevant ever.
Yeah, and they're going to be very both art-wise and effect-wise, there's going to be a lot of mixed bags here. We're just going to do this alphabetically because they have a weird alphabetical. They have all different names. So first is Berlineth the Fire Vassal. Hey, look, it's Baby Thestalos. Honestly, somehow Baby Thestalos has more detail than regular Thestalos, which is a plus, in my opinion.
Yeah. Spoiler, this is one of the 2 played ones.
Yeah. Also, art-wise, I think he's pretty decent. He's got some, like, theatrics with his doing his
I'm gonna be honest,
gestures.
he looks like an Infernoble Knight.
Actually,
yeah, he could...
So I have the weirdest thing to me.
All right, don't...
Sorry.
Just say it.
I look at this and it's like, oh, this looks like what if, like, in a party member, it'd be like the random guy that deserted the enemy's army and just joins you.
He does still look kind of sinister, that's true.
Like the turncoat party member.
I just think he's the
I
fire
mean,
one.
all of the vassals kind of do look like heroes. I'll be honest.
Yeah, it's interesting. But I'll say, like, the fact that the original Thestalos was so plain, the fact that Berlineth here has those extra details is like, yeah, that's good. Also another stellar background. He's just standing on lava. He doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Anything else about his appearance before I turbo out?
No. We should do the effects, though, because the effects of the...
Well, yeah, no, I'm just ready to turbo to the effect.
Yeah,
I don't know, does Loth want to say anything about Fireboy?
Nah,
Fireboy through
he's
fire?
tiny and small.
Well, he is only level 3. He is a level 3 Pyro. He has the 8-1 that we established. His effect is, you can discard 1 card, special summon this card from your hand, but you can't special summon from the extra deck for the rest of this turn. If this card is tributed for a tribute summon, that thing I was talking about way earlier, you can look at your opponent's hand and banish 1 card from their hand until the end phase. You only use each effect of Berlineth once per turn. So Berlineth is a free special for tribute fodder. Well, not free, but you have a decent number of in-graveyard effects you can work with. Because discard any card.
Well, honestly, what he's better for is you can summon him off Ada, and if you have any way to, like, double tribute or any kind of thing, like, there's some stuff you could work into your deck, and you can go into and get his effects. So often it's Zaborg into this guy, so
And-
you can rip and extra.
Yes, and while it is only temporary, you still get to look at your opponent's hand and banish the card, which is pretty good. I mean, that's, what
It usually pins a hand trap.
what Cypher Omega does, basically. Only non-random, so it's good. And that guy's fucking limit one. Though, for
Like, he's
other
not played in
reasons.
every list. This is definitely one of the more niche ones, but...
No, but because he has a look at your opponent's hand effect and it banishes even if temporarily. That's a very
Like-
robust effect you can work with.
We'll get to the other vassals. They're not... Some of them are bad.
Yeah. Also, by the way,
it's,
I will say the names are technically truncated in English. Their names in Japanese are fully vassal of the X monarch. So this guy would be vassal of the Fire Monarch, for instance. They just shortened it.
I kind of
'cause-
like Firestorm Vassal better.
Yeah, it flows better and it's less complex. This is MC Escher, the Frost Vassal.
Oh, boy.
What a little Goomba
Oh,
this is.
Jesus.
What a little
This
guy.
okay. This guy looks like a Dragon Quest demon.
I could see that. You know what aesthetically
This
he
card looks
reminds
like a
me?
video game merchant.
That too.
Yeah. He's just floating on the ice, and he's like, "I'll sell you ice-proof cloaks for 200 gold," and you're like, "What the fuck, man?" Well, just try not to buy them. You'll die. Aesthetically, in Yu-Gi-Oh terms, this guy's just
He's Ice Bear.
yeah, he's a defanged ice barrier. He's got a weird hat. He's got weird shoes. He's got a lot of ice. Why is he brown?
This card is so weird.
Yeah, so we talked to Berlineth looks like a mini Thestalos. This guy doesn't look anything like Mobius.
I
He
think
doesn't
he's
look like
blue.
Yeah, he's blue, I guess
mean,
mostly.
I
Dabba
would
dabba
say
die.
they were probably like some like metal bits design wise, but otherwise nothing.
Yeah.
No, there's some of the other ones that are more abstract than Bearlith that still look
Yeah.
vaguely like their dude. This guy is definitely not one of them.
No.
Yeah, I could see the guy being like the guy that like floats
Yeah.
behind Mobius to, like clean his armor or some shit. But,
And honestly, looking at his stat line and his effect text, Escher feels like, yes, he is, vassal of the Ice Monarch or whatever, but like he feels like he absolutely goes as a weird tech card in other decks because Escher is a. I should clarify before I go into the effect. Does anybody have any other comments about how this guy looks?
I
God,
don't
this
know,
art is
but
derpy.
he has a lot of weird rings around him.
Yeah, he's got that ring thing. So Escher is
Maximum
a
derp.
level 4 Aqua water, so same type as Mobius, but he's level 4 with this stat line. If your opponent controls 2 or more cards in their spell trap zones, you can special summon this card from your hand. So Dallas just said, for instance, Monarchs are usually a going first deck now with the way their control setup works. This is not a good card in Monarch decks. Being a level 4 water, I could see this being teched in certain water decks, like rank 4 shark
Maybe.
stuff. Maybe.
There's
Certainly
so
he's
much better sharks now, though.
Oh yeah, Shark got really turboed out. But remember, this card was printed in the structure deck era. He was a
This
rare.
card feels like
in Clash
that
Rebellions.
first Twitter thread the first Twitter thread MBT did.
The penis
of, like,
card ones.
What awful penis cards have been in like competitive? This feels like that kind of card.
Yeah, like you're so desperate for the extra special
Dark
of a level
Witch.
4, right? That you're like, God, anything. What can I do? Well, if I'm going second against a pendulum deck, because this was Clash of Rebellions, and the Arc V era. Though actually no, they weren't spell trap zones then, so it wouldn't have worked. This is.
I'm a broke boy and I must win Yu-Gi-Oh.
I mean, he's fucking median price on TCG Player for both versions is a quarter. So yes, this is a broke boy card for sure.
I mean, a quarter. I mean, a quarter is a bit too much for a broke boy card sometimes.
No, I mean it depends. They got a wide variety.
I mean, if it's under 20 cents, yes, but if it's
I
above
can't
20
even
cents,
think of a card that would ever play this card.
But yeah, no, it's
They
just
did.
so weird. Like he's not awful. Like he's a going second card and he's a free special. And he's a level 4, which is a good level, but it's just like there's so many better cards in Yu-Gi-Oh. There's literally 10,000 cards.
Yeah.
You can make this work, and he looks like a derpus.
Oh God, can we talk about the worst? What are we talking about? The worst one next?
Well, we're going alphabetical now, so this is
Is it
Ja.
Grum?
Yes.
Oh God, this card is so awful. This is a penis card.
Do you mean like art-wise or stat-wise? Because art-wise...
Effect-wise.
Okay. Like, art-wise,
Art-wise,
I mean, I will say, this has the same problem that Ryza has, where he looks like he belongs in a different archetype. This is
This guy
just
actually
the
looks more like a
weird
bird.
retrain of Avian, right?
Yeah, no, this is just an elemental hero. Like,
Yeah, like, this...
Okay, this. Okay, I'm sorry, but this just looks like somewhat. It looks like a Toka hero that just has a Ryza form or something.
Yeah, no, yes, that's another thing. This is just very generic. It's not bad, it's just kind of funny.
no, you
He
know what
does
this
do the
looks
thing
like?
Loth brought up earlier, where instead of spikes, he has, like, clearly feather patterns, which is
Yes.
good.
Omega, did you ever see Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark?
No. God,
Heard
no.
of it.
This looks like the Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark Green Goblin.
Green Goblin? Really?
I
Not,
need to show
not
you
Vulture. Not Vulture.
No, I need to show you this.
Okay, put it in the chat.
All right, you do gotta show me. No, I never saw Turn Off the Dark. I was turned off by
I've heard
how
it-
many
I've heard
people's
it's
backs
really
got
stupid.
broken.
It's like also why Turn Off the Dark is such a weird name. for
Well, it's
Blame
a
Bono.
Broadway musical, so
Hmm.
or Broadway style musical. I don't actually know.
Spider-Man
If
should
they,
not be a
were they on
musical.
Broadway?
I think they were, yeah.
But the Edge, yeah, he's a like I said, he's not bad. Ugh. Sorry, I'm just looking at the thumbnail. I'm not gonna click that video because it'll play music, but ugh. Yeah, this guy, like I said, Garum is not a bad art. It's just it has the same problem a lot of Ryzes have, where he just doesn't look monarchy enough.
No, but his effect makes him recognizable to me.
Yes, you know him by his sign. Yes, I see the problem. So this is a level 3 winged beast. So, you can return a tribute summon monster you control to the hand. Special summon this card from your hand. You can't special summon the extra deck the rest of this turn. If this card is tributed for a tribute summon, add a monster with 800 attack, 1k defense to your hand except Garum. You can only use each effect once per turn. So, normally, this would be a good card, because it lets you reset a Monarch, and it lets you search another Vassal. The problem is that Monarchs, especially considering this guy has only ever been printed, by the way, in the structure deck.
Yeah.
Considering he came out in the structure deck, there's an issue with this.
There's two problems with Garum.
Yeah, go for it. Go for the
Every
specific
build
problems.
of Monarch that would want to reset tributes are builds that use the extra deck. That's the first problem.
Yeah, and he locks you.
That want to do some weird shenaniganery thing. Like,
yeah.
And the other problem is his secondary effect. When you consider how easy Ada is to search, it's just not worth
like
it.
we've
He's
already
the
talked about,
8th
like
best Ada
you're running 3 Ada, and you're gonna run every card possible that gets you to Ada because she is vital. So you're gonna run 1-for-1. You're gonna run Rhoda, right?
Yeah.
And other bullshit. So again, on paper, Garum makes sense, but it's just that in execution, he's way too slow and weird for what Monarch actually does practically. And there are a lot of cards that are unfortunately like that in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where, like, they make sense to give the archetype those options. Because, like, hypothetically, if any of the other vassals were really good, he's a great tutor for them, but most of them aren't.
Yeah.
Most of them are merely okay. I instinctively sense Loth will like this art, though.
Let's have a look.
Landrobe?
Yes, this is
No, Landrobe is great.
Landrobe, the Rock Vassal.
He's adorable.
Da-da-da.
So-
Look at him.
Yeah.
On the real, it just looks like a fucking black mage got possessed by Titan.
I mean, kinda.
Yeah. But that's okay, though. I like the little eyes in the darkness.
He's adorable.
He's got one glowing eye. If it was blue, you'd play Megalovania right now.
I'm not crazy. This guy's like 2 inches tall, right?
No, yeah, he's got it
like-
short.
Dude, no, he's totally a Lalafell.
He's like, meh, fear me.
As he totally breaks your face. Yes.
Yeah, he's punching the ground. He's so
He'll
angry.
punch through your
Punch.
chest.
But no,
This is
like,
a weird one as well.
Yeah.
I think this is a good card, but not in a Monarch deck.
yeah, I can tell,
So
Dallas.
weird.
I can tell why. I'm looking at his stat line. Spoiler: it's a level 4 rock. Hey, if you want to make a Gallant Granite, there's only so many good cards you can use.
Well,
Anyway.
It's not... You can't make Gallant Granite with him, but we'll get into it.
Well, not right away, but anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Aesthetically, Landrobe as just little gremlin Grandmark, it's good. I like the idea that Grandmark is the biggest and his guy is the tiniest. Like, that just feels
Yes,
right.
No, that's hilarious to me. Well, no, his guy is not the tiniest because we have to get into the next guy who's derpy as hell and I love
True,
it.
but okay. Then in that case, Landrobe, great name by the way, is a level 4 rock. He's got the stat line. If this card is in your hand, target a face-up monster your opponent controls. You can't special summon monsters from the extra deck for the rest of this turn, but also special summon this, and if you do, Book of Moon. Flip that monster face down.
Yeah.
If
no,
this
the,
card
the
is
book effect is very useful.
If this card is tributed for a tribute summon, target a monster in your graveyard with the stat line 800 and 1K. Except Landrobe, add it to your hand. You can only use each effect once per turn. So Landrobe lets you recycle. That's kind of middling, but okay. But the fact that he is just a book on a stick for the cost of your extra deck summon.
I've seen this card used in rock decks.
Yeah, very funny.
Like non-extra deck focused rock decks, like more like rock stun, mega rock builds, stuff like that.
And like even as an option, like just to give yourself the extra effect, because you don't have to use it. I could see him being used in other rock builds and then just be like, well, if I get him out without his inherent special summon, he's still a level 4.
Yeah, the book effect is always nice. Also, there's another card people should be side decking in the current meta. It kills both of the tier 1 decks. You're welcome.
Yes, book is good. Book is good again. Play book. Yeah, because actually, I mean, like, Splite does have a link, but that's not their big end board guy.
Nah, book Gigantic Splite.
Yeah.
And make them cry. Or book Toad.
Yeah.
The power when your enemy's not link decks, you can actually use the power of
and obviously,
position.
as I've said many times in our actual progression series, just book Winda.
Yes. Book Winda, compulse Winda.
I never draw a book though.
Well, you're not playing enough. Play
then run 4 book.
How do you Axe? How do you not draw book? You should be running 3 book. You pull one of you draw your one ofs every time. Maths.
Well, we really draw the one ofs because they're one ofs. Everyone's surprised when I draw them, or not anymore. I guess they're always unsurprised when I don't. They're more surprised when I don't draw them.
All right, now, so we made our jokes about Landrobe.
Does Caius have one?
Yes, he's next.
No, he's next.
Get ready for
okay.
Axe. Get ready for this.
This guy is fucking
Does
adorable.
Dog have one?
This is no. It's only the original 6 who have the.
Wait,
ones.
he looks like Delg.
Kind of, but this is Lucius, the Shadow Vassal.
It just looks
This
like
is
mini
adorable.
Caius.
Yes.
It's tiny Caius.
Yeah, it's chibi. So we talked
This
before
guy
about
is
how
actually a foot
Landrobe
tall.
just looks like an MMO character, like a Black Mage or something. This is an MMO pet, right? Like this is an MMO
Yes.
minion.
Yeah, no,
This is totally wind up Caius.
Like after you defeat the Monarch raid, like you can get a drop for this guy and he just follows you around and makes tiny chibi Gaius noises. Meh, dark orb. I'm gonna ponder my orb.
I swear to God, I can only hear this card speaking in Veigar's voice.
I'm tiny. Stop laughing.
I am the master of evil.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got to have a
Shall
tiny little
banish
nasally
thee
voice.
to the void.
He's so tiny. Yeah, take your kid to work day. He's so
He
small.
has such a weird effect too.
Oh, well, I almost kind of feel like the art for some of these guys is like in.
I love the ascot though. It's
Yeah.
just so, so
Landrobe had it too. I feel like the art of some of these guys is almost like inversely proportional to their regular guy. Like Thestalos' Vassal was cool. Ryze's Vassal was just another guy. Landrobe was obviously like very small, and then so is
Mobius
Lucius.
is just a weird ice shaman dude.
Yeah, Escher's still just a gremlin. He's weird.
And then we'll get to Zaborg soon, but God.
Which
he's
you
so
may have
weird.
actually seen because I believe Mithra the Thunder Vassal saw some plays.
Oh yeah, no, that
in some
one's the
decks.
played one.
Wait, is that like
that
the
one's
one
the
lady
usually played one.
besides the Dia?
In Extra Deck Monarchs, that is played a lot actually.
Yeah, I don't remember. We'll see Mithra in a second. But anyway, Lucius is a Dark Fiend, level 1. You can banish a level 5 or higher monster from your graveyard. Had to say level 5 because they got to include Zaborg. Special summon this
Yeah.
card from your hand, but you can't special summon from the extra deck for the rest of this turn. If this card is tributed for a tribute summon, you can look at all set cards your opponent controls. Your opponent cannot activate cards in response to this activation. Lucius is
It's
weird.
funny.
Yeah.
But it's not good.
It's a gimmick. It's not good. I would not play him. Him being a level 1 Dark Fiend is probably useful for some builds, but...
Get your bingo cards out and mark it down. This card has been usable in certain builds of stuff in Duel Links.
Yeah, makes sense.
Because weirdly, while there's no like Mega Monarchs there's Mega Monarchs, but there's no like Ada Eidos, Erebus, Aether are not in the game. But a lot of the vassals are, and like Lucius has seen play-ish in certain things. It's weird.
So I think the art of Mithra here does lend credence to people asking if Zaborg was just a woman the whole time. That would be an interesting
might be female.
Because Mithra,
can't
yes, Mithra the Thunder Vassal, yes, she has
Got her.
very
Mega's
high
Zaborg-
heels, very long nails, and a clear chesticle area.
I don't care what you say. Mega Zaborg definitely had boobs.
I just can't. I couldn't tell. But Mithra does. Her face is fucking what the fuck. But otherwise, the rest is cool.
I
I mean,
mean,
she
it's
has
just a
the-
Common Rider helmet.
Yeah, no, this is just I don't get what you're
There, it's just not a good one.
playing. If anything, her fingers weird me out. Like
Her
fine.
super
Left hand.
long demon nails, yeah, it's a little creepy.
no, it's like no, on the one where you can see her palm, they look normal. But then on the other one, her fingers just look weirdly elongated for some
So-
reason.
I mean, they're all
I'm
really
gonna-
long.
I don't know why, but I'm suddenly thinking about Lark Scene, where it's just like, do Japanese artists just like the idea of like sadistic lightning ladies?
Maybe.
I mean, I think there is, because it's not just lightning ladies. Do you remember, Commander Volgan?
That's true.
There's a certain amount of, like, I don't think you can escape the possibility of somebody thinking, if you have lightning powers, if they also think electroshock torture.
Sadomasochism?
Yeah,
Well,
like,
I've seen it more in a sadomasochism way, because it's usually never like normal.
well, yeah, but what I mean is, like, there's a confluence here of, like, electric shock as, like, a form of torture, right?
Yeah.
So you... okay, OBS is back.
That was on a PG-13 wrestling show, mind you. They strapped the owner of the company's son's nuts to a car battery.
Oh my god. God damn wrestling. Sorry, by the way, about that. OBS just decided to drop.
Ex-owner of the company. I forgot about that.
Anyway, so this is Mithra. I think her art is a little busy. She's got a lot of stuff. Like, it's got her hat, obviously. She's got weird accordion shoulders that also have
I'll say
spikes.
this. Up close, I like her art a lot more.
Oh, yeah. When you're looking at this far away, it's just kind of a jumble. I think they still could have simplified this and made it a little bit better, but it's still okay. Like, I get what they're going for.
Yeah. No. It's definitely, like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so, Mithra the Thunder Vassal. Again, the one that you may have seen in some weird ones.
Yeah, because this is good.
Yeah. I can tell it was good because it was in the structure deck and then it was reprinted in an OTS pack. So
Yeah.
Konami was like, this is a good one. So this one's a Thunder. It's level 2. It has the stat line. If this card is in your hand, activate this effect. Your opponent, you can't special summon monster from the extra this turn. Also summon this card, and if you do, special summon a vassal token to your opponent's field in defense position. Oof, sorry. If this card is tributed for a tribute summon, activate this effect. You can tribute summon one monster during your main phase in addition to your normal summoner set. You can only gain this effect once per turn. You can only use each effect of Mithra once per turn. So, Mithra's internal summon effect is kind of mid, especially these days.
Yeah,
Giving your
her-
opponent a token is kind of weird. But the fact
Yeah,
that
it's-
if you can tribute
Her
this...
additional tribute summon is so
Yes, you get an extra tribute, which lets you set up a lot of weird stuff.
good. And
So-
honestly, this is a lot better to me, or at least in my experience, in various extra deck Monarch builds.
Well, yeah, I assume
'Cause
you
there's
want the extra
some-
tribute because you want to try and set up, like, rank plays or extra guys, basically. You want to get more
Well, no,
bodies on field so you can
It's
set up
not
more stuff.
necessarily that, because usually it's you tribute this for another Monarch and stuff. But it's just there's more ways to special this card out when you're playing extra deck Monarch build.
Yeah, true.
Like you do shit like a very traditional one was Brilliant Fusion or Instant Fusion and into Seraphonite.
Yeah, get yourself another extra normal anyway, and then just keep going.
Yeah, you can do some nasty shit with this.
Because Mithra gives you
fairly
an
good.
extra normal, an extra tribute summon, I should say, technically, in addition to your regular normal summoner set. This is a very good tech card because it gives you additional summons in your engine, which is important.
You contribute red layer over her to do some pretty fun stuff.
The token it's exactly the same as Mithra. It's just level 1, so it's a Thunder Light.
There was a build running Jax Knight, I remember, for a rank 5 package.
It's fucking
like
hilarious.
they would run Jax Knight and Seraphonite to go into Nova. There's some wild. This is what I talk about when I love extra deck Monarch. There's just some weird fucking builds that happen.
Yeah, you get to have some extra thought power in there, some extra brain power, and so
yeah. No, it's you could set up because she's a level 3. You can set up rank
Mithra's
3
level 2.
stuff with her.
Mithra is
No,
2.
that's right. That's right. How are you doing the rank 3 stuff? Eidos. That's right. Eidos.
Yeah, Eidos is 3.
Isn't Eidos 3?
Yeah,
No,
Eidos is 3.
2.
No, is it? There's a couple of them that are 3. Oh god,
No,
please tell me
what
there's
the
a good
fuck?
gallery of this. Oh, thank God, yes. This guy's in Master Duel, even though he doesn't matter. Because there is one final weird monarch from the
right.
from a manga.
Agnamagdamagdamang.
Yes. Who's only
he's
printing.
actually pretty good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's because he was first printed in 2016. I think it was in the Arc V manga.
Yeah.
But it's still pretty silly. Like, this guy has one printing ever. He was only in Premium Gold, Infinite Gold as a gold secret rare. And he still costs 50 cents.
I can tell you exactly why they printed this card, and it's really funny.
Well, it was in the manga, so I assume that's why. But here's Angmar.
No, but-
Thank God he is in Master Duel, so you can actually see what the fuck he looks like, because his only printing was Prismatic Gold, which is one of the most dog shit rarities ever.
Yeah.
But yeah, now that I can see him, it's just kind of like... It's a little
He
derivative.
just looks like a Destiny hero.
I mean, yeah, but a lot of the Dark Monarchs have that problem. They look like other guys.
That's true.
He just kind of generically fits into the Dark Monarch aesthetic. Like, he's a little slimmer than Caius. But I could still see him being super tall because he's got long legs. But yeah, he just kind of exists. He's got a neat cloak. He's also got a tail, which is kind of weird.
I mean, I would argue this is one of the better Monarchs.
Yeah, no.
Just because of how it enables the deck.
That's true. I will also say it's kind of hard to talk about aesthetically like him being too different. Because he's not.
Yeah,
He's just
he's
kind of
just
part of the thing.
Erebus
But
at home.
yeah.
He's such like a middle.
Well, he's technically Caius at home, I think.
No, he's Erebus.
He feels like if Erebus had to.
Caius had the
send-
Erebus had the weird horn. He has the same horns as Erebus.
Yeah, I guess he has. Well, they're not quite the same, but he does have curved horns. The reason why I say I joke about him being Caius at home is because he is also a dark fiend, because he's Mate, demon monarch.
The fiendish monarch,
Yeah.
or Anger Marl, the fiendish monarch.
Yeah. Don't know, by the way, whether the Angmar because it's Angmar. Actually, no, they probably can't say Angmar. That might cause a copyright issue.
Yeah, that might cause Game Workshop to be like, "What are you doing?"
There's a lot of people with some Lord of the Rings licenses. I technically believe around this time, this was what, 2016? Yes, I do believe Fantasy Flight Games might have had a Lord of the Rings card game license.
I fully believe this card was printed because of one of the variants of Monarchs that was popular.
Which one?
This card was written into the manga. So, Monarchs had 3 variants that were popular in 2016. Domain Monarchs, Extra Deck Monarchs, and BA Monarchs.
He definitely kind of has that look to him. But yeah, so Angmarl has a pretty simple effect. He's just another little monarch. When this card is tribute summoned, you can banish a spell card from your graveyard, add a card with the same name as the banished card from your deck to your hand. Which, by the way, this is technically a generic spell searcher, which is fucking amazing. Those are very rare. Yes, obviously you have to have have already used the spell to like banish it, but still, like, damn, that's good. But yeah, so it's just kind of funny. Well, we're basically done. We just have a couple spell traps.
Yeah.
This has been a long one. I hope you guys are happy.
Nope,
I
that
think
was
like
all.
it was a cool evolution of seeing all of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of Monarchs. It was a good one to get started. Let's see. We already did Domain. Let's pull up Escalation.
Let's do Cloud Beast.
I don't know if Glad Beasts are actually next. It's one of the first wave, but I don't know if it's the...
I don't want to do Element Saver.
Well, too bad. Well, I mean, I say too bad. You can just choose not to come. God, this is such a weird one. Sorry. So let's talk about Escalation. Escalation of the Monarchs is a trap card. So it's just Mega Mobius and Mega Thestalos, like, charging their attack by punching it. They're doing, like, a JoJo Punch Rush into a combo attack.
Oh my god, they are. They're making, like, I guess, a climate sphere?
Yeah, something.
Because it's like, it's basically like Ice Age and Fire Age.
Yeah. Escalation is also, like, art-wise, obviously, it's amazing. Like, it's got action stuff. It's got Mega Thestalos and Mega Mobius. It's got the red and the blues with, like, a lot of color going, so there's a lot of flexibility here that's pretty cool. Trap card-wise, it's just okay. This is a continuous trap that during your opponent's main phase or battle phase, you can tribute summon after this effect resolves. So it's basically like the fair version of Ultimate Offering, because it's a soft once per turn, by the way. Once per turn during your opponent's main or battle phase, you can tribute summon. But it gives you some fun flexibility in Monarchs. But like I said, it's a damn good art. The next one I was told to bring up, which is also good for meta reasons, is their other big one, is Pantheism. So we talked before about how we understand that Erebus and Aether are the same size. It's because in Pantheism, they are... We do a very obvious duality. On one side, Erebus destroys everything. On the other side, Aether starts over. I don't actually know if having plants grow out of all your skyscrapers is good for you, but hey, at least stuff is alive, right?
I think it's more just restarts life. I guess
Yeah.
they put it.
I kind of like the soft, like, Ghibli-esque aesthetic, though, of the plants, like, growing out of all the weird buildings and skyscrapers. That's pretty neat.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is just a good side-by-side comparison of, yo, this is what Monarchs be like.
Yep.
Pantheism, though, is a very important card.
Destroy and recreate.
Yeah. Pantheism lets you send a spell trap from your hand to draw 2. So it lets you unbrick yourself. You can banish it to reveal 3 Monarch spell traps in your deck. Your opponent chooses 1 to add to your hand. You shuffle the rest back. They don't have to be different, by the way. And you can only use each effect once per turn, but you can use both in the same turn. So Pantheism is just an engine card. It unbricks you, it sets up your plays, and it lets you search more cards.
Yeah.
Supposedly, if you order in the mail, it will never show up.
I should also ask. I should also add there is a generic spell trap searcher for Monarch. So.
Yeah. Which one was that?
Tenacity. It's the art is so unimpressive.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
literally just a
That's right.
fog
I
cloud.
knew there was it, but I couldn't remember the name because I just yeah.
No, it's literally the most generic art possible. It's literally just a fog cloud. But no, yeah, Monarch is a fun deck. Unfortunately, most of the professional builds have been focused on lockdown.
Yeah.
I much prefer extra deck Monarch because even though you set up negates and stuff, I find that more fun than just floodgate no extra.
Well,
deck.
yeah. So we didn't actually say what Domain does, but you guys at home probably know. The main thing Domain does is while you have no cards in your extra deck and you control a tribute summon monster, your opponent can't special from the extra deck.
Yeah.
And then it does have some other effects, like I said, I kind of think Monarchs could use a new field spell that does control stuff without just shutting off the extra deck.
Yeah,
Because
I would
Domain
like to
isn't
see
fun.
it- Yeah, it's like the build of Monarchs that were very successful and I understand why they did it at the time, because the other powerful deck in the format was Goki.
Yeah.
So you kind of had to do shit like this.
Yeah.
But like, it's decks that main deck Vanity's Fiend, or Majesty's Fiend.
Yeah.
It has shut down the control. That's why I love Extra Deck Monarch, because it's like, I don't give a shit what you do. I'm gonna do weird shit. I'm gonna summon Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon via Ultimaya Zulkin.
Yeah.
Deal with
Yeah.
it.
Another card whose art we don't need to bring up, though it was one of the ones that also shows how huge Grand Mark is, March of the Monarchs. It's just them standing in a fiery place. March of the Monarchs you may have actually seen in other decks because it's completely generic. Tribute summon monsters you control can't be destroyed by card effects, and neither can target them with card effects, but you can't special summon monsters from your extra deck.
Should we talk about the biggest Monarch mistake card ever printed that has nothing to do with Monarchs?
Is it Stormforth?
No, it's Erupt.
Oh, right, Erupt. Yeah, we should mention Erupt.
Yeah.
March you see in a lot of decks, though, because it controls Tribute Summon, so it's very commonly run in Egyptian god builds and the like. Because it's goofy.
Yeah. Monarchs Erupt, goddamn True Draco, I hate them sometimes. They ruined two of my favorite decks.
Yeah, True Draco
Monarch
is another Tribute Summon deck, which is why some of this stuff was problematic, and also like to remove floodgates.
You know, True Draco ruined both True King's and Monarch's reputation through osmosis.
Let's be fair. VFD would have eventually ruined True King's reputation.
That's true, but if you only summoned a VFD and a True King deck, no one's gonna give a shit, because that deck was meta for maybe 2 seconds.
Yeah. But so Monarchs Erupt, which is just, the art is again very generic. It's just, I'm Thestalos. It's another continuous trap. Activate only if you have no cards in your extra deck and control a Tribute Summon monster. If so, skill drain. Except Tribute Summon monsters.
Yeah, skill drain, but not for me.
Yeah. So
Only
skill
for you.
drain, but my Tribute Summon monsters aren't negated. And it doesn't cost me any life points. So yeah, that's
I
another...
have a question.
Skill drip, but only for you, you pee-poo-poo-poo man.
Why haven't Fluent...
I was trying to channel the Tinkler there.
Okay, maybe I'm
Pretty
putting
good.
bad ideas in people's heads. Why are Flunder players not playing this?
I think it's because Flunder... They don't have to, but I think Flunder does play an extra deck angle.
Well, it doesn't. It also stops your basic normals, doesn't it?
True.
No.
Because they're not tributed.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, they're not. Because remember,
right.
We're
you
taking
normal
extra
summon.
normals until you activate the
There's
effect. So
Supper being
you'd have to
Uh,
activate.
also,
it to
Dallas,
do it
you
first.
got to remember, Empen is already that effect. Empen is already your opponent can't activate any of their attack position monsters that are special summoned.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, no, that makes more sense.
Yeah, they already have an effect that does that, but better in their own.
It is Super Heavy Samurai, the next meta counter for Fluenderies.
It depends. We'll bring up the other one that you all fucking know. I will say it's a decent enough art. It actually makes Ryza look kind of intimidating and big.
It's Rise's moment to shine, baby.
And boy, how did the people see it? Because again, Stormforth is a generic card, but you've seen it because it's up there with Soul Exchange, but better.
I really like that.
Go ahead.
I really like this card. It's good for removing problematic cards. It's like Kaiju's, but
Well, yeah, this is
Oh,
basically
yeah.
before Kaiju's became part of the meta.
this is how you got rid of towers.
I think
But
Gamma
before-
Seal. No, this came out in Duelist Alliance to Common. Okay, so Gamma Seal was a couple years later. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Loth.
Yeah, normally whenever you see this card, you don't actually see the Monarch in the tornado. You just see the tornado. So actually seeing him there. is
Yeah, it's a
funny.
little hard, even in a common printing, it's a little small for you to actually see Ryza poking out there.
I mean, this card is just surprise, motherfucker.
I mean, basically, that's what it is just, hey, hi, I'm here. Monarch Stormforth reads, in case you haven't read it, once during this turn, if you would tribute a monster for a tribute summon, you can tribute one monster your opponent controls, even though you don't control it. I love this bit of PCST, by the way. You can only activate one Monarch Stormforth per turn. During the turn you activate this card, you can't special summon from the extra deck. But it is a quick play, and honestly, to get rid of a towers, it is sometimes worth it.
Yeah, no, I'm pro this card because although it can be used in like some shenaniganery ways, it prevents more shenanigans than it causes.
Yeah,
In
it's
my
it's the typical problem of cards like like our concern with like Called by the Grave, right? Because like when you're using Called by the Grave just to tag hand traps, perfect, fine, nobody cares. But the fact that you can use it to tag other cards and do other shit makes you sometimes go, God, that's kind of a.
I think it's even.
dickish
I think
move.
it's even. I think it's even better than Called by for that extent because it does require you playing tribute monsters and locks out extra deck.
Yeah, no. But what I'm going to say is it reminds me of that because it's like Kaiju's in that respect where, yes, it can be really annoying for you to make, like, any monster that's good and your opponent just goes Kaiju. Same with Monarch Stormforth. Like, your opponent makes any kind of monster and you're just like, well, I'll just Stormforth it.
Remember cards like Zeus and Towers and Tridents.
Yeah, no. Like, the thing is, it feels bad when your opponent uses this tech against you and you're just playing a normal deck, but remember why. When I Kaiju you in Master Duel, remember why I am main decking 2 Gamma Seal in my Dragon Maid deck.
The fact that this can counter Trident is the reason Monarchs were a meta staple.
Yeah.
For at least the beginning part of their rise.
Yeah. And you can tell this is another one of those staple cards because it started as a common and it has been reprinted like 8 times.
Yup. And all of the shiny rarities.
Yes, it is. It's in a gold rare, an ultra rare, and a super rare. It hasn't been a secret rare yet, but I'm sure they could find a way. Its most recent reprint.
Hello.
Yeah, that'd be funny. Its most recent reprint was as a common in the Obelisk deck, the Obelisk Egyptian God deck. Which is very funny.
Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny that those Egyptian god decks did actually nothing for Egyptian gods, and now they've printed 3 actual good Egyptian god support cards?
Yeah, I mean, I think the cards that were in some of them were good. Like, honestly, if you can actually pull off the Slifer stuff, another good card to tech in might be the Slifer Quick Play, Thunder Force Attack.
Maybe. That's just a little too much engine, though.
But it's probably a little, it's probably a little too chunky because you'd have to run into like 2 or 3 to see it. But I suspect there were some people who might lean a little more into the Slifer than the other part of the engine. And obviously, the main problem with those Egyptian God decks is they didn't reprint Egyptian God Slime because that is a phenomenal card. That's way too expensive in real life. But I feel like I almost feel like Konami has like added Monarch Stormforth as like an honorary Kaiba card. Its ultra rare printing is from Legendary Collection Kaiba Mega Pack.
I also don't think the Obelisk, like, I know we didn't talk about them, but I don't think the Obelisk card is too bad either.
Yeah, I don't remember what it exactly does, but let me see if I can dig it up.
I mean, the raw one searches Sphere mode. So
yeah, let's see. It's going to be several pages back in Yu-Gi-Oh! Organization because for some reason they've waited until just now to dump all of their fucking deck lists. Here we go. Okay. So if you don't know, Revived Sky God is a normal trap. The activation of this card or its effects can't be negated, nor its effects can be negated. So just fuck you. You cannot negate. By the way, I also like that we're getting more bold with the card names. Like Slifer's trap card is just called the Revived Sky God. So special summon 1 Slifer the Sky Dragon from your graveyard. Then each player draws until they have 6 cards in their hand. You can banish this card from your graveyard, place Monster Reborn from your deck or graveyard on top of your deck, and then if a Divine Beast is in your graveyard, draw 1 card. You can only use each effect once per turn. By the way, Slifer is technically a baby floodgate, because if your opponent summons monsters that are tiny, they get exploded. So, definitely can actually be useful to do that effect in standby, or draw. The Obelisk card is Breaking Ruin God. It is a quick play spell card. The activation of this card or its effects can't be negated. Special summon Obelisk from your hand or graveyard, and if you do, it's unaffected by your opponent's card effects this turn. If you tribute 2 or more monsters you control at the same time you activate this card or effect, while you control Obelisk the Tormentor, you can banish this card from your graveyard, banish all monsters in your opponent's graveyard, and if you do, inflict 500 damage for each. You can only use this effect of Breaking Ruin God once per turn.
No, a lot of people were really confused by this card.
Yeah.
Because they thought it required you to activate Obelisk's effects to do the banish thing.
No.
It doesn't, so you can still attack with Obelisk afterwards.
Yes.
So this is just a potential OTK button.
Yeah.
Which is funny.
Yeah, if you tribute 2 or more monsters you control at the same time you to activate a card or effect. So if you activate Obelisk's effect to make him huge, you can also use this card to banish it and then mill your opponent's take your opponent's life points down and then banish all their monsters. Ra is a continuous spell card. The True Sun God. When this card is activated, add 1 Winged Dragon of Ra or 1 card that mentions it from your deck to your hand, except True Sun God. Monsters except Winged Dragon of Ra can't attack the turn they are special summoned. Once returned during your main phase, send this card from the field, or 1 Winged Dragon of Ra Immortal Phoenix from your deck to the graveyard, and then send 1 Winged Dragon of Ra from your monster zone to the graveyard. You can only activate 1 True Sun God per turn. So True Sun God is also kind of a floodgate, and it lets you search Sphere Mode, like Dallas said.
Yeah.
And hypothetically lets you set up Immortal Phoenix plays.
Realistically, I honestly think that card is usable in the sense that it is a floodgate that searches Sphere Mode, which is ironically good in this meta.
Yeah, no. It prevents your opponent from attacking with monsters the turn they special summon them, and gets you a Sphere Mode, which, can punish their board.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no.
No.
All 3 of those cards are, really good. And while they're world premieres, I would argue they are not technically formed as the chase cards of the set because they are ultra rares. They are not prismatic secret rares. So, Konami's actually doing something, funnily enough, that's decent.
Honestly, I think this is the closest the Egyptian gods have been to relevancy in goddamn years.
Probably, yeah.
Probably ever, honestly.
Actually, by the way, I'm looking at the Obelisk desk. It's not really meta good, but there's actually some decent cards in here. It had Drowning, which is one of the best mirror forces, but it had Call, Supply Squad, Forbidden Chalice Lance, and Dress. Those have been printed 9 million times, but still good. It has a Monster Reborn reprint, which is technically still relevant. I think both of the Egyptian God decks had a Feather Duster reprint at Super Rare because Feather Duster was just unbanned. So they're funny.
I'm not saying it's
they just didn't. Yeah, the quote unquote Egyptian God support didn't matter.
Well, yeah,
I mean, I guess Soul Crossing is funny because that's just Stormforth on steroids.
The problem has always been the Egyptian gods are not boss monsters that are worth a damn anymore.
No.
Obelisk was good for a short that. I've said it before. Obelisk saw a tournament deck. It saw a top 4.
Yeah.
It was a payoff to a spammy deck.
Yeah, because Obelisk, if you can just make 3 tributes, you can make a really big asshole.
Just big.
Slifer has never been good because of its weird effect. But again, the way the trap card is, because you got to remember Egyptian God cards send themselves to the graveyard the turn after they're specialed. But still, as a soft floodgate, putting a 6K asshole on the board because you've just drawn 6 cards, and if your opponent summons anything that's under 2K, it gets popped.
That Slifer card is genuinely I know some people are calling it copium. I genuinely think that card has a chance at bringing certain decks into more meta relevancy. Honestly,
it's
Brandon.
It's not a great card in the sense I don't think it wins games or anything, but the combo works, and
I don't know, against certain matches, against Splight, I genuinely think it wins.
Actually,
games.
yeah, I think every Splight card is under 2K, so they would have to figure out a way to get rid of Slifer. And let me actually check Slifer's current text.
Splight and even Tier, because I think the guys have to hit the board first to do stuff. So honestly, it's a card that is positioned in not a bad way. And
if an opponent's monster was normal or special summoned to your field in attack position, that monster loses 2,000 attack. If its attack has been reduced to 0, destroy it. So technically, you can put in defense mode, but if you have to summon a link, those don't go in defense mode, and a lot of your low link numbers are small, so that just shuts off link summoning for that.
Think about it like this: in the deck that this is predisposed in, branded, you also have a quick effect once per turn, banish a card. So this is not your only end. You have a mirror jade.
Well, yeah, no. That's the thing. That's also another thing we should say about Slifer. The Slifer card is a normal trap, so you have to play it on turn 2 after you've dumped your entire hand, probably.
Yeah, but that's why it's good, I think.
Yes.
Like the only hard part is drawing the card.
Yeah.
But also you can trap trick it. You can run 6.
Yeah, it's a trap trick target.
You could Rafflesia. Like,
Yeah.
I genuinely think this card could work.
Yeah, no. I think it's flexible enough, and like I said, it's the card of Sanctity effect. You draw 6. People are going to try it no matter what. I think it's hilarious, by the way, though, that in 2022, like, Konami found a way to print OG cards of Sanctity and not have it be stupid.
Because of how trap tricks, unless you build an actual system in your deck it doesn't. People don't think it's a payoff.
Well, no. The hard part is actually foolishing Slifer.
Yeah.
Like, that's why the only deck I think that is realistically going to be able to run this in a meta sense is Branded. Because Branded, while it is not a meta deck anymore, it was only recently out of the meta. So I think it's still good enough.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain Branded has only been pushed out by Pote.
Yeah, it was only pushed out by
Tear Sprite.
Tear Sprite. So...
And that hasn't stopped people from running, like, Invoked Albaz, like Invoked Dogmatica Branded or Invoked Branded.
Those decks are fun. I don't want to harsh on tier 2. I don't want to harsh on tier 2 much, but Branded honestly just feels like tier with less gambling.
Well, there are some less gambly tier builds, but yeah, no, Despia is interesting, and I will say this: Despia branded decks are more fair. I haven't run into the full power because some of the branded engine stuff isn't in Master Duel yet. Hopefully soon, but like running into the more Despia leaning builds of that, they still play branded cards. Obviously, you play Aluber, Albaz, branded in red, shit like that. Like. Those are still decks that are fair to interact with because they can be spicy and can completely wreck your shit, but also you can work around them. And they've got a lot of recursion. Like there's a lot of floating effects and stuff. It's pretty spicy.
No, yeah.
But yes, that's Zed, that's what Dallas is talking about. Brandon can send Slifer as a fusion target.
Yeah, it can send it for I think you can actually send it for 2, but one of them's not played very often. Like, it's the Glory Dragon I know it can send, but can't it also send Titaniclad with it? I think you can.
No. Titaniclad is not the one you're thinking of, because that's 1,200 or more attack, 2,500 or more attack.
Right. No, it's the Glory Bringer Dragon. It's one of the less used cards. But still, that only requires 1 branded fusion activation.
Yeah, so, Brigand is level 8 or higher.
Yeah. And then generally you would brand it in red for Mirror Jade. And yeah, your end board is Mirror Jade Slifer, but you draw 6. And they still have to play through Slifer and an Omni Banish.
Yeah.
Which is good. I don't know. I think it has a genuine contention of becoming a tier 2 deck. Or if someone finds out how to break it more, maybe a tier 1 deck, and maybe it gets banned.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We'll see what happens.
I love wacky cards like this. Like, this is the kind of Yu-Gi-Oh! Shit that I love in Magic, where they just print some, like, really goofy card that has such a ridiculous payoff but restrictive condition that you're like, I need to figure out how to break this.
Yeah.
Like, those are the cards as you can tell, I love.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people do love as well.
Like there's a card in Magic that's like every time you play an instant or sorcery, put a counter on it at the end of your turn, deal damage equal to like 1/4 the number of counters. That's it's such a dumb card, but you can turn it into an OTK if you play the right card. I love cards like that where it's like this card looks bad, but I can break it. I don't know. More cards like this, less cards like Mystic Mind. Also ban Mystic Mind, please.
Yes, ban Mystic Mind. Also, no, Slifer will not get banned. If the Slifer trap card is such a problematic combo, which it won't be.
They would ban like Mirror Jade or something.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if Despia is specifically a problem, they'll hit like the target you send for Slifer, the Brigand or whatever.
Realistically, the only reason this is going to be good is because it can be played in a somewhat competitive deck.
Yeah, a deck that was meta a format ago.
There are probably other decks that can also do this Slifer shit, but they're worse.
Yeah.
Like,
And also the
reason
thing
this
about
has a
branded
chance of
is you got to
being-
remember that, and we don't know what the
Yeah.
localization will be, but the Bisted cards are around the corner, which is more weird dragon fusion shenanigans.
Yeah, like realistically, the casualty of this card would be if it brought Branded Despia to like tier 1 status, which I don't think it will. I think it'll settle around tier 2, maybe shared tier 1 with Tier and Splight at best.
Yeah.
But
And
if that
I
happens,
think
I don't
that'll
they
depend a
need to
lot on
sell
how
out.
many. Because remember, tier is not just about winning, but also about representation at top cuts. So people have to be trying it.
That's true. I think this will be one of those decks that's like a 5%er in the meta, but possibly has some good top spots.
Yeah.
I know I'll be trying it because I fucking love shit like this.
But all right, we've hit 4 hours basically. We've talked about all the Monarchs and lots of stuff in between. I am very tired now.
Understandable.
So I will be going now. We will wrap up. Thank you so much for enjoying this. Obviously, I understand we're starting to trend down now in terms of our audience members, but there were quite a few of you for other parts of this, so we're glad you enjoyed it. We'll be back with another one. It's a new month. I would like to remind you there is a new Patreon poll. Let me go check the stats really quick. But there's a new poll for what the monthly voted on Fail Portrayal will be. So the selection gathered from these guys is Blackwing, Sidra, DDD, Psyframe, Windwitch, Fluffle Frightfur. I've continued to insert Fluffle Frightfur when I don't get a 6th because I know that was popular. And you guys keep letting me down, specifically. But you guys will be interested to know that currently, DDD is winning by 1. Psyframe is second with 5.
Ow!
Why?
Wow,
That
I haven't voted
archetype
it.
is
I
just
didn't even vote
shade.
yet.
That archetype is just shit. If Psyframe wins, I'm not doing that episode. I'm putting that down right now.
I'll be
I
real.
don't
The
care.
only cool side frames are the synchros and the link.
It's just shapes. I'm so mad.
Yes,
And we've already
I'm
done
genuinely
Violon.
tilted.
I'm
I'm genuinely
okay, so
tilted.
all the main
I mean,
decks except
Dallas, I'm going to be
multi-threader
honest. You
look
probably shouldn't
cool.
have said that. If there's anybody left in here who isn't one of those 17 votes, they're probably just going to be like, hee, Dallas, go
Cool.
bad.
I won't be there. I'll get a week
So-
off.
Again,
Yeah.
even I'm the one that like pitched the idea, and I also said it's besides multi-threader, and I
Then
think
why you say it?
Well, he likes Psyframes.
I just didn't think about it. Oh wait, most of them kind of suck. I forgot about those.
I'm gonna-
a lot of them kind of suck for
I'm gonna
reasons. Anyway.
drown this kid in a.
Oh, okay,
fucking
I meant visually. I meant visually. Dallas,
But
you think so?
Dallas, at least for the moment, you can experience joy that DDD is currently winning.
I also hope
Um,
DDD wins because I think that's way cooler. To
I'm
look
just
at.
more insulted that the second place is Psyframes.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
if
the
we do
the
Cypher, we
dead
can do
somehow the
X-Force,
dead
which is
last
actually
tie
cool.
is Fluffle and Sidra each have 1. Blackwing and Windwitch have 2.
No. No, Act. It's not Psyframe and S-Force. That's not what you put down. It's
No.
just
No,
Psyframe.
no. I said is like once we do Cypher, I could then say S Force because then we have the.
I mean, you could have just said
Then I'll
S-Force.
never win, and then I'll never win. It will happen.
I swear to God.
Well, also, yes, Zed. No, first of all, there's more than 3 hand traps. There's like 5 of those guys.
Yeah,
But
there's,
also,
like-
yes, there is at least 2 synchros and a link.
No, there's 3 synchros.
3
and a
synchros.
link.
Yeah, I was like, there's at least 2. There's Omega and
One
Zeta,
of them
and
is-
there's one more.
And then-
Psyframe Overlord.
Ah, okay, Overlord, right.
That card's awful.
Yeah, I understand it's not played. But yes, no, there are actually a handful of Psyframes.
They're just all this. They're all just shapes.
Well, yeah, they're once again named after Greek letters. It's just gonna be Violon again, but more green. Green Violon. There you go. Anyway,
good.
it's 4 hours. We need to get the fuck out of here. Thank you for
Wait.
checking out the poll,
Oh my God.
patrons.
I had a genuine question that's important.
Support us at $5 and up and level to vote. Yes,
Okay.
Dallas, what's up?
Are we going to be doing the story modes in order?
I hadn't settled on a plan, so that would probably be where I'd go. Do you have any
Then-
objections to
then-
that?
No, I don't. But next week is Element Saber then.
I don't want to do Element Saber. I so really don't.
Well,
Well,
can
we'll
do Element
bundle
Saber-
in the Element Lords at least.
Well, yeah, because they bundled them
Okay.
in the story mode. So, I mean, the Element Lords are at least interesting to look at.
Yeah.
Fair, because it's like the rest of them just.
If
like,
nothing else, I can
I just
like.
I just think I've just seen their art and they just look boring.
I mean, David at least will talk up
And
about
yet
how much
you
he loves
put
Element Saber.
Psyframe on the poll.
And I can complain how I
like the
hate all the
way-
weird element saber decks.
Okay, of the cards I remember of Cyframe, I thought they were cool.
So you
Ugh.
remember like two?
You
I remember
Omega.
4 of them.
My God.
I like Lambda and
Driver,
Multithreader.
Omega, Zeta, Multithreader.
And Lambda.
Gamma.
Lambda, okay.
I assume you remember Gamma and Driver, the actual relevant ones. And Omega.
Who's
Yeah.
limited? I mean, at least if the Cyframe does win, when we get to Omega, we get to make the jokes about me that we make in the series all the time.
But Omega hits
Oh, no,
Kamen
it's
Rider,
me.
so it doesn't matter.
I'll banish me. But yeah, no. So there you go. Yeah. So we might listen. It's like Dazif's Master Roulette series. We might as well do Element Saber so we can get it the fuck out of the way and not have to deal with it anymore.
It turns out Dazif actually does read cards. He just is quick braining it too much.
No, I have decided I'm just going to put in bullshit stuff in the poll next time. So next month, my representative will be Gunkin Sushep.
Nice.
that will
That's
win,
gonna
though.
fucking win though.
That will win though because it's just cool.
I mean, we're definitely gonna have to do a double feature then because there's like 6 of those cards. But I approve.
We'll have to show some of the spell tracks because the art of those are cool.
We'll have to
And
show
then I'm
some.
gonna do
We'll probably
fucking-
have,
Two of them.
we'll probably
Only
have
one
to
or
show
two
some
of them,
actual
probably.
suit. All right, Axe, calm down. We're trying to end the episode. Stop
I'm gonna
adding.
do fucking
I've been
Melty
excited.
Anyway, thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. There's like 7 of you left. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Consider supporting us on Patreon. Like I said, at the 5 and up level, you can vote in that poll still. It's going to be open for like another weekish by now. Also, I would love for your super chats and channel memberships and Patreon support because I did just order me a new PS5 controller. It was $70. I'm slightly
It is
nettled,
very
but
much. At least you could say. At least it was a business expense.
yeah, that'll be great to talk about that in tax season next year.
It's not gonna be great, but hey.
It's not. No, it really isn't. But anyway, that's a different concern. But also remember, we are continuing the saga. I have to think of a clever episode title for next week. But tomorrow, more Final Fantasy 14. I will do more content. Maybe I will do more quests that are important.
Omega Reborn is Omega the Warrior of Light.
But I already call it Omega Reborn. That's already the name of episode 1.
No, that's the name of the arc.
But I can't call the episodes all the same thing.
How far did
People
Well,
you
because
get
then when you get to
confused.
heavens, where you call it Omega Ward.
Omega, how far did you get in the MSQ?
See, I don't remember. I got to level 20.
I have a good name for you when you get to a certain point.
Well, pitch it to me now.
Omega Primal Awakening.
That is a good one. You're right. I'm not there yet. I don't know if we'll hit that because we're, like I said, I'm at level 20.
Probably will.
Okay, we'll call it that then. We'll do like
if you've been
I
doing
did
Death
with
of
the
Sight,
fucking what I didn't do with the Great Ace Attorney stream, and we'll gamble that I will actually get that far.
Now, granted, you will get to exactly one of them. But
Well, yeah,
Yes.
but we can still
you'll
work
probably
on that.
get maybe I'm
you will not
remembering
get
the
to-
order. Yeah,
you
okay,
will not
okay,
get to
okay.
Titan. You will not get
You
to
will
No,
not get to
no,
Titan.
no,
That's
no,
the
no,
benefit.
no,
You
no,
might get to
no,
different.
no clarifying, no extra levels. We don't need
Fair
to.
enough.
You're doing the thing, Axe. We don't need to clarify anymore.
Sorry, I
Um,
just tried to remember. What the
One
fuck it was.
last thing before I go. I also, because I did bring it up, I would like to say, by the way, we finished Great Ace Attorney Chronicles yesterday. Go check it out. The stream is pretty long. It's 5 hours, but we had a lot of we technically finished the last case at like hour 4, but we had to push through the denouement and the end credits and stuff. But despite everyone's thoughts, we did actually finish it finally, and I did change the title to be more reflective of that. So check out that whole series now. I should probably go ahead and make a playlist. Unfortunately, Lucky's gone to bed, so we won't get Gensakai uploaded tonight, but I'll leave a note for him tomorrow. But yes, thank you so much, everybody. We will see you guys next. Tim, good night. Stream end.
Night, everybody.